Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first ever online writers conference. I am Russell
Whoa!
Nolte, and I am here with,
Nick Nelson of Wordsmith Writing Coaches. I'm delighted to be here and
and
glad you are too.
yes, I am so excited that you guys are here. Now, I have to go and do some tech and make sure that all of the streams are running properly. But Nick is going to talk a little bit about what we are going to see today. And then in about 8 minutes, we're going to start our first amazing conference with Dr. Deborah Holland, Sean McLaughlin, and Deborah Eckerling.
Yes. Well, we have so much here for you guys today. I'm really excited about all the guests that we have and all the different topics that we're going to be covering. Um, we're going to start off talking about mindset and pre-writing because that's really the beginning of the whole writing task. So this whole first day on Saturday is going to be focused on the writing life, the writing task, the writing craft. How do you get this idea that's in your head that you've been wanting to write about, whether it's a novel or a nonfiction book or a short story or even a poem? A lot of these things, all of them apply to that the creative task of taking something that's in your mind and getting it out on the page, getting it out on the screen, so that you can share it with other people. So on Saturday, we're going to talk about that whole process, starting from the idea that you have and this desire that you have and this life that you have that doesn't include writing, or being a writer, being an author. And how do we transition into a life that does include all those things? So, of course, we're going to start with mindset. And we've got three amazing guests who are going to just help us explore mindset and pre-writing. Pre-writing is kind of a technical term that some of us writing coaches learned 30 years ago, about all the things that you do before you actually start drafting the sentences in prose. Includes outline and research and a bunch of other things, and we'll get into that in this first hour. But we have Deborah Eckerling of the Deb Method. We have Dr. Deborah Holland joining us, and Sean McLaughlin, who's actually written the book on how to be the most productive writer that you can possibly be. So all those people are going to be our guests here in this first hour. Um, Russell, do you mind if I just keep talking about just real quick the other things that are coming up after that?
Uh, yes, I would love to. I would love to just say hello to all of the people who are joining us. So we have Devin Kane. Uh, uh, we have Jaron Frostwing, Sally Lloyd, Caleb, and
Hey,
Eli.
everybody.
Before we get started, I want you to know that we are live right now on YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, and Facebook. If you are listening to us on multiple streams, you will get an echo. We're also live on the onlinewritersconference.com. So if you have two of those streams going at the same time, you will hear us as an echo. So I suggest pick the stream that you like best and follow us there,
Good point.
or mute us on all of the other places that you are joining us.
hmm I believe some of those streams are going to be staggered too. Like I know that YouTube introduces a 10-second delay. That could really mess you up.
Yes, and so we are going to do the best that we can to answer questions as you ask them. So please, please, please ask them. However, there is a delay of about 10 to 15 seconds from the platforms that we're on, and what you guys are getting. So your question will probably be a minute or two behind ours. So that we do have producers on the line and in the streams to answer to get your questions, and to make sure that we are answering them. We have a time at the end for questions. But if you need clarification on something, or if you have a question in the middle, please, please ask it. And I would prefer, as long as it is relevant, to answer your questions or have this go for be for you. The beauty of doing a live show is that we can answer your questions live. That is why we don't record this beforehand. That is why we're doing it right now in the moment, so that while Deborah, Sean, and Deborah are on the air, we can be talking about whatever is relevant to you. I only ask that your questions be relevant to the topic at hand. If they are not relevant to the topic at hand, we are not going to answer them. You can feel free to contact any of the guests afterwards and ask your question there. But as long as you have a relevant question that could help the rest of the people watching, we are going to do everything we can to answer it during this hour. We do only have that hour though, because we have a schedule, so we'll do the best that we can to answer it, but we cannot guarantee it. So ask and we will try to answer. Judith, you are probably having the question that a lot of people have, which is that you are probably listening to us on two streams. So we are streaming to Facebook, Twitch, Periscope, and YouTube, along with onlinewritersconference.com. So if you are hearing us two places, it is because you have it on two streams. I would recommend you close one stream, and then you will only hear us on one, or at least mute one stream. Nick, we have all
Yay.
three of our guests for the first hour. So if you want to, we have we have a different Deb now who is here, and so. I will. If you want to talk for just a minute about the rest of the show, and then we
Sure.
are going to.
Yeah. Okay, so let me just tell you guys a little bit of what's coming up. I mean, this next hour, we already told you about um, uh, how we're going to be talking about pre-writing and things. And we've got Deborah Eckerling of the Deb Method. We have Dr. Deborah Holland. We've got Sean McLaughlin, who wrote the book about how to be the most productive writer in the room, or you got to read the book. But after that, we're going to go on to the next thing in the process of developing your writing craft, which is structure and pacing. We've got Ethan Ransom and Craig Miller joining us to discuss that with us. After that, we hit dialogue and character. We have who's there? Oh yeah, Raven Oak and Pat Shand. That's going to be a really fun hour. Don't miss that one. We've got setting and world building with RJ Blaine and Arthur Slade, both of them in the room together. That will be great. We've got revision and editing with Barbara Dillon and Leah Letterman. Oh, that's tomorrow. Never mind. And in the middle, we've got a
That's
couple
the
of
morning, Nick. I think we
yes,
should get going. But
absolutely.
we'll do another recap in the afternoon. So I am going to bring on Sean, Deb, and Deborah. And then I'm going to do the interview. Nick's going to
Yeah.
say hello. I'm going to bump to them, and then Nick's going to come back and do the 11 o'clock hour, and then we're both going to be here for our first first keynote with Tanya Del Rio. So let us bring on Deborah, Deb, and Sean now. Good morning, Deborah.
Good morning.
Hey.
And good
Hi,
morning,
there I
Deb.
am.
Hi, Deb.
I was
Hey.
doing like last minute sharing, so every single page and group I'm in hopefully is seeing this. So
Awesome.
Hi, thanks for having me, us.
Yes,
Glad you're
thank you
here.
for coming.
Yes.
And hi, Sean.
How are you doing? Can you hear me all right?
I can.
Okay,
You
great.
sound great.
Is there a way to get this banner off the face of? I've got the online conference banner like right up on this. It's covering Russell's face actually.
Poor Russell.
Same
That's
with me. I
okay.
can see that.
I will put it down, and we're gonna. Nick's just saying hello and goodbye.
Hi,
Nick, you have anything to say before I cut you off the stream?
Well, just to reassure Deborah, a lot of people are watching this on larger screens, and that little graphic is going to stay the same size, and then the people's images are going to get bigger. So other people are probably not having the same problem that you're having. And if anybody is having it, guys, put us on a bigger screen. Click that full screen button. That's the best experience you're going to have.
I
Okay,
haven't used
that's
this
it.
service yet, so
All right.
it's a new one for me.
All right, bye, Nick. We'll
Bye.
see you at about 10:50.
I look forward to it.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. And now, you guys had the distinct pleasure of meeting a little bit beforehand, but none of the other people, or a lot of the other people, haven't met you yet. So I think that we should go around and just introduce ourselves, who you are, before we really get started. So let's start with Deborah. And then we'll go to Sean. And then I'm so appreciative, Deb, that you made Deb and not Deborah, because I was wondering how I was going to make this happen. Deborah, do you want to take it away?
Sure. I'm a New York Times bestselling author of mostly historical Western romance, but I also, as a psychotherapist, have written a book called The Essential Guide to Grief and Grieving, and am cultivating an attitude of gratitude. And I also have some fantasy series. And so I was unpublished for a really long time and a struggling author for a really long time. And when self-publishing came along, my books took off, and here I am. So looking forward to talking about the sort of how do you figure out what to do with your book before you start?
Absolutely. Me too. Okay, Sean, how about yourself?
Well, started life as an archaeologist and worked a lot in Europe and the Middle East, and sort of segued into writing eventually. I'm been full-time for almost 20 years now. I've done a lot of nonfiction travel writing. I've done novels. I'm mostly novels now, both my own and ghostwriting for various mid-list houses. And I've done more than 50 now, and about 15, almost 20 nonfiction works. And it's a little bit of everything. I'm a workaday writer, averaging 20,000 words a week, although that's 23,000 now that I'm on my 5th week of lockdown here in Madrid. So I've been quite busy.
And on top of that, you're living in Madrid. You mentioned it at the end, which is awesome. Deb, how about yourself?
Well, so I'm Deb, or Deborah, or whichever, Eckerling. I am the author of Your Goal Guide, a roadmap for setting, planning, and achieving your goals, which was released in January by Mango Publishing. And who knew 2 months later that everybody would have to reconfigure their life? So I feel very blessed to have that out in the world. I've been leading online support groups for writers, creatives, and entrepreneurs for a while. I'm founder of Write On Online, which is a website and community for writers, creatives, and entrepreneurs. But basically, everything I do has one goal in mind, which is helping people figure out what they want and how to get it. So support for figuring out your goals and then making them happen.
I love it. And that leads us into the first question, I think, which is not so much a goal, but I suppose it is sort of the roadmap for your writing goal, which is, how do you guys come up with an idea, and how do you guys know that you have a good goal or that you have a winner when you are sitting down to write, or before you're even writing?
I'll go first.
Okay.
I usually have my stories in my head years before I actually write them. And so I might even write the first scene years before. When it comes to me, I write it down and then I stash it in a file and go, okay, I'll get to that book eventually. And so I have had like a list of books, and sometimes it's a character, sometimes it's my readers go, we want that character. We want that story for that character. I'm like, that character doesn't have a story. But we want it. I'm like, oh God, okay, I'll figure it out. And some of my most successful books have been not the character that I was thinking I want. I would give them a horrible name, and here I have to write about them. My current character is Edith. That's her name. But she wasn't the nicest person when she appeared in my second book. So that was like 25 books ago.
You make a great point, though, about listening to other people when you're developing your idea or your story. Do either of the other two have any, or even you, Deborah, have any sort of insight as to how we can incorporate that when we're coming to ideas, if maybe we don't have a big audience or we only have like a couple of people that we know, as to determining like which project we should go forward with?
Well, I have a plot group that I meet with every 6 weeks and sort of go over what the story is, and I'm thinking that my work in progress or my next work in progress, and they'll give input into the characters and the plot, and if I need it. Sometimes I, a lot of times I don't utilize that, but that's one of the possibilities. And I think also just I keep a file that I just start dropping notes into as things occur to me. So that, again, this is for fiction. Maybe we should separate nonfiction and fiction when we're
No, I think that we can.
I think the method is more or less the same. On
I was like, oh no, that's right. I'm only
So-
on fiction. Sorry, but
Oh, well, let's say Deb and Sean do a little bit more nonfiction work. So, do you have anything to add about how it's the same or different, or how you guys go about figuring out which idea you should write or not?
Well, the attitude is the same, but the method is different. I mean, with nonfiction, you have to do a lot of research up front before you can even start. And it tends to be, I'm a hybrid author. I've done traditional publishing for all of my nonfiction and some of my fiction, but most of my fiction is either ghostwritten or is indie published. So it's a bit different on that. So with nonfiction, when you're pitching it, you have to think of something that a publisher might conceivably buy. And then you have to formulate a pitch letter and a couple of sample chapters, usually, and an outline. So there, the process is rather different. With fiction, as Deborah was saying, you can let your readers bug you about what to write next, or this is where it helps to write in a wide variety of genres, because then you can pick and choose what you think might work best for the market at that moment. I write a lot of mystery and action. I also do post-apocalyptic. And you see these going up and down with time. Post-apocalyptic was big a few years ago when I started it. Now it's not so big. And mystery is doing quite well. Mystery's always been a strong one. For the last 100 years, the strongest genres have been romance and mystery, hands down, both in the UK and in the United States and Canada. And so you just have to sort of pick. But the attitude, how to sit yourself down and work every day, and as much as you can, that's the same. And we can get a little bit more into that later on. And I'm sure Deb's got a lot to say about that.
Yeah, I would love to. That's a great segue into a question for Deb is like, how do you actually work towards your goal? Like, do you have any strategies for how writers can actually sit down and work towards their goal of actually writing it once they have it?
Do I have any?
Yes.
How many do you want?
I want as many. I want an hour's worth.
Okay, well, I'm not going to take up that much time, but I do want, I have to say it, Deb, which is the Deb method, there's a reason for the initials. It stands for determine your mission, explore your options, brainstorm your path. And while it is said, and in my book, in the form of, this is your career, your path, what do you want, how do you get it? But it really also works for whatever you're creating. You create a mission for yourself, but you also need to create a mission for your book. You create where you want to end up in life, but you also want to have an idea. Well, there's arguments for writing with the end in mind and not. So we won't, that's another question or answer. But the fact of the matter is you have to start with a mission. What is it that you want? Why are you creating this project? Because if you're excited about what you're working on, you're going to do the time. You're going to want to get up in the morning and jump at the computer and move forward, right? Especially if you've got the things that get stuck in your head and you're like, oh, I have to write those. So I think a lot of it starts with picking the project that you're excited to work on. And if you have challenge, do you want me to give my suggestion for when you can't decide what to work on?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I have this strategy. It's nothing new. It's just my take on it, called directed journaling. And basically it's you schedule a few 15-minute sessions with yourself, and then you're brainstorming, free writing, answering a question. And in this case, it would be, what do I want to write, or what do I want to happen with my characters, or what is the plot? And you're just spitting out ideas on the page. And if you handwrite it or type it, doesn't matter. It's the way you're going to write is the way you should do your journaling, right? And then at the end of it, the trick is you don't want to read any of your brainstorms until you've done it 3, 4, 5 times. Then you can go in and see what plot you're really excited about, what you keep mentioning, because you're going to work on the stuff that gets you excited first.
Yeah, I love that you said that because I have the same sort of feeling when it comes to how to determine the plot. But I saw Deborah shaking her head quite a lot while you were doing that statement. So I would love to hear what you have to say about that point that Deb was making.
Well, it wasn't that I'm disagreeing with Deborah. It's just that it's like I don't think I've ever had that jumping up in the morning. I'm so excited to write feeling. So
Really?
Yeah.
I have a suggestion for you, Deborah, and it's not my idea. It's Walter Gibson, who was a big pulp writer back in the early part of the 20th century. He wrote The Shadow, that character, and he wrote about 300 books, I think, a bit more actually, and was a newspaper man all his life too. And he had a couple of different things he did. One was that he had several projects going at the same time. This was all on manual typewriters. He'd write 1 million words a year or more. And he'd have a typewriter in every room of his house. Now, of course, you have a laptop, so you don't need to do it this way.
Yeah, but I have desks in practically every room of my house.
There you go. So you have several windows open with several different projects. And another trick he did was he would stop before he needed to think the next thing. He would stop when he had one more paragraph in mind, or sometimes he'd stop mid-sentence. Occasionally, he would even stop in the middle of a hyphenated word. And that way, when you come back, it sounds silly, but it really works. I've tried this. I do this regularly. When you come back, you know the first thing to write. And it's that much easier because it's always that initial getting into it is the tough part. But if you're like, you already have a paragraph half written in your head when you stop, the next day when you come back, or 6 hours later when you come back, you can just write that paragraph, and then the next paragraph is easier, and then the next paragraph, and the next paragraph.
Yeah, when I was saying that, I wasn't meaning that I struggle with what to write. It's that enthusiasm of I'm going to jump out of bed and run to my computer and start writing. Now, sometimes I'll have that burst of ideas, like here comes the dialogue, and here comes the scene, and it's like you hit that flow. And then that's the time I'll want to run, if I can't get to the computer, it's like I'll write on whatever piece of paper is nearby, or I'll dictate into my phone. So those are the enthusiasm times. The rest of the time, it's like, all right, I have a deadline. And this book is for sale on Amazon, and I have to write it by a certain time. That means I have to get to work. So it's a sort of more work. This is work. We do our work, and we get these words done.
So that's a good point, because I think that people are often very excited about the idea that they have, and they can get the idea, and they can even maybe write the first chapter. But when you sort of run out of gas and you're like, okay, no one's praising me for coming up with this idea, because you write your Facebook post at the beginning and you're like, yeah, like I'm gonna write a book, and it's like, yes, like there's all that excitement building, and then you're like in the middle of it and you finish your first 1,000 words and you've got somewhere between 40,000 and 130,000 left, and like now you're just with you. It's just you, because you can't be posting. I finished chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4. Like eventually there's gonna be that. Like that, the eye rolling from people. How do you keep going when you are in that sort of like sloppy middle part after the enjoyment of it wears off?
Oh, can I just start, and then you can give the technical-y stuff? I want to give a little bit more of the enthusiastically stuff. If you're a member of any of my groups, whether it's Write On or Goal Guide, you can post on a thread at any time what you're working on, and there are a bunch of people who are going to get excited for you, starting with me, encouraging you. Because the community, these communities, and it can be your own, you need to surround yourself with people who are going to be there, cheerleader for you. I will stop interrupting Sean and give my technical tip after he jumps in, but I had to edit what you said. There are people who are going to cheer you on for each word.
And I will tell you that I am part of her group. And at the beginning, when I first joined it, I was like, my God, every day there's like some like hype moment. But like now, a couple weeks in, I actually I'm like, yeah, it's every day I can be like, I can move a little bit further along. I moved further a little bit along. And like, it is nice to have those group of people who will like cheer you on throughout, even when you've accomplished very little, or at least a little in your mind. Sean, do you have something to add?
Well, I mean, they're called messy middles for a reason because we always have that initial enthusiasm, like Russell is saying, and then when you get near the end, I just finished the fourth in my Masked Man of Cairo series and it was 109,000 words long, and so there was a long middle there. But when I got to what I could feel was the last 2 or 3 chapters, then I really sped up because I was like, oh yeah, I'm almost there. It's really getting there. And what I do and what a lot of people do is we kind of think of the ending. We kind of think of the character arc, because there's always a story arc and there's also a character arc, and those aren't quite the same things. And you care about your characters because you live with them for quite some time, especially if you write longer books, and you can see how you're getting to them. You can see how you can get from point A to point B. And the messy middles, you've lost your initial enthusiasm. You don't have the enthusiasm of almost being done. But that's the time to play with messing with the character arc. You know where the character wants to be at the end. You have to put some more obstacles in there. And it's also a matter of simply having the day-to-day writing, and just doing it every day, just working on the assumption that you're going to write X number of pages today. And it can be spread out over several projects. You know, some days you don't feel like it. Some days you just have to think through a scene, and that's totally okay. And one of the things is that we'll never be as perfect as you want it to be, because you always have this brilliant idea of how something's going to be, and it never quite works out. I mean, I travel a lot for work, both my previous career and now. And I always, when I go to a new country, I always have this wonderful image of it. And sometimes I'm pleasantly surprised, but there's always the troubles and the missed buses and the various food poisoning. And, you know, there's always those things. But you just keep going. And I think that's something that writers really need to inculcate in their day-to-day life, is daily writing and writing at odd periods of time. All the prolific authors that I've studied have done a very good job of filling their day. If you have a spare 15 minutes while your kid's taking a shower or doing their last of their homework, write during that time.
Deborah, do you have anything to add?
Well, I just had an interesting experience in my book just 2 days ago. And this particular book takes place half in my town in Montana, which is where all my books are set, and half in Boston. And so I've really been conceptualizing it as a 2-part book. This is the first part, and this is the second part. And I just wrote the second to the last scene of the first part, which was the tricky scene. And I had this huge feeling of accomplishment, like bigger than I should have for like a middle of the book when there's still half of the book to go. And so I was like, wow, you know what, maybe I do need to emphasize in my mind midpoints. You know, we're aiming for the midpoint, and yay me, I've hit it. You know, kind of thing. And you know, maybe here's the first act. The first act's done. I have the structure conceptualized so much that I don't stop to think about it too much. It just comes out. You know, but maybe making it, hey, that's something to celebrate might be more helpful too.
Absolutely. So we have 2 really good questions, but quickly, I'm going to give what I do for this part because it's my conference and I can do that.
What you want.
So what I do is when I'm outlining, I outline basically every 1,000 words. So I have a page and it says 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 on the left-hand side, and then I write what's going to happen in each 1,000 words. And then every 10,000 or so words, it's usually about 10,000, I put a big bold like end of sequence piece. So I'm always writing to the end of that sequence, and in the middle I can kind of get sloppy, but the end has to be I have to get to that end, and then I'm able to celebrate at the end of every sequence, because now I've kind of constructed a little story that has an up and down, an arc, and has a whole sort of character design in that 10,000 words that's inside of this big 60 or 80 or 100,000 word novel. So we have 2 questions, and they're really great questions. So we're going to start with a question from Sarah Glenn, and then we have another question from a person whose name I don't have. Oh, there are a lot of questions now. From Robin and then a couple of others. Ooh, this is so nice. I love it when there's a lot of questions. So, the first question is from Sarah Glenn, and it's how do you deal with imperfectionism? The story is never as good on paper as it is in your head. And Sean, you touched on this, but I would love to get all of you talking about it.
I'll take that one as I'll bring out the psychologist part of me.
Wonderful.
I think it's really important. Perfectionism is really something that will get in your way, and it doesn't matter what life topic we're talking about. If you're artistic, if you're going for perfection, you're not going to succeed. You're just not going to. And if you are critiquing yourself as you are going along, you're going to block yourself. So part of it is how you talk to yourself. That's really important. And so as you write, you're going, oh my God, this sucks. And so if I do that to myself, I'll have to say, yep, it always sucks in the beginning. You'll fix it. It'll get better. Keep going. Don't stop because this isn't very good. Think of it as you're going to be layering your story. You're going to have first draft, and then you're going to come back and you're going to fix it. But you don't let those sort of normal critical thoughts stop you. Now you might need to go, I need more. This isn't fitting my character here, so I have to stop and fix it. Or I need more scene setting here. So those kind of positive or, they're prompts of what you need to do with the story, but you have to throw perfectionism out, because we're just not going to. My aunt, who's an artist, once said she can always look at the part of the painting and go, that's the part that I don't like, I struggled with, I can see the imperfections right there. And it's like somewhere along the line, you have to just give it up and go, it's the best I can make it right now. And I have a deadline. I can monkey with this paragraph for a year, or I can keep going.
I love that. And I don't even call my first drafts. I call them garbage drafts. Other people call them vomit drafts. But it's very confusing to my wife because she's like, I was like, I have 3 drafts. She's like, but then you have 4. You have the garbage draft and then 3 drafts. I'm like, yeah, but that first one's not a draft. Like, it's just like throwing stuff down on a page. And it really helps me be able to move on when I know it's not as good as I want it to be. Sean or Deb, do you have anything to add to that?
I'll
just okay.
What Deborah said or what I said.
Do you want to go, Sean, and then I'll talk?
Sure. Okay. I'm sort of the opposite when it comes to drafts. I agree with Deborah on imperfection. If you try to make everything perfect, first off, what is perfect? And second off, you're not going to get there. And also, your readers are going to disagree with you about your book. There are readers who will love what you write, and there are readers who will hate what you write, and it's the same book. And that's just their opinion, and that's totally okay. You look at any book on Amazon that's been reviewed a bunch of times, and you're going to see 5-star reviews and 1-star reviews. And they're both by intelligent readers who like to read that genre. So don't worry about it. Just write. That's all. That's what you got to do. I have to say that I'm definitely the evil anti-Russell when it comes to writing. I don't outline, and outlining every 1,000 words just gives me the shivers. I have a place where my characters are and a place where they're going to be, and then I throw all sorts of nastiness at them in the meantime. The plot is almost less important than the emotional journey that they're going through. And of course that varies with books, but definitely as far as what Deborah was saying about imperfection and perfection, I 100% agree. You just have to get rid of that doubt. And the way to do that is practice. Write a lot, and it gets easier with time. Trust me.
Deb?
I was just going to add, 2 things. I was going to say done is better than perfect is one of my favorite phrases because perfect will get you every time. It's not saying that it's got to be, obviously you're not going to throw anything that's crap out in the world, but, be a little bit of kind to yourself, I wanted to actually tack on something Sean said in the last question, which is when he's saying you should write every day. In theory, great, but I have this thing I call the 5 of 7 rule, which basically gives you permission not to work on your passion project a couple days a week, because if you miss a day, you feel like you need to make it up. And if you take that pressure off of yourself, okay, I'm going to write 5 days this week. If I skip one, that's fine. It's a skip. If you can write 6, great. But just don't kick yourself for not doing as much as you think you should be doing. Do you? You know your life. You know what you're capable of, what you can fit into your life and still feel good and productive. That's what you should be doing.
I
Absolutely.
would
I
agree
love
to that to a point. I think that you should honestly challenge yourself, but don't knock yourself out. But I would say that it really does help to write as much as you can, because it's just like any other skill. You want to learn a language, you got to be out there talking the language. You want to learn how to play the guitar, you're going to have to be in your garage playing guitar over and over and over again before you even get your first little gig at some bar where 5 people are ignoring you. And you just have to put in that time. And I would suggest doing at least a page a day. And you can fit that in. I do this with some of my my writing students. Is that I have them okay, write a page and stop when you're done. And every time I do that, everyone's done within 20 minutes, and we can all spare 20 minutes.
absolutely.
I use 15, but I say basically the same thing. You always have 15 minutes of found time to do something, to work on something. And then I'll let you continue, Russell. I always say you should think about your project every day. If all you do is think about your project, that's cheating. You actually do have to do the work. So we do agree.
Wonderful.
Well,
So
I'm a little different. I mean, what happens when you write every day is you stay in the flow of your book, and that it's easier to have sort of that linear progression as you go. And so I think it is a very productive thing to do. I don't do it. I
uh,
might go weeks without writing sometimes, and then then I'll write a lot especially as a deadline approaches. The book's for sale. I have to have it done, but I also do other things in my life, and I have other professions, and so I am not one of those write every day kind of people. And so I'm the one who can say, if you can't write every day or don't write every day, that doesn't mean you're not going to be productive. I mean, I do have like 30 books or something out there, but it is better if you can write a little bit more often. Just, I don't do it.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, what's lovely about writing is that no one has the same process. I've never talked to two writers who have exactly the same process. I have a question for you, quickly, Sean, about blog posts. I get ideas in my mind for blog posts every now and then, but I either procrastinate or start working on something else, and then I forget or lose words and flow of the article. Do you have any idea? Do you have any advice on that specifically, Sean? But obviously, either of you can add in too.
Well, if okay, there's two possible answers to this. One is that if it doesn't retain in your mind, maybe it's not that important to you. But we do sometimes forget important stuff. I'm the kind of guy who loses where my car's parked. Good thing I live in Madrid now. I don't need one. But also just write down. This is what I've been talking about. I've made a study of a lot of prolific authors throughout history. People have written hundreds of books, and one of the things they do is they slip in little snippets of time. If you have a spare 10 minutes, you think of a blog post while you're on the bus or you're washing the dishes or whatever it happens to be, grab a notebook and write it down. Write down the phrases and subject matter that you have in your head at the moment. And just a quick scribble is all you need to do, because psychologists, and Deborah can certainly address this far better than I can, but psychologists have found that sleeping on it really actually does work. I find that if I'm kind of unsure where to go with a scene, I'll think about it before going to bed, and then wake up and I'll often, not always, but often have the answer. Now, if you write down your ideas for your blog posts really quick, even if you don't have the time to do anything except a couple of minutes scribbling in a notebook, you've just put it on paper and you've done a physical act of writing some of that down. And that will imprint on your mind, and you will start thinking about it in your subconscious. It does work.
Or
I hope that helps.
dictate in your phone. I found that that's one of the best things to do, especially if you're busy. Or what happens for me is, as I start to take a nap or go to sleep, I'm thinking about the story. Here comes the scene. Here comes the dialogue. And if I go, I'll remember it when I wake up. So I lost a scene that way just a couple days ago. So I have to like actually dictate it into my phone. I might not get to that scene for a while. So it's when you have the enthusiasm of your idea, that's the most creative time. And so you want to capture that energy by writing it down or dictating it. Because by the time you come back to it, you might have lost your energy and you might have lost that sort of, oh, yes, this is what makes it, this is going to be great. So have it there, even if you don't write it for a long time.
Just to add one more thing, just one. I'm a fan of either multiple notebooks or multiple documents to have like for each project, something in progress. So that way you can have one for blog post ideas. So everything's in one place. For ideas about the future book in one place, ideas for just random ideas. But that way, when you're ready to address a certain topic or format, everything you need is in one place and you don't have to waste special, precious writing time looking for it. That way you keep everything together.
I have it only in files. I might have notebooks too, but I tend to like stick my notes in certain files, and so it's there even if I'm collecting notes for years.
Yeah, I have the same thing. I have a document folder with every project in it. Robin, Robin's egg. Ah, I get it now. Robin's egg. That's funny. How much of the story do you have planned out when you start writing? How in depth is your vision before you start writing?
You know, one of the things we actually talked about this in our pre-meeting, and I wanted to talk about the difference between plotters and pansters. And we have also said we don't like that term pansters, but writing by the seat of your pants, writing by the seat of your pants. And so people tend to fall into one of the other categories. One is, you know, obviously Russell is a plotter, where you have your story plotted beforehand and you really know your characters, you know where you're going. And other people the pansters are the ones who say, but I don't want to know because I want to find out what happens. And that gives me the energy to keep writing the book. And so you just sort of sit down with a couple ideas and off you go. I've done both. I have a space opera that was very intricately plotted. And then I also have had a book where I was writing a series of books with another author. So she would write a book, I would write a book. And so it was like my turn and I'd been working on something else. And I sort of sat down and went, I haven't thought about it. It's time to write this book. And quickly sort of sketched out a few character things and what her goal might be. And off I went. So I usually do something in between, which is know the characters, know the opening scenes, know sort of where they're going. Think of their wounds. It's really important to think of what the character is wounded about from the childhood wound and what he or she is afraid of, their deepest fears, and what has their thoughts from that wound. It's like, okay, so my father left me when I was 5 years old, so therefore I can never trust men. So having those wounds and going from there.
I'd like to address the nonfiction writer planning process, if I may.
Please, go for it.
Okay, and I tell this to my friends in my community all the time. Even if you're planning to self-publish your nonfiction, write a book proposal, because nothing will give you more focus. And I know people who've written a draft and, oh, I have to do a revision. Before you do the revision, write your book proposal. It will give you so much in determining your audience, your demographic, how you're going to promote it, what things that need to be included in there. It's like, I'm all about the roadmap. It is the roadmap.
Sean, anything to add?
Well, I don't know. I've always just sort of gone. I've been a pantser, I have to say, as much as I hate that term, and I've always just sort of gone forward with it. As I said before, I tend to have an ending, and I tend to write to that. But I want to see what happens in between. I'm one of those people that gets excited by finding out what's around the next corner. So I basically just I just go with that, and I've found with the most prolific authors that they tend to be pantsers. They tend not to plot out everything ahead of time. But one thing they do, and this really helps them, is they know their world. For example, Barbara Cartland, who wrote something like 753 romance novels. She mostly did historicals, and she set them in a rather limited era, and she was an expert on all of those things. Plus, she was very much a society woman. She was always going, having dinner with the Baron, that sort of thing. So she had that. She was in that world, and it helped her do that. People like Zane Grey, who spent a lot of time in the Far West and wrote westerns and talked to cattlemen and lived on ranches. I mean, so he was living that. I mean, of course, we can't all do that, but we can read, watch stuff on YouTube and get into our genre that way, and it really helps.
Yes, and I should say that I used to be a pantser, but what would happen is I would only be able to write 1,000 or less words a day. Once I start plotting, I could write 5,000 words a day. So it helped me, but I do prefer to find the story. And what tends to happen is I'll hit the main bullet points of that 10,000 word arc, but then what happens between 1,000 and 9,000 or 11,000 and 20,000, like, is usually all over the place. But I do tend to hit just those main bullet points. So we are unbelievably got a ton of questions still. This is amazing. We're gonna try and go a little quicker so we can get as many in as possible. So with passion projects that don't have set deadlines, how do you effectively stay motivated or keep deadlines you set for yourself? Deborah, this seems like a good question for you, since I know most of your work, if not all of it, is self-published.
Yeah, well, I do have both my fiction and some of my nonfiction is also traditionally published, so I am a hybrid author. And I think it is harder when you don't have a deadline, and I struggle with that. I really do. And sometimes that's what I'll go, okay, I'm done with pre-orders. I'm done with the stress of having to pre-order. And then I'll go, but I'm not really writing. So up goes the pre-order to force me to write. So what I also do is, what Deborah mentioned this a little bit earlier, which is having a writing tribe, which is really helpful. So I'll go online. I have a big, huge group I'm one of the moderators for, and I'll go, I'm calling for sprints tomorrow. And then a whole group of us will sit down and we'll sprint, and we'll post our word count every hour. Or I'll go to my editor's house, and she'll sit at one end of the, she's a writer too, and she'll sit on one end of the table, I'll sit on the other end of the table, and I'll write. Or I'll have people come over and say, come over on Sunday and let's all write together. And so we're all working on our own projects, but we've got that dedicated energy, that time and energy. So if you're needing external kinds of ways to get yourself to write, because the internal, okay, I'm going to write today, isn't working, then get with somebody else who can help you, because they're going to be writing and you're going to be writing. And so that's your dedicated time.
Yeah, one thing that I love about doing sprints, so we should define what sprints are. We're talking about you pick a time. It could be 25 minutes or 50 minutes or 45 minutes, and you were just literally down writing, like you're sprinting for a set amount of time with a break in between. And then you just keep doing that. And I found that writing sprints with other people especially is quite effective, because then you're almost trying to beat them, or you're trying to beat your own time, or like you're sort of playing your own race while you're racing with other people.
Just because you don't have a deadline doesn't mean you can't set a deadline.
Yes. Okay. So next question. Do you ever look back at things you started writing but abandoned and then feel inspired to work on them again?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Which is why it's really helpful to keep your abandoned projects all together. So when you're feeling like, okay, I think I want to explore something that I haven't in a while, it's right there waiting for you.
Yeah, one thing I do with those abandoned folders is I often look back and then smash a bunch of ideas together, because a lot of times one idea is not enough to like make a whole book, but if like that is an A story, then there's a B story and a C story together, suddenly like I have a book. Deb, what was the name of the support group you mentioned earlier? And then
well, it's Club Indie, and you have to have already self-published 2 books to be in it. So if you have that, you can friend me on Facebook, and then I can ask to be added to Club Indie. But you do have to have that kind of thing. Can I add to what we were just saying?
Sure, for sure.
which of course I have just forgotten. Oh, I don't have any abandoned projects. I have projects that I just haven't gotten to yet and might never get to, but they're there. And so I think maybe don't think of it as abandoned. You might just go, okay, I'm going to put it aside to work on other stuff. But as ideas might, come to you, you're going to put them in that file and eventually get back to it. So they're not, except for a lot of authors will say their first book is under the bed, because a lot of times your first one or two books are so bad because that's your learning to write books, and they shouldn't be published. They should never see the light of day. They were just, you've got one of those too. Well, my first book actually is not under the bed, and it is a USA Today bestselling book, but I wrote it with a critique group. I wrote it with a writing teacher, and my editor for that book is still my editor to this day. And so it was a learning to write book, but it was a learning to write that as I wrote it, I kept learning more and going back and put a lot of work into that book. So it is possible to redeem your first book, but a lot of times they just don't, just put them under the bed.
Awesome. So
Yeah,
quickly,
with abandoned projects, I do have a couple of abandoned projects, but I've cannibalized them. I've taken characters and used them in projects that I've finished. And I would also suggest cannibalizing your life. Using people you meet, that sort of thing. Georges Simenon, who wrote the Magritte mystery novels, he was a hugely prolific and successful Belgian mystery writer. He put pretty much everyone he ever met into his books, and in places that he had been, pawn shops or bars or brothels or wherever he had been, all ended up in there. I do this a lot. Travel's a good way to do that if you can afford it. I did some work in Ethiopia and wrote a book there. And while I was there, I'm researching history. Some of that ended up in a couple of different of my ghostwritten projects. I actually based an entire fantasy world on the ancient kingdom of Adwa, because why not? If you have that knowledge, you might as well use it. And we all have lots of knowledge. All these writers that are listening to us are all avid readers. And so I'm sure that they have lots of stuff tucked away that they could use.
Awesome. So very quickly, Deborah, what do you use to dictate?
Oh, well, I just have on your iPhone, it comes with an app that it's voice memos. So I just go to the voice memo, and I might be driving in the car. The only time I can't do this is if I'm in the shower, but the rest of the time, I don't know if you can see it. It looks like that right there.
Push to the right.
Okay.
It's called voice memo.
Sorry.
Right?
Never mind. This might not have been the best way to do it. Never mind. But,
that's okay, but it's called voice memo. All right.
It came with the iPhone. So if you have an iPhone, you should have it.
And if you don't,
my Android has something similar.
Yeah. Deb, do you dictate?
I don't, because I know I'm never going to listen to it again. So.
Yeah, I had the same problem. I hate my own voice, so I don't.
Well, yeah, that's not the problem. It's and there's something, it's called Otter, where you can, I think it's free up to a certain number of minutes a month, where you can you upload your file and they give you your notes back. But I have enough, interviews where I have to re-listen to. So I find I always have a legal pad somewhere, and usually I'll go through one and then I'll go through the next, and I keep everything together, and then I will separate out the important notes into which project they need to be in on the computer.
Awesome. All right. I'm just going through and seeing what I think the next question is what Rennie Fulton asks, what belongs in a book proposal? And I think we should start this one with Deb, since she has just released a nonfiction book through a publisher. So if you could just really quickly go through it, because we're running about 5 minutes on time.
Okay. Well, now I feel tested, and I shouldn't have opened that can of worms. No, I'm kidding. It starts with an overview. And then you want to talk about what's in the book, so the different sections, the different content. You also want to include things like your author bio and your marketing, which is your platform, website, communities, social media, your plan for getting your book out into the world, Then it goes into, demographic information. Who is your reader, in research, looking at what else is out there that's similar but different. And then also a more detailed outline, and then sample chapters.
Awesome. Anything else to add, Sean or Deborah? I know you guys have both done.
No, she did cover it. I will say though, the first time I was writing nonfiction and I called my agent, I was really excited, and he goes, "Stop writing the book. The nonfiction sells my proposal." And I was like, and it actually stalled me. So I'm going to be the person who says, if you want to write the book first before the proposal, go ahead.
And often publishers will have little quirks about what they want in a proposal, so pay very close attention to that. But Deb had all of the major stuff covered already.
I want to add one other thing that's more like a Deb thing, is you should be working on, or usually you'll find yourself working on more than one thing at a time, which is great, because if you get stalled on one thing, then you've got something else to go to. So why not work on your book and your book proposal in tandem?
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think too, when it comes to nonfiction, getting your ideas, I find for me, it's the nonfiction, when I find myself saying something, sort of when I'm talking to people or teaching people or coaching people, saying the same things over and over again, it's like, okay, that needs to go in a book. So pay attention to what's important to you or interests you or you're an expert in, and start jotting down some of those notes.
That's a good point, because I know when I wrote my 2 nonfiction books, they're almost all directly pulled from questions that were asked of me dozens of times before. I was like, I'm just going to write this down so that people, so that more people can do it. And then when you go to make that book proposal, it makes it stronger, because you now have data that shows that like many people have asked you these similar questions. Really quickly, do you guys use an app to organize your work?
No.
Deb?
Google Docs, notebooks, calendar. Boom.
Yeah.
That's
all right.
Calendar's essential, yes. Yeah.
All right. So we are unbelievably at the end of our time together, but I want to give each of you guys a chance to pitch yourself. Deb, someone did ask about your writer group and what the name of it is. So first, we'll go to you, and you can tell them what that is. M. Sanal also says Google has put in a transcription app, but they haven't tried it yet. So that's another place to try. Or Dragon Dictation is another one. The scroll along the bottom this whole time has had the links, the best links that I found to people's websites. So the Deb Method, DeborahHotland.com, and then Midlist Writer. So feel free to pitch anything else. But what I'd like for each person to do is sort of give the best takeaway that you would either you heard or that you have given writers, or you can take it any way, but basically what you want them to leave this talk with, and then we will say goodbye. So let's start with Deb or Deborah. We'll start with Deborah, and then we'll go to Sean, and then we'll finish with Deb.
Don't give up. Just keep writing. Don't judge it. Just keep writing. And when you're done, find some really good editors. Not just one, a whole bunch of them.
Awesome. And then where can we find you? And also, I would like to add, what book would you say they should check out from you if they are just checking out one?
Well, my very first one in the series, it's called Beyond Montana's Sky, which is just the prequel to the whole shebang of 23 or whatever, I haven't counted lately, books. But there's also the nonfiction and the first book of my space opera or my fantasy, Sower of Dreams. Okay.
Awesome. And then is DeborahHolland.com the best place to find you, or is there another website? Okay, excellent. So Sean, let's go to you.
Okay, well, best places to find me, on the bottom there's Midlist Writer. It's actually midlistwriterblogspot.com. I'm also Writer Sean, Sean, at Instagram and Facebook. And Twitter, which I don't use much anymore. But as far as my books, I would say Writing Secrets of the World's Most Prolific Authors I looked at a dozen authors who wrote more than 300 books in their lifetime and were wildly successful. And I looked at their methods and compared them. Also, I just started, because I'm bored on lockdown, I've started a YouTube channel of advice for writers. It's called The Productive Writer. I have 3 up now, and I'll do 2 more next week. So that's The Productive Writer. And the best advice I've ever heard, and I've already told you this one before, Russell, but I got to repeat it because it's really helped me when I was just starting. It was a mid-list mystery writer who'd written dozens of books under her own name and under pen names and house names. And I can't remember her name. I met her more than 20 years ago, and I wish I could, because she said to this room at a writing conference I was in Tucson, Arizona, she said, if you can write a page a day, by the end of the year, you'll have a book. And I tried it, and it worked.
Awesome. And Deb, don't forget to tell them what the group was that you were talking about before.
Okay,
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, well, I'll start with my group. So, Write On Online, the Facebook page enables you to host your goals and report on your goals. The Write On Online group is the one that has the daily threads and encouragement and connection. And I also lead a Twitter chat called Goal Chat, which is Sunday nights at 7 p.m. Pacific. And I just started a Facebook Live show on the Mango Publishing site called Goal Chat Live, which is Mondays at 4. So it's basically, if you'd rather tweet your goals, or you'd rather interact at a Facebook Live show, or you'd rather interact within a group, I'm a firm believer in making yourself available in places that people are comfortable. So I am all about the productivity. I did independently publish 2 books before, Purple Pencil Adventures and Write On Blogging, but this book, my baby, Your Goal Guide, a roadmap for setting, planning, and achieving your goals, this will help you with anything, whether it's reconfiguring your life or figuring out what you want to work on. And there's also a Facebook group where people post questions and get feedback as well. And I would just say, the advice that I was told my entire life, you can do it. Believe in yourself. Go for it. Everything will happen. It might take a little bit longer than you'd like, but if you keep what you want in focus, you can make a lot of things happen.
Can you, Fritzy Canas is asking, what were your platforms again that they can find you on?
Oh, everywhere. Write On Online on Facebook, and also the Deb Method on Facebook. And then there are groups attached to each, the Your Goal Guide group and Write On group. I am also at Write On Online on Twitter and Instagram, at the Deb Method on Twitter, Instagram, and you can find my Facebook show on the Mango page. Oh, or connect with me on LinkedIn.
Awesome. And now, don't go anywhere because we have Craig Miller and Ethan Ransom coming up. But Deb is going to have her own Facebook, her own Zoom going on. Deborah, this is a new link, so you should jot it down. I know it's not the easiest link, but I'm going to bring back on Nick. And he can say goodbye to you, and then we'll say goodbye to the 3 of them, and then you can find Deb at this Zoom link for the next hour.
Hey.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, glad to be back. I've enjoyed listening to you guys while I was offline and doing my producer thing, and I just really enjoyed all the things that you guys said. I'm going to have to listen to the recording of this when I'm able to take notes.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Say bye to our friends.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks a lot for coming.
Me.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
All right. And 2 and 3. All right. Now remember, if you can actually listen to this and listen to Deborah in the Zoom group, so you don't have to leave and pick one or the other. You can do both at the same time, as long as you're okay with kind of having dual things going on in your ears. So
you might need to mute one of those channels.
And then I am going to put the Zoom link in the chat as well. So the Zoom link should now be in the chat for everybody except for the people on Periscope. I don't know why it's not on Periscope. Nick, talk about the next thing while I try and fix this.
Sure, no problem. I'm happy to. So next, we're talking about structure and pacing with Ethan Ransom and Craig Miller. So it was great that for our first hour, we actually had a couple of nonfiction authors talking about nonfiction books. And is my audio okay? I think I feel a
Yes, it's
little
fine.
funny. Okay, good. Sorry. So so this next hour, Ethan Ransom and Craig Miller are both in the screenwriting world. So we'll get to have some of these story insights and writing insights from the perspective of people who do a lot of screenwriting. Both Ethan and Craig will also have plenty to say to people who write books. So both of them have coached and I believe continue to coach novelists and fiction writers of all kinds. So they're not limited to screenwriting, but it's going to be interesting to hear from people who, that's their center of gravity. So because it's certainly not my center of gravity in my
Awesome.
writing life.
And we
Um,
actually have Craig on now, so we're still waiting for Ethan.
oh,
Um, so I will bring Craig on since I haven't seen him in a while, and I really want to see him with his new facial hair. Hi, Craig.
Hi, how are you?
I am doing great. How are you doing?
I'm okay, going crazy, but just like all of us, stuck at home and not spending time with people.
Yeah, I have been having a lot of Zoom calls because I'm a very extroverted person. So every day I feel like I'm having like 4 or 5 Zoom calls, and this is like the ultimate Zoom call, like 6 hours straight of saying hello to people.
Yeah, yeah. I've just started. I didn't have Zoom before about 3 weeks ago, and so I'm just starting to get into that. Hey, let's all have a party where we're not in the same place.
Yes, I've been drinking a little bit more than usual, but I'm always doing it with friends over Zoom, so it feels like it's okay.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to a wine and cheese party later today
Oh,
over
wonderful.
Zoom.
That sounds lovely.
So we're all going to be tasting our own cheese.
That sounds nice. What cheese did you get?
Well, it's all cheese we already had, so it's fairly common stuff like extra sharp cheddar. But my favorite cheese, which I do have some here, is a Scandinavian, a Swedish and Norwegian cheese called Jetoast, which is a goat cheese.
I love
Wonderful.
Yetost.
Yeah.
So, Craig, it's been lovely to talk with you. I could talk cheese with you all day, but I am going to let Nick lead this hour. And so, don't worry, people, if you're here. We're going to be talking about pacing and structure. And Craig is lovely, and it
And
looks like
Ethan
we
will
have
joining
Ethan too
soon.
now. So I'm
Oh,
going to bring
good.
on Ethan. I'm going to go away, and I will see you guys back around 11:55 when we bring on Tanya Del Rio for our first keynote presentation.
Looking forward to it. We'll see you then.
Hello,
Fantastic.
Ethan.
Hey, everybody. How's it
Yay,
going?
Ethan's here too.
Hi.
And
Ah.
goodbye, Ethan.
Oh.
Awesome. Not saying goodbye to you, saying goodbye
Yes,
to
yes,
him.
yes. Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
so I'm really glad to have both of you guys on at once because I would really like to introduce you to each other. Why don't you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves and I mean to one another, but also to our listeners, because I think most of the people who are tuning into this are actually fiction and nonfiction authors or aspiring authors, and they probably don't know very much about the screenwriting world and don't spend a lot of time on IMDb. So, Ethan, why don't you introduce yourself first and get us started?
Absolutely. Hey, everybody. Ethan Ransom. I am a screenwriter in Los Angeles, California. I started writing about 15 years ago and have been steadily improving my craft ever since. I was fortunate enough to get my master's from the American Film Institute and have been doing various things ever since. I worked a little bit in marketing and advertising while writing. I'm working on a feature right now, and I've worked with like a variety of different people over those years on different feature projects. So I'm mainly features. That's kind of my bread and butter. And I started coaching writers a few years back when I got the opportunity to mentor at a short film workshop. And it was just so much fun helping new writers find their voice, find their way, to teach them the things that I had spent so much painful time learning. I thought to myself, this is something that I want to make a consistent part of my life. And so started doing that mostly with that short film workshop, which is called the Creative Lab. It's run by an organization called the Greenhouse Arts and Media. And from there branched out to individual people that I would help with different things, and now try to do it consistently. And I've founded this, just a couple different places on social where I put out encouragement and inspiration and education for people who are looking for it. And then if people want to work with me one-on-one, we'll do that. And this is all while I'm doing my own projects. So it's a blast. And I met Nick kind of for that reason. And
Yep,
we
I
connected
remember
there
that.
over, and just have had a blast seeing kind of the way he runs his practice, and just pooling our knowledge when we can to help as many writers as possible. So was thrilled to be invited to this, and I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you so much, Nick.
Excellent. I'm glad to see you again. And Craig, let's hear from you.
Well, as has been said, I'm primarily 99% in the entertainment area. I started out in marketing. I was a publicity executive in motion pictures for
That's right.
10 years, starting with Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back. At Lucasfilm, I worked with Jim Henson. I worked with a lot of different studios and companies on a lot of movies, mostly genre.
On the marketing side
Science
of
fiction,
things.
fantasy. I'm sorry?
On the marketing side of things. But then there was this
On the marketing side
shift.
of things. But I was, even at that time, I was writing and producing projects that were centered around the marketing of those things. So I was writing scripts as well. But for the last 30, almost 35 years, I've been writing television, primarily animation, but I've written things like The Hunger and even Murder, She Wrote.
Oh, okay.
But um,
But you're not an executive now. I mean, now you've more
no,
focused on the
now
writing, right?
I'm a writer. I've had one nonfiction book come out. It's a memoir of my Star Wars years called Star Wars Memories. Everything else pretty much has been scripts. I've also taught writing at places like the Art Institute of California and Woodbury University, and I've been a lecturer on writing all over the U.S. and India, Spain, Italy. I've taught classes where they've brought me in for writing events. They've had me do a master class. So I've done a lot of work working with writers other than me, and teaching and being a supervising writer on projects.
Okay. Well, so that, by the way, the whole collaboration and being a supervising writer and things, those are questions that I really want to ask you in a different hour. So I wish I had you and Ethan on all day. But so since we're talking about structure and pacing, and I know that both of you guys have, like, I have read Ethan's work. Craig, I've seen your work on the big screen. I and the small screen. And so I know that you guys know pacing. And I want it pacing just seems to be this ephemeris thing. Like everybody recognizes it when they see it, when they feel it. Uh, it's like it's this thing, this irresistible thing that pulls you along. But it's very difficult to understand how to make that happen. And I just, like, where do you start thinking about
I
story
think everybody
structure?
recognizes bad pacing in
Yes, and
particular.
ad structure.
It's
Yeah,
it's so slow, it's ponderous. You don't feel like you're. I mean, I've had books I've read and movies I've watched where it's like, are we ever going to get anywhere? Is anything ever going to happen?
yeah,
I mean, I don't need something to blow up, but at least
right.
advance the story, advance the characters.
Yeah, yeah. And I love there's certain slow-paced stories that I love. Like, Tolkien is not a fast-moving story, but it does have a pace, and it's a pace that pulls you along. For modern examples, David Weber and Alison Croghan are great examples of this. These are authors who, oh my gosh, they'll spend 3 pages on description, and we're going to talk about this a little more, I hope, in the world building session. Um, but but they do it in such a way that somehow they can be talking about what the forest and what the mountains are like in a way that still draws you forward. And so there's fast pace and there's slow pace. How does a reader, not a reader, how does an author decide what's the right pace for the work that they're trying to write? Any ideas?
Um, I think there's many different theories. I think one thing to keep in mind though is yes, Tolkien can get away with that. Um, Great writers can get away with that. We're not all Tolkien, so
Got it.
I know a lot of people are sure they're just as good, but they're probably not. So, don't assume that the magic of your words will pull people along. I think you do have to keep in mind the pace and the structure of things.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um, so, what approach do you use? Is there a particular approach that you use when you're thinking about? Well, maybe that's the wrong question to ask about pacing, but we're also talking about story structure here. Like, is there because the structure has so much to do with the pace. Those two things we put them together because they're really kind of two sides to the same coin. So, is there a particular approach that you use? Are you a beat sheet person or a hero's journey person, or do you just kind of use whatever depending on the project? Or go ahead, Ethan. We haven't heard from you yet.
Absolutely. Yeah, I really, really dig a lot into the characters first. And once I've kind of got the general idea for the story, because I've found that, I mean, that'll answer a lot of my questions as far as what should happen, what could happen, and then what is best for the story to happen. So once I've kind of gotten to the point where I can feel the characters, then I'll go and just start writing down ideas for scenes, starting to write ideas, kind of the big movements of the story. I'm one of those writers that likes to, at least for my screenplays, likes to think in sequences. So,
Okay.
we start here. By the end of the sequence, we're going to transition to the next movement. This event is going to happen there. What happens in between? So you think about what leads logically from thing to thing. You think about what's really necessary, because it really needs to be, at least, especially in a screenplay, everything needs to be necessary. I think in the best work that you're going to do, nothing should have no purpose. Although we can all think of those iconic moments that we can say like, well, that's my favorite thing in that movie, and that had no purpose. So like, well, I think that comes out more later in the process. But when you're figuring out what the story is, everything needs to be kind of connected and well woven together as it progresses. So I do it beat by beat. I go moment to moment. That helps me make sure that I'm not missing anything and that I'm not adding something that doesn't need to be there, because that's when it starts to feel slow.
Yeah. I think one of the
Yeah.
things that I've seen in my own clients is people will mistake embellishment for plot point. And you've got to get the plot points in first. Once you get the plot points all sorted out, then you can start embellishing things if your story warrants it, and if you as a writer can get away with it, like you were saying, Craig. So, I mean, Craig, do you have a favorite approach for story
Well,
structure?
I mean, I agree with Ethan that character is the most important thing in storytelling. A lot of people think it's all about the incidents. This happened, and then this happened, and then this happened. But it's really, there's this guy or this Martian or this anthropomorphic sheep or whatever you're writing about, and there was some incident or some desire, and this happened, and they reacted to it by doing X, and some other thing reacted to what they did by doing Y. And it's all about the characters and their actions and their reasons for those actions, um, not about the incidents. So you have to have the characters well in mind and have the characters always be true to whoever they are. and their, you know, their personalities, their needs, their desires, um, and have that draw the story. One of the other things I think with pacing is a lot of writers think, here's important information. Our readers or our viewers need to know this. And then they spend a lot of time explaining, sometimes in an interesting fashion, sometimes in a, here, let me stop and talk at you fashion. And they tell you stuff. And really, you don't need to know it. I think part of pacing is knowing when to tell readers what information they need to know. Don't ladle it on at the beginning, parse it out. They'll discover it in the story when it makes sense for them to learn it. And that will
Yeah.
keep your story flowing better. It
Yeah.
won't bog down.
Yeah. Yeah. That's fascinating that you guys are, I mean, now that you mention it, I think you're right about the importance of character. We're actually talking about character in the next hour, but, but just to follow that, like how much, so in the beginning, when you're getting started, you spend a lot of time developing your characters and figuring that out. And how much time do you spend structuring your writing before you actually start to write? If you've got the clear characters in mind, can't you just do you just pants your way along and then add the story structure later, or how does that work?
You can. It's probably not a good idea because, I mean, one of the reasons in movies and television, you almost always write some form of an outline before you write the script because you want to make sure the structure of the story works, that you don't end up in a hole, that you don't end up at a blank wall. Um, you know, you have to figure it out. So starting with a novel or even a short story, I guess short stories you've got more room because they're short enough that you can
Right.
go back and say, oh, I need to figure out some reason for this to work. But
Yeah.
I think particularly anything of length, you need to map out, be it beats or an outline or just one word notes
Yeah.
for each scene, just to, so you have a structure in mind. You can
Yeah.
vary from it, but it gives you a pathway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. So, yeah, thoughts on that and how
Oh,
character influences plot?
yeah,
Pacing?
absolutely. I mean, to jump off of what Craig said, I think it's without going through your story end to end to some degree before you start the actual writing, you're going to hit that blank wall. Like I have so many times, and I keep getting reminded, like, that's right, I didn't think through this part of the story, and that's why it's giving me trouble. So you know, to varying degrees, writers do that to different levels, to different depths. I know John August, he co-wrote Aladdin. He doesn't like to prepare too much, otherwise he feels like stiff and he doesn't feel inspired as he writes. Then very famously, Stephen King does not outline, but even he talks about it in his book. He's like, well, I know the shape of the story. I know it's this person doing this journey and it ends up here. So like, okay, well that's, so he outlines in really big, broad strokes. Cool.
He's an instinctive outliner, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's, here's the thing. He's doing the same thing any of us do when we outline. He's just doing it on the page as he goes, and he's feeling his way through. And I think it's interesting because I think that explains why there is different editions of the Dark Tower series, because he has to go back and like sync some things up because he was doing it as he went, which is fine. I mean, obviously, it's great work.
So speaking of which, we have a question from B. June. He says, I'm especially interested in how to check back in with pacing and structure after I've written a messy, long first draft. This is exactly the kind of thing you were talking about. I'm fine writing a short story, but writing an 80,000 word novel draft feels daunting. Advice for B. June? Go ahead, Craig.
Well, you know, other than, like I say, don't write the whole novel. I mean, Stephen King can do it. He's Stephen King. You may be able to do it.
Not me.
But it depends. I think most people need to write at least some outline form. And again, it could be one sentence for every scene. It could be, you know, a paragraph for every chapter. but something that at least tells you this is going to be going on here,
Yeah.
and gives you that basic pathway, keeps you so you know the direction you need to take. Again,
Yeah.
if while you're writing the full draft, you see this pretty pathway off to the side, you can go explore it. You're not, it's you wrote the outline, you can change it, but
Hmm.
at least you have some structure to go back to.
Right. Yeah, you're not creating a prison for yourself. You're creating a map for yourself. You can change the map. Yeah. And I think that answers Rennie's question. Rennie wants to know, do I need to know the ending before I start? And, wants to know how important that is. So we've covered that. But I think Bijun probably did start with a clear structure. And then using that structure, he wrote a long, messy first draft. Uh, Advice, he wants to check back with his structure. He's like, well, I started with this, but then blah, this happened. Now what do I do, Ethan?
Yeah, I can chime in on that because I did that on a draft of this really kind of complex multi-character action-packed thing, and I wrote an outline, and then I followed a pretty path, and it took me into the weeds, and I had to retrace my steps and go back to my outline. On other stories, I'll discover things on the way through, and I think on every work you'll find things in the writing. But I'm afraid what I would say to Bijun is it's just the hard work of going back and reading your story and trying to turn off every part of your brain except that pacing reader and saying like, okay, how long has it been? And like write down numbers if you have to. Go like get really technical because at first you'll be able to probably feel where something is slow, but then you have to figure out why. So it's just a hard slog sometimes, but that's why it's nicer if you've outlined because you can say, all right, generally these lengths of pages or time or events is a good like marking point for me to say about here something should happen.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's prep, and it's then after when you need to check back in, it's just going in there and getting your hands dirty.
Yeah.
And having
Right. I
people
mean,
read it if they can, if they want to.
I think you need to keep in mind, a writer needs to keep in mind that every scene should move the story forward, should move the characters forward, or do
Yes.
both.
Yes.
And when you reread it and you see something, it's like, is anything happening here? Is it moving the story forward, or or at least is it telling us more about our characters? It doesn't have to move the story forward if we're learning something about the characters, their wants, their desires, all that kind of stuff. Um, you know, but if it's not doing either of those things, is it necessary?
Yeah. Yeah. And here's another thing I want to throw out to both you guys. One of the things that I have noticed is authors, even more experienced authors, but especially authors who are still, sort of on the on ramp into their career, they will. When I try to talk to them about pacing, they will often confuse, especially when we just talked about structure, they'll often confuse the idea of the sort of the overall pacing, getting the beats where the beats need to be so it's a coherent story and it's a subconsciously pleasing experience with sort of the mid-level or the scene level pacing where the things are happening, people are talking, things are happening, and it's, you see what I'm saying? There's like the overall pacing, and then there's the mid-level pacing. Um, do you I imagine both of you guys must treat those things differently, or am I wrong? Are those actually the same thing, just scaled up and down? How do you think about those things? Go ahead, Ethan.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you just let us know. I love listening to Craig, so you'll have to get me to start. Yeah, it's the same principle, scale down. So overall, things need to be connected and sequential. Well, maybe sequential, but like the story needs to be working together as it
Now,
moves
there needs to
forward.
be a sequence. You can
Yes,
be
exactly.
creative about the sequence, but
Right.
there's
It
got
can
to be
be
one.
nonlinear, but it should work both ways, and that's another discussion. But in the scenes, and I find this a lot with younger writers, they will not quite get the pacing right moment to moment, beat to beat. Either a line won't make sense, or they'll add in a little like kind of grace note that actually slows the scene down for the sake of a joke, or things like that. Just inside a scene, characters need to be, in a sense, reacting to each other, listening to each other in a real, believable way, and that's what helps the pacing of a scene move forward. If there's this one line that you just gotta have, but it doesn't do that, it's gonna fall flat no matter how great it is. And so that's what I'll recommend to people, to say, like, this part feels weird, or it feels flat, or it's not working, and I think that's because what this person said doesn't follow from that what that previous person said, and it's those connections that make it feel like it's just smoothly flowing.
Okay, story
Yeah, I mean, I
logic.
think each scene has to be well paced, just as the entire novel or the entire script has to be well paced. So if you have a lot of dead spots in a scene, or a sequence, maybe you need to rethink how you've staged that individual scene.
Hmm.
Everything needs to keep. I mean, it doesn't need to be an all out 100-yard dash for the entire length. I mean, it's not one single pace, and it shouldn't be this excited kind of explosive pace throughout. Your audience or your readers will be exhausted, but you need the reader needs to want to continue reading. You know, it's that old term, a page turner. If you get to a point where the reader says, okay, that's enough for tonight, I'll put the book down, then maybe your scenes aren't well paced.
Yeah.
They need to want to keep going and have to force themselves to say, I got to get up in the morning and put the book down. So you need to think about, is it interesting throughout?
Yeah.
And
And
I mean, it
developing
gets
that
into
ear for
character as
knowing
well.
whether. Right. Yeah. I think one of the challenges, we've got another question here from a fellow named Rankin Johnson. I'm going to read his question in a second, but just to sort of put it in context, I think, I mean, what you're saying just sounds obviously true. And yet, so many of us struggle with it. And I think partly it's because we, there seems to be, I've noticed in myself over the years, a calibration going on of my own ability to detect these things in my own writing. And this is why it's so important, I think, for writers to be voracious readers and attentive ones, where you're reading. Sure, of course, you're reading to enjoy the story. Otherwise, why read? But also you're reading with the perspective of an author, and you'll see the way a scene, like just talking about. Well, let me read Rankin's. Um, uh, oh, by the way, Rennie Fulton, wait for the next hour. um, um, he says, you've talked about creating structure with an outline before you start writing. Do you also consider pacing, tension, and other emotional content before you even start writing? How do you keep those coming at the right rate? And I guess part of Rankin, because we've been talking about the larger thing, I think maybe Rankin might be asking about the uh, like the way that you do that, even scene by scene. And one of the things that I remember noting and writing down is how um, sometimes when the action is like the action will be going fast, and then when the action ramps up in tension, the the number of words used to describe the action that's happening actually grows. In other words, it's like if you were to do it in a screenplay, it would be, oh, now this scene happens in slow motion so that the reader can soak in every detail. But in novel writing, what that looks like is, you'll go an entire 2-page spread talking about how the main character loses his balance and topples over into a hole. And that's all he did. He loses his balance and he falls into the hole. But that's the most important thing that's happened in 100 pages, and so it's worth it to make that happen in slow motion. But boy, right after that, though, you better pick up that pace again, because the only reason you got away with wasting 300 words on him toppling over into a hole is because of how important it was. And every moment in your book can't be that important, or you're Edward Bulwer Lytton all over again. Anyway, so so he's talking about how do you pre-plan all of that pacing, tension, and other emotional content is what Rankin's asking. How do you pre-plan all that stuff?
I can jump in. For me, it's kind of instinctive. It's sort of hanging there in the ether above the details that I have put down. It's just something that I can feel. And so I know that when I get there, there's a feeling I'm trying to achieve. And then when you get there to actually write it, it's just experience of knowing how to make that happen. Sadly, I don't have a simpler explanation than that. But when, based on previous films that I've watched and scripts that I've read and the way that they've made me feel by doing things a certain way, that's all kind of subconsciously working for me while I make the outline and while I'm thinking about, all right, this sequence should feel like this. This series of beats is going to cascade in a way that should create this feeling. And so even though I don't have the specifics of how that'll work on the page, I'm kind of ready to go when I get there. I just wrote a scene this week that I've been like salivating to write for like 10 days. And it was glorious. It was glorious. And it felt the way that I thought it would. And so that I think comes with experience, and it comes too with a real clarity of knowing what you're trying to achieve. And so when you're writing just the outline, you're like, I think it's, for me, I just need to really solidify the feeling in my mind for that moment. Take as much notes as I want at that point to like help me remember that feeling, and then just kind of tuck it away for later.
Okay. So we
Yeah.
have another. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Say your thing. We have another question, but we have time. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, one of the problems is there are no patterns. There's no like cookie cutter, do it this way, and then on that page do that. All those writing books that tell you, well, by chapter 3 you need a reversal, or some sort of thing. I'm sorry, but that's all crap. Anything that tries to give you an exact pattern, no one in reality writes that way. You can use those things if you're reading something and you're writing something and you read it back and you go, this isn't working. You can maybe use those to help you figure out the problem, but they're not roadmaps, really, no matter what the authors of the book say.
So it's funny you should use that term. I think you're right. Absolutely agree with you on everything you just said. And I would just say, yes, they are roadmaps. And you have to ask yourself, do I want to go to the same place that guy went? Like, am I writing his book? Because obviously this thing worked for his book. You know, like every beat sheet I've ever seen was an amazing, wonderful blueprint for someone else's book.
Yeah.
And it might not be my book. And so this is why I love, people like Jamie Gold who've assembled, dozens, maybe more than 100 different beat sheets on one website, and you can scroll through them and click on them and you can look for a beat sheet or a story structure idea that seems to resonate with your particular story. But boy, absolutely, don't get
Well,
stuck. Don't marry yourself to a single concept, because you're
yeah, I
just
mean,
going to
that's
write the same
exactly it.
story over and again. Yeah.
If you could, if there was a form that you followed and just filled in the blank Mad Lib style, who needs you as a writer? The whole point is to bring your voice to whatever the story is. We've seen Romeo and Juliet told 9,000 different ways. The 300 that are the same way, we really don't care about. It's the ones that are different where you bring your voice. So if you're bringing your voice, you have to bring the structure that works for you, the
Mhm.
characterizations that work for you,
Yeah.
and not try to follow a pattern.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
unfortunately, what that takes is practice.
Yeah. Yeah. And,
Write a
and on the
lot of
other end,
stuff.
that also defends the whole idea of beat sheets, though. That's a great example. If you realize, oh my gosh, my story is Romeo and Juliet. Okay, then go ahead and retell the Romeo and Juliet story. But like you said, tell it in your own way. Like a beat sheet or a particular story structure doesn't have to be slavishly followed. You can go, oh yeah, this is a structure that fits the kind of thing I'm trying to say. But like you said, make it your own. Do your own version of Romeo and Juliet. If you're gonna do Romeo and Juliet again, fine. Just make it your own. Don't do a Mad Lib version of anything. Yeah, I agree.
Uh,
Yeah.
I was saying an amusing but instructive example from a podcast I was listening to this week. I analyzed the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie from the 80s, maybe the early 90s, and talked about how strange the structure was in so many ways and how many rules it broke. And yet somehow, at least for the fans of the movie, it still really worked. So I think there's always a range of ways you can execute something once you realize what it is you're writing, and that is your choice as the author or the writer to say like, what do I want to create? And maybe it'll be really different and unexpected, but if it's emotionally resonant, then people will forgive and go along with a lot of different things.
Yeah, and that leads into something. Just as you're talking about the fundamentals, we've got another question. We talk about scene and sequence and script. Can Craig, can you just give a quick definition of each of those things? What is a scene? What is a sequence? What's a script?
Well, okay. Well, a script, obviously, that's the easy one to answer. It is just like it's the manuscript of a movie. A book has a manuscript. The script for a TV show or a movie is just that, but it's written out in script format, which you can find in a million places. And it is the thing they are going to film from, or animate from, or as a play perform on stage. But it's the same thing as a manuscript. A scene is an individual bit of time, I guess, from within the story, where
Time and setting, right?
Time and setting. It begins this bit of the story, and it's the same in a book or a movie script. It begins here and it ends here, this sequence. So it's probably, in a script, it would be cut to interior Joe's bedroom, and he's talking to his girlfriend, and it takes place however long that sequence is, however long that scene is, because it could be 2 seconds, it could be 20 minutes, depending on what you've written, but it's everything that happens immediately there in that period of time in that location. And then you cut to somewhere else.
Okay, I've got a great pair of questions. These actually work together. So how, as an author, is there a particular way that you use? I just betrayed my way. I use word count. But for you guys, as an author, do you see the pacing? How do you measure it, chapter by chapter, scene by scene, or even paragraph by paragraph? Says L.J. Kendall. And Manjo also asked, do you have tips on how to evaluate pacing during the rewrite process? So these are really two approaches to the same kind of thing. Like, how do I get it? How do I see it and measure it so that I can fix it?
I mean, I'll check in with myself if I'm writing. If I'm writing a script, I'll check in on certain ranges of pages again. For me, between 10 and 15 pages.
Page ranges.
Something, yeah, that's when big events should be transitioning us to the next part of the story, or like transitions should be starting. On the script I'm writing right now, I got 2 stories that are kind of doing this. And so it's like in a range of pages, those stories should be turning over to the next movement of each one. So, I mean, in the script, script is very rigid. Like you don't have a lot of room to play around. And so that's a little easier. You can say like, all right, is something happening now? Is something changing now? Are we moving ahead in this range? Then the pacing's probably good. And I should really be focusing on the scene pacing itself. But then what's the second question was, when you rewrite, how do you check back in?
How do you see the pacing? Like you just used word count as an example. I mean, you used page count. I use word count. I'll say how many, I'll select a chunk of dialogue and say, how many words is this? And how many words is this next one? And sometimes I'll find a dialogue. Well, anyway, you can see when you start doing word counts and you change what looks like a story into a series of quantifiable numbers, and then I can see which numbers are completely out of hand. And I realize, oh my gosh, this conversation got really bloated. How do I tighten that down? Or this conversation over here is really terse. That might be okay. Or am I leaving things out? Am I missing an opportunity to develop the character or something? But Craig, how do you see pacing and measure it chapter by chapter,
Well,
scene by
I
scene?
think word count is more of a novelist, and
It
page
is.
count is more of a scriptwriter thing. But they're effectively the same way. And I think, I mean, to me, it's more emotional. If I read through something, I'm going, this feels really slow, or this feels too rushed. And I mean, it's emotional because there is no real way to measure it. But sometimes you'll look and see, well, this has been going on a long time. Maybe I need to cut part of it, or maybe I need to intercut it with something else. And this applies to movies and novels just as well. Do I stay in this scene continuously, or do I cut away to something happening somewhere else and then come back to this? I mean, there are different ways to make those changes. Um, I always say every scene should leave you wanting to know what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
And if you play a scene all the way out to the end and it doesn't lead directly to something else, then maybe you've played that scene too far. And maybe you just need to cut the whole end of it and let us figure out later, the readers or the viewers figure out later where it went. You don't necessarily have to stay on a scene forever. You can move away. Give
Yeah.
your readers credit for being intelligent.
Right. Right.
And sometimes, just to throw in one last thing, you'll find repeated beats that you didn't intend on accident, and that's obviously a pacing issue. And even if different things happen, if you looked real closely, oh wait, the subtext of the movement of those two pairs of scenes are exactly the same. So I either need to make two new scenes that are either, cut one, cut the other, combine them, something like that. But watch out for repeat beats. They're easier,
right? Or do
especially when
they,
they're earlier.
if they seem different but they accomplish the same thing, you don't need both of them.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. Even though one of them might contribute more to your theme, one of them might contribute more to character development. So you kind of have to make a
Then you may need,
decision there.
you may either, there may be ways to combine those parts, or there may be ways to move that chunk of the scene to somewhere else. But if the overall scene both tells us, or both of these scenes tell us there's a big monster coming, we don't necessarily need two long scenes telling us there's a big monster coming.
Speaking of which, exposition is another question here. So one of the biggest problems I have with my clients is, especially at the beginning of a book, the beginning of a chapter, the beginning of a scene, there's this sudden, you can hear the beeping, beep, beep, the dump truck is backing up. Here comes the exposition. Like, how do we, any ideas about
It's
how to?
very common. You see this a lot with, student filmmakers and that sort of thing, where scenes start too soon, go on too long.
Interesting. They start too soon and go on too long.
You
That's
know, we don't
an
need to
exposition
see
dump.
everyone
Okay.
come into the room. You can start with the characters already in the room. You don't need to have them say hello and ask how their mother is. Get to what's going on. You don't have to wait for them to actually leave. They can talk about, okay, we're going to have to go do this.
Just cut to this.
Yeah,
Okay.
and don't worry about playing out the entirety. Play the important parts. Where do we need to come into this scene? I mean, it shouldn't seem like it's choppy or anything. It should have natural feeling, but it's so common to read scenes from newer authors where they just, start too early, and it's like, there's a joke about how no one on the telephone in a movie ever says goodbye. Well, that's because we don't need to hear them say goodbye.
Yeah.
They've
Yeah.
gotten to the end of the conversation, and you can cut away to the next sequence. Don't give us everything we don't need.
Right.
Yeah, there really should only be a goodbye if there's an intentional character moment or plot moment that's going to happen, right? They say goodbye and then they look and they see something, but we don't see what it is, and then we cut away. Like you have to use every moment intentionally. Can't just be filler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
So the exposition question, though, and I think this is especially tricky for newer screenwriters, but authors as well, is how to get people to say what you need them to say in a way that is believable. And that's really hard. And I think you gotta, to me, I always try to err on the side of under explaining as much as possible and say, like, did that need to be revealed here? Can it be implied? And it just comes with practice, figuring out ways, and you got to kind of sink back into your characters and be like, all right, what would they say? What would they do? If they're not going to say what the audience needs to know, then you got to figure out a way to get it in there in another way. A lot of times, and the nice thing is with film is you can do it visually if you need to in some cases, but sometimes it's just really tricky. And I always tip my hat to, watching movies and shows when sometimes it'll be a line for the audience from, an incredible artist. And I'm like, I guess they just couldn't figure out any other way to get us that information. So respect. Thanks for trying.
Yep.
Obviously there was no way except to do that. So sometimes you just can't avoid it, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a student one time who was doing a pirate script, and he started with like a page and a half of history about how after the Revolutionary War, the British weren't protecting American ships, and so the French and other pirates were raiding them. And I said, you don't need to tell us that. We don't care. But if you want to make sure people know, like 10 pages into the script, a French pirate takes over an American merchant ship, and there's a sword fight between the two captains. This is already in his script. And have the French pirate, when he knocks the sword out of the American captain's hand, say, if you Americans hadn't gotten rid of the British, we wouldn't be free to raid you. You've now covered all of that exposition in one line of dialogue.
Yeah,
and it's not exposition we need to know anyway, because, a pirate raided a merchant ship.
Right, right. Exactly.
Do I need to know how that was possible?
Yeah. Well, the author obviously thought that was very important for you to know.
He
it's
did.
very important to the author. This stuff is fascinating. But does it fascinate your reader?
For us to know, we didn't need to know it before the script started.
Right. We don't care.
Before the script started, we could.
We don't care.
The way. Tell us what we need to know when we need to know it.
Which is usually when we start caring about it.
Yeah.
If you set it up so that all of a sudden the reader cares, so that's my answer to this is, first you got to make the reader care about the exposition you're about to give them, because this is how David Weber gets away with, like, well, maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I'm pretty sure I've run across 5 straight pages of exposition in a David Weber novel, but it was never at the beginning. He'll get the story going and things are happening and you're like, you have these questions, and then 2 characters sit down in a cafe and they have a 5-page long discussion, which is your exposition. But what they're doing is they're answering all these questions and they're telling you all these things that now you care about. And 30 pages earlier, you didn't care about it. But now you're wrapped, you're engaged. Like, it doesn't feel like exposition. It feels like revelation. Yeah. And that's really the difference. When someone looks at your book and says, well, you've got a lot of exposition here, that means they didn't care about it when it came along. Because the same information, if you put it in the right place, they'll say, and then there was that revelation on page 50 or whatever. And you'll be like, that was actually exposition. Thank you very much. but if they wanted, it's revelation, But,
yeah.
So we are almost.
The trick is always making everyone want to care about what's going to happen, and that goes back to what we were talking about before about characters.
Yeah.
We care about the characters. We don't care about the war. We care about the characters in the war. Excuse me, the characters in the war.
Yeah.
So it's always making the reader, making the viewer care, and
Yeah.
they care about the characters and their story.
Yeah. So, guys, we need to wrap up in just a few more minutes, and there is another question here. Well, I don't know if we have time for it, but let me just throw it out there. So here's the thing. I'm going to ask, I need a quick take from each of you, but if you wouldn't mind, if you have more that you want to say, write it in the chat here and we'll post it as a reply to the person asking. He says, are there fundamental differences in pacing between a screenplay and a stage play from someone who's writing both? Stage play, screenplay. I don't know. I'm not a screenwriter
I
person.
think it's only limited by what you can accomplish on stage versus what you can accomplish on film. It's harder to have a building collapse on stage than in a movie. But to me, it always comes back to caring about the characters and following their story. So I think, there are natural differences between stage. Cuts between scenes, cuts between acts are different and take more time. So you need to keep people's interest, even though the scenery is pulling off one side and being trucked on the other side on a play. But that's part of how you're writing it and how you're performing it. But I think in terms of storytelling, it's pretty much the same.
Okay. All right.
Agreed. I
I
concur.
think excellent. All right. I think that any moment now we're going to have Russell come back in and help us do our wrap up. But before he does, I wanted to ask you guys again, since we have a little bit more time. This is a question that keeps coming up in the comments, and it's a question that keeps coming up in my own practice all the time. When I'll tell people what I see in their story, and after I've said it, then they can see it. And the question is, are there any tips for seeing my story with fresh eyes? I'm so close to it. I'm too close to it. It's too precious to me. I'm so entrenched in my piece. It's hard for me to see it objectively. And William Zinsser, said that a writer cannot be helped until he can approach his work with the objectivity of a plumber, checking to make sure that all the joints are tight. And I'm not wearing that shirt right now, but I have that on a shirt because I love that quote so much. So how do you see work with fresh eyes? Ethan?
It's hard. And first, I've had plenty of plumbers tell me it's fixed and not have tightened up all those pipe joints. So it's difficult. Again, part of it comes with practice, I think. Sometimes when you're not on a real deadline, if we're writing episodic television, usually you don't have time for this. But if you're writing a feature, you're writing a pilot, you're writing a novel, you can put it away for a week or 2 weeks and come back to it where you haven't just poured it out from your brain to your fingertips to the page, whatever form of way you write. But it's very difficult. It's why we never see the typos before we send the email, because in our head we know what it's supposed to say.
Yeah. Speaking of typos and email, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, just
one more minute.
Yeah, totally. Really quick tip: find some way to shake your brain to a different spot when you read it. Either changing positions, changing devices, changing format, changing places. I mean, you need to get out of whatever creative zone you were in when you created it. And also, sometimes it helps me to think, if I were going to make this and I was the producer, what concerns would I have? And if you can make that switch, you'll find all kinds of problems that you can then at least make decisions about rather than kind of be blind to them. So.
Excellent. Well, that's very helpful. So speaking about email and making the switch. I'm going to switch now to, I want to find out, we've got a lot of people who would love to follow you guys or talk to you more in some appropriate way. What's the best way to get in touch with you guys? Craig, is there a particular way that you want fans or?
I fear I have limited access, but I'm on Facebook. People can reach me there. There are a lot of Craig Millers, but I'm the one with a photo of me standing in front of the Millennium Falcon as the banner photo on his page. That's from when we were shooting Empire Strikes Back. But you can reach me there. That's probably the easiest. My Twitter account got hijacked, and so I have to get a new Twitter account. And because Twitter has literally no customer support.
Yeah.
They have a list of problems that if you have one of these problems, here's their canned answer. And if you don't have one of those problems, there is no one you can reach to have them help you. Anyway, so I have to set up a new Twitter account, but I don't currently have one. Probably the easiest is Facebook.
Facebook's good. Okay, excellent. And is there so Ethan, we've got your Facebook information here.
Absolutely.
And Twitter and email, all that is going to be in the chat stream, I guess.
Yeah.
And
let's throw it up
so
there.
what do you guys, is there something that I'm basically, look, I want to give you a chance to promote something that you're working on. So is there something that's, on the front burner right now that you want to talk about, that you want people to get excited about and click on and go buy it in a store or subscribe to it or whatever? Craig, or what are you doing right now?
Right now I'm waiting for projects to get greenlit that who knows how long that will take. But as long as we're talking about things you can buy, I happen to have this copy of my book sitting right here.
Excellent. I already wrote that down.
Available on Amazon or BarnesandNoble.com about my years working on Star Wars and Empire, and I call it an anecdotal memoir, and it's been doing very well. Thankfully, it's all 5-star reviews on Amazon, or almost all 5-star.
That's because you're selling to nerds like me. 4-star, so. Awesome. So, I love it. How about you, Ethan?
It's stuff you haven't read before.
Oh, I believe it.
That sounds great.
How about you, Ethan? What are you doing these days?
I'm working. Nothing that I'm working on is at any place for people to see yet, sadly. But for anyone who is at a spot where they feel like they need or want a one-on-one mentor, that's what I do. Other than my projects, and I really, really enjoy just encouraging people, inspiring them, helping them see those things in their own work that maybe they don't have eyes for, but maybe they can feel like something's not right. That's a good way to use my experience. So again, you can shoot me quick questions and I'll always respond to those. But if you are in a place where you really want in-depth like coaching and teaching, I know I needed that for myself. Going to AFI was that for me. And I love teaching others. So
okay. And I know you've got a good YouTube channel.
Oh, thanks.
It's just getting started, but I've been following your YouTube channel and I love the videos. I've shared them with a couple of my clients. And there was one other thing I wanted to ask you about. And Craig, I mean, if something occurs to you too, jump in, but like places where you teach, like Ethan, for a while there, you were doing like people would send you scripts or scenes or something, and you would choose one and you would go on Facebook Live or something. Are you still doing that? And you would like choose one and answer their question on Facebook Live?
Yes. Every so often I do something called Free Feedback Fridays. So anyone who wants to can put their name in the hat. I'll pick 3 writers and then they can send me the first 10 pages of either their pilot or their feature. And I'll just do live feedback for everyone to listen to and hopefully benefit from. That's completely free. And that's on Facebook Live. And then I'll try to post it on YouTube if my computer cooperates. Still working on that. But you know, being at home for the quarantine makes having a filming space difficult. So I don't have the next one scheduled yet, but I cannot wait. It's just so much fun, and to see, you know, different people's work, where it's at, and then to just, you know, it's a benefit to me too, to look at other people's work and to think through what I think it needs, because that will always translate to my own work. So
excellent. Yeah. Okay, great. Well, we're going to have Russell Nolte come back and join us. And there he is. Excellent. Yay, welcome back. Oh man, you
Hello,
missed a
everybody.
great
How are
hour.
you? So
Hey,
a
Russ.
great hour of talking, I have a couple of things to add, just really quickly. So right after this, Ethan has a Zoom group. So he has his own private breakout session where you can ask him more questions, talk to him about structure or pacing, and it is right here. And I will also throw that into the chat. Nope, not that one. Meanwhile, I will say that while I haven't read any of Ethan's work, I have read Craig's book, and it is awesome. It follows from Craig's work as at the beginning, literally before Star Wars even was in production, through Empire Strikes Back production, and it is all. It's a ton of stories and photos and such that you can't pretty much get anywhere else, and I certainly have never heard before.
Thank you,
I'm
Russ.
so excited. I'm going to order
so
that book today.
I am going to throw
Yeah.
this link into the comments. Make sure it's the right one. And so that is where you can find Ethan's Zoom room.
Excellent.
And Craig can be found on Facebook, and his LinkedIn page is under there as well, scrolling right now.
Yay. And Craig, do you teach anywhere? I thought for some
Not
reason you
not.
did.
I used to.
Ah,
I taught for a number of years at the Art Institute of California, and then later at Woodbury. But I haven't lately.
okay.
I don't have a master's degree, so a lot of colleges no longer will let people who merely know a subject teach that subject.
Yeah.
I, so mostly what I do, I get invited to places to do like a 1 day class, and I sometimes do that, but I'm not regularly teaching anywhere.
Not a okay. Okay,
But he
just checking.
teaches a lot in the book that he wrote. So
There we go.
definitely check it out. It's like 500 pages or some ridiculous number of pages with like hundreds
Something
of
like that.
images.
It's like 120,000 words or something for you novelists. It's a much longer book than I thought it would be when I started writing it.
Yet I had no doubt that it would be that long, having heard one of these stories. Sorry, Ethan. I wish I could say such amazing things about your work. I'm going to have to correct that after we get off here and go pick up some of your work as well. But meanwhile, we have Tanya, who is Tanya Del Rio, who is our first keynote speaker, along with having Ethan's breakout session as well. So I am going to now we're all going to say goodbye to Ethan and Craig.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks for joining
Bye.
us.
Thank you.
I'm
Yay.
going to take them off. And I'm going to restart all of this for Tanya. So give me 1 second.
Tanya.
And where's the thing I just had? Sorry, everybody. I apparently am the only person who can run the producer part of this, so it's like playing double duty right now. But now
I'm helping with the breakout sessions too right now.
Yes, you are. You're helping with. We're kind of like both doing things. Like every time the other one's talking, we kind of have it timed. So every time the other person's talking, we're like covering up the fact that the other one is doing like 50 things. So we are now going to bring on Tanya, and I'm so excited to talk to her. Are you ready, Nick?
Yep.
Awesome. Hi, Tanya.
Hi.
Yay, Tanya.
Hi. It's so
Hello.
exciting. I'm so excited to talk to you. And I feel
Thank
like we
you.
always talk at San Diego Comic-Con, and since we can't do it then, at least we can do it now.
Exactly.
The
With
experience
less
is a little bit
distractions.
different. Yeah, well, the experience is a little different for me, Tanya, because I don't go to those Comic Cons. So for me,
No?
it's kind of like I am a fan in the presence of greatness.
I mean, I do miss the con experience myself, but this is still really cool that we get to connect
Yeah.
It is.
digitally.
And
Yeah.
And we've had some really amazing questions so far. So I want to get started just sort of getting to know you a little bit for everybody that doesn't know your work. But I do want to encourage everyone who's still watching to ask questions. We have questions prepared, but we are always excited to talk to get your questions. These keynote sessions are a little bit more open because they're about the career of one person. There's no sort of specific topic you have to cover. So anything you have to ask Tanya, we will ask.
Bring it on.
We'll try and get to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. I think we should just start by getting people to know sort of who you are and what you're about. So if you could just introduce yourself, that would be awesome.
Yeah, sure. So, like you said, I'm Tanya Del Rio, and I am currently the author of a middle grade series called War in the 13th. This is the first book in the series. And there's two others. I'll hold them up here. Kind of hard to hold them all up at once. But yeah, the third book just came out last month, and that completes the trilogy. And prior to that, I was a writer and artist primarily for Archie Comics. So I spent a number of years working on various things for them, most notably Sabrina the Teenage Witch. I worked on in the early 2000s, writing and drawing their kind of manga inspired take on the series. And I did about 5 years, 42 issues of that. And then I went on to do some one-shot stories, both writing and drawing for various titles of theirs, including Sonic the Hedgehog, some just Betty and Veronica stories. What else? And then, oh yeah, I also came out with like a middle grade, like it's called Betty's Diary. It's kind of like Diary of a Wimpy Kid. So it's kind of like prose with illustrations sprinkled throughout about Betty's first year of middle school. So most of my work was with Archie, but I've also done some other, single issue stuff for Marvel and Dark Horse over my career. Yeah.
Awesome. I think that's kind of where me and Nick were thinking about starting, which is you've had this career that like has spanned creator-owned work and working for other companies. And I would love to know a little bit, or we would love to know a little bit about sort of what the difference is between like how do you think about like building your own world versus how do you think about like expanding the world of a licensed character? How are they different?
It's pretty different. I mean, there's definitely challenges with both. And I think the nice thing about working with creator-owned properties is that there's sort of a structure already in place so that there's a sort of boundaries. You can't really take it to any extreme. With Sabrina, well, actually, I will say with Sabrina, I did get a lot of leeway to redesign the character, redesign her world, redesign all her friendships, like just kind of start from scratch. But she's still Sabrina. Like everyone knows who Sabrina is. There's certain things you had to kind of keep in place. So in some ways, having that structure, that 40-year structure of Sabrina in place was very helpful for me, especially because it's my first comic gig that I've ever had. So I really relied on that structure to kind of build the story. And as the issues went on, I got more confident in adding in my own personal storylines and flavor over the years, which I think helped me with my creator-owned work down the line. But I actually do like working on licensed work for that reason, just because, and also it's just like an honor to be entrusted with a property that is so cherished by so many people. And it's a responsibility to make sure that the fans are heard and that they are entertained. And, you don't want to mess anything up for the readers. So,
Yeah. So I have a question about just about the experience you were just talking about. So Sabrina, I get it. That was a very well-developed character, and you had creative license to do a new thing with her in the graphic novel world. But I just have to ask, how did you make Sonic the Hedgehog into a real character? Like, did you have clean slate there, or did you have like sort of?
that was definitely more restrictive. I didn't do that much for Sonic. I did a few single issues here and there.
Oh, okay.
But there, especially at the time, like I don't know how it is now, but Sega was very much like watching everything that was done and making sure that it fit within their parameters. So there was a sort of a guide that we really had to stick to as far as what was okay for the characters to do. Although I will say I'm very proud I managed to sneak in a new character called Nicole. Well, she was already a character. She was like a handheld computer named Nicole, but I managed to create a anthropomorphized Lynx character version of her for one of the stories I wrote and drew, and then she went on to be a recurring character in the rest of the series. So that was kind of cool. But there was one episode, one series, or one issue where I had to forget the cat's name now. Fans, forgive me. I forget the cat. It was a cat, but there was no
Okay.
existing drawings of her front or her front side, and I had to like come up with what her jacket looked like in the front, and it was stressing me out because I couldn't, with all the source material they sent me, I couldn't find anything to use as reference for what she actually looked like in the front, because all the time she was like looking over her shoulder, or she was like in an action pose from the back. And so I just kind of had to make something up, and then of course Sega's like, no, that's wrong, that's not how it is. And so it was like this kind of stressful thing where I had to like get it right, you know. And I felt very much the pressure of like having to nail this character in a certain way, but it worked out.
That's great. I'd like to go to the first hour we talked about ideas and mindset, and I would love to know how you developed the idea for Warren the 13th. As you might or might not know, like it's totally my jam. Like it's a very like kind of creepy, weird like kid doing creepy, weird things, and like that's very much like in my wheelhouse. But I'd love to know sort of how you developed that and like how you chose that among all of the ideas you must have.
Well, actually, the original concept for Warren wasn't even my own. The illustrator, Will Staley, he actually created the character. We went to art school together in from 98 to 2002, and we collaborated a lot in many projects. And he came up with the character of Warren for, I think, a comic book class we were both taking. And it was such a cool looking character, and I was like, we have to do something with this. This is such a great looking little creepy dude. And so he granted me permission to start writing a story based on his character. But over the years we collaborated. You know, I basically started working on a draft 14 plus years ago, and I would occasionally show him drafts of what I was working on. He would kind of collaborate with me on what should happen next. And we actually ended up having this draft that we just kind of had sitting around for years and years until we found a connection at Quirk that we could pitch it to. And then we pitched it and they liked the idea, but we ended up redoing the entire story. So pretty much like the draft that I had for all those years ended up being scrapped, and we started from scratch. And but it was very collaborative between me and Will and the publisher and, you know, the editor there at Quirk. So we all really kind of got together as a group and like formed the story based on this crazy little character.
Nick, do you have a follow up for that or another thing you'd like to ask? I've never actually done a co-hosting like keynote before where there's two people, so I'm trying to make sure we both get a chance to ask our questions, even though I've got like
don't worry. So I'm taking notes, and I'm going to butt in from time to time, but Russell knows you so much better than I do, so he and I are going to ask very different questions.
Yeah.
So I want to know, like, there's so much different stuff. When I went to look you up, how many different genres have you written in?
That's you know, I've written a lot of different things, but ultimately most of them have been sort of fantastical and sort of aimed at a middle grade audience.
Okay.
So yeah, even though like Sabrina was a little more YA, well, obviously the Sonic stuff and even the Marvel stuff I've done, like I did a 48-page issue of like Aranya, who's like a sort of a Latina Spider-Man character. And that was really fun. Yeah, and then I did some short stories for a web series called Husbands, which is like a gay rom-com. And so it was just like, I love working in all different types of stories and styles, but my sweet spot is definitely fantasy, and definitely for the middle grade, like 8 to 12-year-old audience. That's like my favorite group to sort of create for.
Awesome. So you have a particular audience, and then you can just go kind of anywhere for how exactly you're going to reach that audience. That's really cool.
Yeah,
I
it's a
like
lot
that.
of fun.
That's
Although I will say
flexibility.
it is hard though to reach the younger audience as far as promoting your work, because they're not as online, you know. So like for this last book that just came out, we were supposed to go on a book tour to different schools around the US and like promote it to the kids, and obviously that got canceled because of everything. And now we're struggling to find ways to like let the middle grade audience readers know that the third book is out, because, you know,
Right.
because of the
Well,
privacy
that's one of
laws
the
online.
challenges about
Yeah,
reaching a middle grade audience is
yeah,
you really need to reach the parents,
exactly.
because the parents are the ones who are going to pull out
Yeah,
the pocketbook and pay for it. The parents are the ones who are going
exactly.
to see what you're saying and say, "Oh, my son loves Warren the 13th. I need to make sure I go there. Otherwise,
Right.
the kid's never going to get there, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah, it's really challenging, and there's so much stuff out there. It's like everyone has the same problem. How do you get heard above the noise, and how do you make your product stand out?
Yeah,
Um,
I think it's in many ways though it's more challenging for children's authors because you really need to be thinking of a almost a schizophrenic audience. Like there's the actual audience who is going to be reading your book,
mhm,
and then there's the parents of that audience who are going to be paying for your book.
right,
And it's more difficult than it is for the very, for much younger kids because when you're writing picture books, you're writing it for the kids and you're selling it to the parents. And there's
right.
just no question. But
Yeah, it's
middle
like,
grade is so much more difficult because
yeah, it
they're
is
just
tricky.
yeah, they start to have different interests from their parents and stuff like that. Yeah.
Not to mention that the time that these books came out, the first one came out in 2015, and the last one just came out in 2020. So like, these kids have already aged out of middle school by the time the third book comes out. It's like the time it takes to publish a book and get that up going. It's, you kind of lose your audience, then you have to rebuild the audience. So, the kids who might have read the first book maybe are old enough now where they're not really interested in reading the third book. So you have to go back to square one and kind of find the new readers again who are, just starting middle school and ready for new content. But,
Yeah.
you know,
Though, I find that people who fall in love with certain characters in middle school and then they feel like I'm in high school now. I'm too old to read Warren the 13th. Give them a couple years, they'll find that first copy and then they'll
oh yeah.
have to read the third one. Don't
It's true.
worry.
It's
They
true.
they
I
come
went through a
back.
phase like that myself, and now I still go back and read a lot of my favorites from childhood. So, that never goes away.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, so all these different things that you're writing, um, what is it that you're working on right now again? I'm sorry, I
Right
missed that.
now, I'm working on another middle grade series. It's a fantasy. It doesn't have a home yet, so I'm still in the
Okay,
drafting phase. It's about like I
because
sort of
Warren the 13th is done now.
it's done.
So
The trilogy is done, and so now I'm trying to figure out what my next step is, and so that's to continue writing for that same age group. So this is a truly creator-owned project that I'm working on. That's something I've had been, thinking about for a long time, and so I'm finally getting a chance to write it, and hopefully it'll find a home and kids will get to read it.
I hope so.
You have been talking for this whole a lot of the things it seems like that you're doing creator owned or things you've been working on or thinking about for a long time.
Yeah.
Talked about Warren the 13th being as being 14 years and
Yeah.
this one also a long time.
Hmm.
Is that important to your process to know like to have something that keeps reoccurring over and over and over
Yeah.
again before you really dig into it?
Absolutely. It's for me the projects that stick that won't go away. That and also I need a lot of time for my ideas to percolate. And so for me, it's a very slow process of like first I get the idea and I'm excited about it, but I have to like kind of let it sit and cook for a while and see if I'm still excited about it, a few months later or even a few years later. And then if it still sticks and won't leave, then like, okay, this is what I need to be working on because it just won't leave me alone. And there's been things I've been excited about and I start working on them right away and then I get stuck because I realize it hasn't matured yet and I just can't quite get it to where I want it to be. So my creative process is very slow and very simmering. I kind of look at it the way I look at tattoos. I do the same thing with tattoos. When I want a new one, I'm like, do I really want this? I'm gonna like think about this for like a year, and if after a year I'm like still like, oh, I love this idea, then I'm like, okay, I'm ready. I'm gonna get this.
I
So,
love it. Yeah, Neil Gaiman talked about doing that with his Graveyard book, where
oh
he
yeah,
came back to it over the course of like 10 years. And every time he
yeah,
came back to it, he's like, I'm not ready yet. One of them is
yeah.
like, I'm not good enough yet, or I'm not ready yet, or there was something about it that like really, it took a long time for him to really be able to get that book right.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely, I wish I was faster sometimes because I see other people just, like you, Russell, you're so good at like just creating and just putting stuff out there constantly. And it's like, I want to be able to do that. Like, 'cause I envy people who are able just to create and create and create and just put everything out there and like, just, oh, I love that. But, I just feel like my own process just doesn't work that way. I can't force myself to just put something out because I know it won't be what I want it to be.
I will say though, for myself, what you see is usually I stagger projects, but they
Hmm.
usually have a 2 to 3 year development cycle. The one that I've been working on and I'm writing now that'll come
Hmm.
out early 2021. I've been writing it since 2018.
Oh,
It's just that
really?
it I have sketchbooks of
Uh-huh.
sketches and country maps and all sorts of stuff that I'm kind of working on in the background while one project is in the foreground. The Katrina books that I started releasing last year, and that whole God's verse,
Yeah.
I've been working on since 2011. It
Oh,
just
wow.
feels now like
Well,
all of it's coming
yeah.
out.
Well, it looks great. I mean, yeah. When I see you put out your cover designs, like it's like so cool. I'm like, yo, it's like I love it. Like, but yeah. So it's good. I feel comforted knowing that this has been behind the
Yes,
scenes.
it's a long
Yeah.
process even for us that feel a little bit more prolific. Well, we have a ton of questions,
Oh
and
boy.
that's
Cool.
wonderful. Um, the first one was something I was wondering too, or I would like to get your take on. It's from Ava Bosum.
Mhm.
How do you manage? How do you make your writing age appropriate without it seeming like you're talking down to young readers, especially regarding the young adult group?
Yeah, that's something that was really important to me. I know when I was a kid, I used to hate reading stuff that felt like it was dumbing down on purpose or like treating me like I was stupid because I was young. And I've always liked books that, had challenging words or like challenging themes that I knew were maybe a little above my level, but I appreciated that the author wasn't choosing to dumb down anything for me as a reader. And so that's kind of what I wanted to do for my readers. So like I definitely try to include a rich vocabulary in Warren of stuff that maybe some kids may not know the words to some of the things, but you know, that's not something you can, and it shouldn't stop a reader from looking it up or asking an adult or whatever. It's a good way to kind of learn your to expand your own vocabulary. And I think the fact that there are illustrations throughout the books, it does help reluctant readers who might be intimidated by some of the wording choices. It's kind of an easy way to kind of encourage reluctant readers to kind of get into reading novels. And so, yeah, I mean, it's just, I just write to kids as if they're little adults and like little humans. And like, that's what they are. They're not stupid. They're not, they're not, they may not know everything, but like, throw it at them, and I think obviously with middle grade you still have to keep things age appropriate. You can't have too much violence or sexuality or any of these things like that are more reserved for the older set. But you can still get pretty dark in middle grade. You can still get pretty heavy with the themes. It's just the way you have to deal with it is a little more delicate.
Yeah, I think about Lemony Snicket as you're talking
Hmm.
about this thing and like how dark and disturbing
Yeah.
and or like Edward Gorey's work.
Hmm.
It's like it can be very dark by still
Oh
being
yeah,
age appropriate.
absolutely.
Nick, we have a couple more questions about
Okay.
managing projects. Would you like to take the next question to ask Tanya?
Yeah. Uh, Hold on one second. I just need to go like that. Sorry. I'm troubleshooting at the same time.
Oh, no worries. I
Uh,
mean, I can take the next one if you still if you have something to troubleshoot. It's just
oh,
about
well,
how you manage multiple projects, or do you work on one at a time? Sort of your project workflow.
Hmm. um
yeah.
Yeah, I do tend to mostly focus on one thing at a time because, as I was saying, my process is very like dedicated and slow. But because it's so slow, I do like to dabble in other projects too. And sometimes they don't go anywhere, but they're just something I like to kind of almost like a hobby. I like to work on other things just to see if it goes anywhere. So, when I'm writing prose, sometimes I'll have the hankering to start drawing comics again. So I'll do like a little side comic. Or sometimes if I'm drawing a lot, then I want to work on prose, but it's usually not the same kind of thing. I think the way I work on multiple things is that they're so different that they don't compete with one each other for space in my brain. So, comics is good because it's just like its own thing. And then like writing prose is a whole different experience for me. I use my computer, whereas I tend to like to draw old school. I still like using pen and paper. And I do digital as well, but like I still love just the feel of being at my desk and having my tools laid out and just kind of working that way. So as long as I'm kind of keeping everything separate, I can work on multiple things at the same time.
Awesome. And then Blinky Poet asks, how do you gauge what is appropriate for your age group you're writing for? Uh,
Hmm. Okay. That's funny. I feel like I don't really think about the age groups so much specifically when I'm writing. I think a lot of that has to do with marketing, and the marketers are trying to decide where to sell it. And so they're the ones who kind of put the emphasis on like, this is for 8 to 12-year-old kids specifically, or this is for 16 to 18-year-old girls or whatever. So that's largely marketing's department, is to decide where a book should be aimed at. And obviously I know that I'm writing for a certain age range because I'm not letting the material get too violent or too dark, and I'm keeping the romance to a minimum because I know my publisher. I did try to add some romance in the third book, and my publisher's like, no, like, you got to take that out. So I know I don't really obsess about it. I just write a good story, and I just write what would entertain me if I was a kid. And I don't really get too caught up on like the specific age range that I'm trying to aim for, and I let the marketers kind of deal with that.
So I'm just throwing in a question myself. I'm more focused on book publishing than the graphic novels and things like that. Tell me about the process, how you went about getting Warren the 13th published. I mean, it languished for a long time. Were you constantly shopping it around during that time, or how did you go about that?
No, we weren't shopping around at all, actually. We just kind of, I don't know what our plans were for it. We just, I wrote it, and, we would go back and pick at the draft over the years, but we never really made a plan of like, let's find a publisher. We worked on some other things. There was a series of short stories we wrote for a while called Dollar Dreadfuls. They were kind of like penny dreadfuls. They were short form, like Victorian stories that were kind of like a little satirical. And we peddled these at Comic-Con, and that's when we first met Jason Recollect, who is at the time he was the publisher of Quirk, and he really liked these little pamphlets we were making. And so that's kind of where the connection started. And then Will, the illustrator, went on to do some other projects for Quirk, and that's kind of where the connection got built. And we realized that Warren was a perfect fit for Quirk because it's kind of spooky, it's kind of dark, it's kind of weird. And so Will and I pitched it to Quirk directly after that, after we had already built that connection there, and it just seemed like the perfect fit. But yeah,
Wow.
I can't explain why we never actually actively tried to do anything with it up until that
Yeah.
point. I think we're just kind of waiting for the
So
right thing.
I have to say, I don't think that's a replicatable process for other
No,
authors to go about publishing their book.
no, it's not the best advice, and it's,
I don't know if it's advice. It's just an
it's not even
adventure
advice.
story of its
It's
own.
just
I
an
mean, your whole
experience.
life as a creator is like an adventure story.
Yeah, no, I've been very lucky, actually. I feel like a lot of my opportunities have just kind of happened to me without me even trying so hard to get them. And I realize how privileged I am to have that experience. And so I'm very honored that I've even been able to have the career that I've been able to have, just from people offering me opportunities and, just taking whatever's been thrown my way. But now with my newest book, I'm definitely gonna have to go the old school route of like, I'm gonna find an agent. I'm gonna try like that whole thing, of submitting to publishers, and we'll see what happens. But
So you already have this friendship with your illustrator and a lot of other people, and of course you do your own illustrating too. But a lot of my clients they're authors, and many of them are looking for illustrators, or they would like to have an illustrator maybe for their book. When do you think is a good time to bring in an illustrator on a project? Do you like you just? I mean, your example of Warren the 13th, that's where it started. It actually
yeah,
started with the illustrator, but is there, I mean, just from your experience, when's a good time
I think once
in
you have
general?
a good draft of the story that you can share with an illustrator is a good time, because at least they can read it and like get a full sense of the world and the characters and stuff. You could do it even in an outlining phase, like, here's my idea, and then if you wanted to get a jump on it. But I feel like it's actually best to like have a full draft done before you seek an illustrator, just so that they can really get what the story is about and start developing ideas for how to illustrate it. But yeah, like you said with Warren, it was totally different. Like usually the way it works is like you write the story, and then the illustrator would maybe be working on illustrations at the same time as you're kind of finishing the draft. But because of Warren, like, which I'll show you an example, it's like really highly designed. So there's like 2-column text on
Uh-huh.
let me see, 2 columns of text, and you see like
Oh
small
yeah.
illustrations and little things throughout. Yeah, so some of them are just like,
Wow.
yeah, but like this one, there's like a call out text over here.
Yeah.
The way it worked is like I had to have the finished final copy done before Will could even start illustrating it, because of the way he had to design all the text to fit around the illustrations. And if anything changed in the text, like if I deleted a paragraph or if I like added some extra words, it would throw the entire flow of the book off. And so we pretty much had to have like the finished copy edited final type everything done and set before he could even start working on the illustrations, which is why it took so long for these books to come out, because we couldn't be working at the same time.
Hmm. Hmm. So that was the hardcover. Do you also planning on releasing a softcover version later? Or is that a decision of the publisher,
It's a
or?
decision of the publisher. I would love to see a soft cover, maybe even like a box set of the three of them together. But it's, it's out of my hands as far as whether or not they decide to do that or not. But yeah, I think a
Okay.
soft cover would be a lot more accessible for a lot of people. But we'll
Yeah.
see.
I'm obviously a hardcover fan, but
Yeah,
that's okay. Soft covers
it
are
works.
great too.
They're
Yeah.
affordable.
I want to go back to something that you said before about like opportunities just coming to you,
Hmm.
because I mean, I've known you for a while now, and I'm mostly at Comic-Con, but like it
Yeah.
doesn't ever seem like you're letting opportunities come to you. What seems to me is you're letting you're present around
Hmm.
all of these people. I believe we met at the Kidlit party at Random House
Yeah.
at Comic Con. So it's not like you're just sitting wandering around like doing nothing. You're like you're working
No.
on your craft, and you're like putting yourself in a position to take advantage of those opportunities when they come to you.
Well, thank you. I mean, I guess, yeah, I don't want to portray myself as just, yeah, I appreciate that. I do try to stay present and involved in the community in which I want to work. Um, but I do think I've been very lucky as far as, being able to attract certain projects and being offered certain things that, without having to really constantly be hustling and like sending out, because I know some people work so hard, they send out portfolios every week to different places and are just constantly trying and trying and trying and getting rejections. And I've been fairly fortunate in that, like, I just have a conversation with someone, they're like, hey, I have a cool idea, like, do you want to collaborate? And then next thing you know, I'm working on a new project, and it just seems very effortless in a way. But I do realize that like you said, it's because of making these connections and going out to parties and events and just trying to support other artists and writers as well. So a lot of
Yeah,
it is networking.
yeah, I think that's the key. I kind of find when, because like a lot of artists or writers say like, well, I got my agent by like getting an agent, and you just get, and even now as I like think back about my career, I often say the same thing, but when you
Hmm.
dissect it, it's really like, no, I was strategically like at Comic-Con. I did not
Yeah.
go to Comic-Con, and then I was strategically like at this party where I knew there would be other people who were doing the same thing, and then I was
Right.
strategically networking with people. I wasn't necessarily trying to get something out of it.
Yeah.
I was just there to network. And
Right.
then
Yeah.
it so happened that because I had good work and because I was in the right place, I met a person. And that is sort of fortuitous. But the
Yeah.
process of actually like all of those steps before then is quite intentional, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Luck is preparation meeting opportunity. And if you hadn't been so well prepared, if you hadn't done all that work earlier, then all the luck stuff wouldn't have fallen into place.
That's a good point. Good
We
point.
have another question.
Yep.
So the original question that Jaren Frostwing asked was, "When does Never Say Die go away?" And then I asked her to, or I asked them to expound on that. And what they generally boiling it down to was, at what age range can I introduce fatal consequences? Like in
Mm.
a lot of younger stuff, you see villains saying things like, "I will destroy you," and never, "I'm going to kill you." So is
Hmm.
there a time or a place or a kind of book where that's more appropriate than, say, that, or like an age range that you can really introduce those things more than others?
Yeah, that's a tricky question. I think you can introduce it earlier than most people might think, especially now because of how prevalent the media is, and especially in children's lives. Like, a lot of them have access to the internet and tablets and like media in a way that we didn't have when we were little. Um, and so I think that they're already going to be exposed to themes of death and danger, and all these other things that are going on in the world, with just by absorbing it like a sponge, just from seeing it around them. And so I think the earlier you can kind of explain it in a responsible way, the better. And I feel like middle grade in general has been skewing to that a lot more serious themes than it used to be. Like I know when I read middle grade when I was young, I would read like Roald Dahl, you know, the witches, and like there's definitely scary elements in all those stories, but they didn't really deal with like actual death or loss or sickness or any of these serious themes that, you know, you'll see a lot now in middle grade. So I think people are starting to tackle these like heavier themes earlier on now. And even like for picture books, I've seen picture books dealing with some pretty dark stuff, but in a very palatable way for a young child who's just looking at photos and may not even fully understand the
Yeah,
gravity of what's being discussed. So I don't think you can go too young with introducing these things. It depends on the kid, and it depends on, you know, what's going on. But
that's
No, I
definitely a trend. One of my clients is actually writing a series of children's books for children of parents who are incarcerated,
okay, yeah. So
and she
that's
needs to deal. She yeah, it's very interesting. Anyway,
yeah, yeah.
well, I
There's
mean, and
so
I
many
also think that
experiences.
part of it is also how you like how mainstream it's become because I remember one of my favorite books decades ago. I don't even know how many decades ago. Is that A is for Alice who fell down the
Oh yeah,
stairs and
yeah,
like
yeah.
I forget was that an Edward Gorey
I think it
book
was Edward
too?
Gorey. Yeah,
Yeah, and like that is a young reader book, and
uh-huh.
literally it's 26 children dying horrific deaths, and I don't think it caught on really in the mainstream, but in my
No.
like little community,
I
it's a
didn't see
very
it.
like formative book for like all of us in that kind of like dark, creepy
Yeah,
book community.
absolutely. Yeah, and I think it did a good job of sort of dealing with it in a sort of lighthearted, almost humorous manner. So it wasn't too like scary that, oh my God, all these children are dying. This is horrible. But like it was done with rhyme, it was done with these whimsical illustrations, and it was kind of presented in a way that, you know, definitely introduced death to children, but in a way that was less intensely in your face that this is going to happen to you someday
Like, yeah,
kind of
like I
way.
keep going back to the Lemony Snicket example because I'm like shocked that it is as mainstream as it is. Because when I was a kid, that would have been the kind of thing you would have had to like go to an underground bookstore and
Oh,
get
yeah,
handed from another person, and now it's a Netflix special. So
I
I
know.
mean, I
It's
love that
amazing.
it's become so much more mainstream now.
I
Yeah,
agree. I agree.
there was a
You,
time when a publisher would not have touched that.
Oh, you know, not even. Yeah. So I like seeing the diversity of things that are coming out for kids now, and I love that they are tackling real life issues because so many kids do grow up in different environments. You know, whether they do have a parent who's incarcerated, or maybe they have a parent who's sick, or maybe they have, you know, any other number of familial family situations that are different from the norm. You know, so like it's really good to have a wide range of books that deal with all these different issues for kids and kind of let them know that they're not alone, and you know it's okay.
I'd like to ask you about structure for a second because while I think while you can make a book have complex themes, generally, if you're a middle grade reader, you just haven't been exposed to the kind of books that have like you haven't been exposed to enough books to potentially understand like 27 interconnecting storylines. So is there a structural thing that you think about as far as pacing or complexity to the story when you're writing middle grade that may not be
Yeah,
apparent in other books?
I would think so. Yeah, I think especially with the Warren books, even though it's a series, we kind of made each one kind of stand alone, so that way a kid could just pick up book 2 or book 3 and still enjoy the story and not need to know necessarily what happened the previous 2 books. So I think by keeping it um, simpler in that way, it helps. That's not to say that they can't still have the, you know, intriguing plot lines or like backstories, and obviously you get the full experience if you read book 1 and 2 and 3 in order. Um, but you know, we did have to kind of consider how we're gonna make this so that a kid could just pick up a random book and read it and enjoy it without needing to know this whole other backstory. Um, yeah, and then structurally for plot, like an individual plot, I don't really worry as much about that for the kids audience. Like I pretty much structure it the way I would if I was writing for adults, because I think a lot of structures are kind of just like, you know, if you follow the hero's journey, it's kind of an archetype anyway. So like a lot of stories fall into the same patterns anyway. So, you know, for kids, maybe it's just a shorter version of that. You're not going to write like a 600-page book for kids, but you can still have the same arc of the hero's journey throughout the story.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Nick, do you have
Yeah.
anything else? You have another question?
I'm just sort of basking in the stories. I mean, I do have a lot of questions. I mean, I I like, for example, one of the things that has been coming up a lot, I mean, I don't want to dig too much into the previous hours, but what kind of writing schedule do you have? Do you have like very rigid times during the day or during the week when you write or don't write, or how do you do that?
I don't have a very strict schedule. I do have a day job, or obviously it's thrown into flux right now, but in general, I do have a day job that I go to. So like that pretty much takes up my entire day. And it depends on how I'm feeling. Like some nights I get home from work and I'm just like too exhausted to write. Sometimes I feel inspired and I'll write. You know, I usually do write during my lunch breaks every day because at least that's a time during the day where I can like have a even just like half an hour to write and I get some words down and I feel good that I made some progress that day. I'm becoming more of a morning person than I used to be. I used to just hate waking up, and now that I find myself getting up earlier and earlier just naturally. So that's becoming a more common writing time for me. But yeah, it just varies. Like I kind of don't ever force myself unless I'm feeling the, unless I'm on deadline or something. If I have a deadline, then obviously I make a more of a structured schedule for myself that I do follow. But when I'm just writing for myself or I'm just still like working on ideas, I kind of just go with the flow and whatever feels right is what I do. Obviously weekends I work a lot more on my writing than I do during the week. Yeah, I just kind
That's
of
fascinating. So
yeah.
you kind of an opportunistic writer.
Yeah, kind of. And I do love writing with other people. So like I find them way more productive when I go to like a cafe and like I meet up with another writer. And even if we don't talk and we're just like there clacking away, it just helps me stay focused and inspired. And something about just being in a community of writers is really,
Mhm.
really helpful to me.
Have you been doing writing sprints? Like this is something that Wordsmith Writing Coaches does. We have a group called Press where we
Mm,
all get on a Zoom call together and we do writing sprints together. And people will walk in the room and look, and none of us are saying anything. We're all hunched over our keyboards,
yeah.
looking at our keyboards together, clicking away, and they'll be like, "What are you doing? We're writing
Yeah.
together."
I
Okay,
love, yeah,
whatever.
I do
Like
love
the
writing.
most boring Zoom meeting ever for people who are
No.
not writers. But is that something that you would do?
Oh yeah, I mean, even since this whole quarantine thing has started, I've joined a few Zoom groups where we have just been writing on Zoom in silence. And and definitely I
Awesome.
like to take part in NaNoWriMo every year. And I love going to like the write-ins and they have like the writing sprints there. And we're like, okay, we're gonna set the clock. And I love the pressure of like, oh my God, I have to like type something right now for the next half hour and get as many words done as I can. And I kind of love these little challenges that kind of get my fire lit. And yeah,
Yeah,
but yeah, I love the Zoom. I love the Zoom thing. That's a new thing for me, but I'm like, okay, I can get used to this. Like even after we're set free again, I
yeah.
think I'd like to still.
Well, there's even an app that people have been using. I have not used this yet, but it's called something like something mates, but it's an
Huh,
app you put on your phone or on your computer. And when you want to sit down and write, you open up this app and it finds another person somewhere in the world
really?
who wants to get work done. And then like you have the option to leave the mic on or leave the mic off. And you guys work together for that span of time. And then you debrief real quickly, like, did you do your thing? Did you make your
Nice.
goal? Yes, I did. Okay, bye. But there's like no socializing allowed and there's no promotion allowed. But but it's
That's pretty
becoming it's
cool.
becoming a huge thing. Yeah, I've had more and more people talk to me about it. So
That's
I'll
awesome. Yeah,
post
I
the
have to look
link in
that up.
here somewhere before the end of the day. I've got it in my notes here.
And if you
So
don't know what a writing sprint is, we just so happen to have two breakout sessions between 2 to 4 where we're going to have our friend James to lead writing sprint groups for 2 hours.
Ooh,
And you will be able to see if it's the kind of thing you would like to do, and we will have the link to that at the after our next presentation at about character and dialogue. So we do have another question, and I'm actually really interested in this one because you write fantasy,
mhm.
dark kind of creepy fantasy often. I also write dark kind of creepy fantasy, and I would love to know the kind of research that you do for your
Mm.
stories and how you go about research. And this was a question from Eggseed over on Twitch.
All right, cool. Well, thanks for the question. Yeah, it's funny. I don't get too lost in the weeds with research, but I definitely do some. Obviously, the book is sort of inspired, the Warren series is inspired sort of by Victorian era life, although it doesn't quite stick to that rigidly, but that's definitely the sort of technology that's available to the characters and stuff. So until it goes completely fantastical. But so I did, especially for the first book, I did a lot more research into Victorian era sort of life and technology, and just, you know, even just like looking at lots of engravings of products that I wanted to include in the story. And, you know, one of the things was Victrola, you know, those old kind of record players. And we
Yeah.
actually had to change that because the publisher was like, I don't think the kids are going to know what that is. They don't even know what a record player is. They're not going to know. So there were a few things I wanted to add in that got nixed. But yeah, I definitely enjoyed doing research for that. For the second book, I didn't do that much research because that was probably the most fantastical of the three. It takes place like in a forest. So there was just more like forest adventures. So there wasn't really too much I had to really get into there. And then with the third book, it's more nautical. There's a lot more sailing. And so I definitely had to like kind of brush up on some of my sailing terminology and listen to some pirate shanties and, you know.
So when you did that, did you actually go sailing, or did you like
No,
read, you know,
I read a lot. I don't ever, I would like to be one of
2
those
years
authors who
before the
like,
mast?
yeah, who likes to go on those like retreats and like, you know, gets into the whole lifestyle. I've never quite done that, but I definitely do a lot of online research, a lot of reading books at the library kind of research.
Okay.
That would be fun. I would love to like to go somewhere as part of my research and be like, I'm living the experience of my writing, and you know, it just hasn't been very feasible for me.
You made a
Also,
good
I'm not.
point though about
Yeah.
because I get this with a lot of historical fiction writers, and they're like, yeah, well, there's a difference between what we can include and what people will understand we include.
Uh-huh.
And they also have this issue where like oftentimes they will put a word in that people don't think was time appropriate, but it actually was, and then they
Uh-huh.
get like harassed for putting in a word, and they're like, that was from 1820.
I know, it's funny, right? I know, it's so funny.
Yeah.
There's a lot where, yeah, a lot more surprises you'll find when you research like old timey stuff. You'll see
Yeah.
how like there's parallels even with today as far as how people talked and interacted. And you know, there's like that political cartoon from like, I don't know how old it is, really old, but it's like about how the government's not listening to the people, and it's like that could have been, you know, today, you know.
Right.
It's just funny.
That was from 1816, not 2016.
Exactly.
Uh, yeah, I have another question from Eggseed.
Okay.
It's maybe a follow up to the previous question. Uh, Probably it's actually like not quite a follow up, but it is a second question. So
Okay.
they ask, what process do you have for developing different characters?
Mm,
How do you make characters that appeal to young readers?
that's a good question. Yeah, again, like with Warren, it was very collaborative with Will. So he created about half the characters. I created the other half. And I found that we tend to create a lot of adult characters around Warren. So Warren, he doesn't have many friends his own age. He does have one in the series named Petula, but everyone else is an adult. And we kind of did that on purpose because we find that a lot with middle grade in particular. It's kind of fun to middle grade is such an interesting time because you're kind of still reliant on the adults around you, but you're also seeking your independence, and you're not quite a teenager, so you're not quite rebelling against the adulthood yet, but you're also, it's a weird time, you know. You do care about the adults around you and you want to make them happy, but you're also seeking your own identity. So we definitely populated his story with a lot of quirky adults, and some of them are really horrible and some of them are really supportive and kind, and we kind of wanted to show that there's a wide range of that. um, and then there's even some non-human characters as well. So pretty much we just try to go with zany, entertaining characters because we know kids don't necessarily want to read about a bunch of adults, so we try to make each adult kind of interesting in their own way. So there's one that's like she's a witch hunter and she gets a rose tattoo for every witch she's killed, or not killed, rather captured. And so she's just got roses all over her body because she's caught so many. And then we have a pirate character named Captain Grayish Whitish Beard, but he dyes his beard black so you can't tell that he's actually going gray. And he refuses to admit that he's a pirate. He says he's an importer exporter, and he's very offended anytime anyone accuses him of being a pirate. So we just try to find funny ways to
Awesome.
kind of, you know, create these like doofus, you know, adults, and also some really cool adults who are like good role models for Warren.
You bring up a good point. A lot of people who talk about middle grade fiction say that they tend to make their characters bigger and more grandiose, and like there's do you think that characters need to be like big and like more grandiose for younger readers, or is there a place for subtlety as well?
I think there is a place for subtlety, but I think you'll definitely hold a kid's attention more with grandiose characters. I think, you know, certain stories call for subtler themes and subtler characters, but definitely in a fantasy like this, we just wanted to go big with kind of really zany cast of characters. So there's a place for everything, I think. But yeah, I think just to keep the attention of a young reader, it's kind of fun to. And I know when I was a kid, like a lot of my favorite characters were kind of the weird and crazy ones that were, too big for the page. And so that's this book series is sort of an homage to that.
Hey, by the way, I found the link to that online thing. That's an online accountability
Oh yes, yes,
service. It's called focusmate.com.
Focus
So
Mate.
we're going to put that in the comment threads here.
Awesome. I'm
But
gonna check that out for sure.
anyway, um, so um, I had a couple of other things that do you mind if I go backwards a little bit? I mean,
Go for it.
we have a little bit of time, right? Um, so um, uh, so I asked you about your writing schedule. So there's something that I talk to my own clients about called a click whir routine. So
Mm-hmm.
25 years ago, a lot of people were talking about this, and now I say, like a click whir routine, and people go, "What?" Like they have no idea what I'm talking about. Have you ever
I don't
heard
know.
of that? Oh, I'm so old.
No.
Okay, well, anyway.
Well, what
So
is it? I'm curious.
it's a ritual that you do that gets you into the flow, and I want to know if you
Mm.
have one. It's even though people don't know the term, so
Mm-hmm.
many writers that I talk to say, "Oh yeah, like I have my morning coffee and I sit in
Yeah.
one particular chair, and then I have to like put the cat out of the room, and I have to do this and do that, and I have to like comb my hair a certain way, and then I can write." But then
I,
they write 4,000 words in a
right.
sitting.
Yeah, I think I kind of do. I definitely need a beverage, whether it's tea or coffee. I drink less coffee than I used to, so it's more likely tea these days. And there is a spot on my couch where I love to sit. It's like my writing spot, and it's the only spot where I can write if I'm at home.
Interesting.
Otherwise, I can work pretty much anywhere outside of home. But and then I do have a candle that I always like to light when I write. And it's a scented candle.
I'm glad to hear you say
Yeah,
that. Me
so
too. I have
yeah,
a Kindle too. Yeah. I can't show it to you because actually this part of my house is not where I do my writing. But it's anyway. But
yeah,
yay, candles. And now
candles.
is it a scented candle?
It's a scented candle. It smells like vanilla. It's like just a really chill, like calming scent to me, and it kind of smells tasty too. It's like having a snack for your nose. So
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
how about yours?
Yeah.
Yours?
So I actually, well, I can't see it right now, but
Yeah.
the label is Serenity.
Ooh.
And so I really like candles that have some kind of like an essential oil or something in it. And so this one is I would read the label to you, but it's upstairs
Yeah,
and
that's
I
okay.
don't want to get up and go get it. But
I'm glad that you're a fellow candle writer. It's
yes,
always
yes,
fun.
I am. That's one of the
Fellow
things I miss
candle
most
writer.
about writers groups is that we can't smell the candle.
It's true. I know. Maybe in like
We,
another 10 years they'll come with technology for smell. I'm waiting for
4D.
smell-o-vision, you
that's
know?
right.
Okay, I think we have one. Let's make sure. Two more. Well, follow-up question really quickly, which is the follow-up question I was going to ask, which is, does the smell trigger emotions to you, or in
Hmm.
places that, or get to a place that helps you write?
Not specifically. It's just a smell that I really like. It's just like a calming smell. And like it's weird because I don't eat a lot of sweets, but I like this way they smell. Like I love the smell of baked goods. I love the smell of like things, like candy and cake and but like I don't really like the taste of it as much. So like it's a weird thing. I just love the smell of vanilla and like sugar cookie candles. Like anything that smells like something's baking, it kind of puts me in like maybe it's because my mom used to bake. I don't know. Something about the cozy feeling of like, oh, now it's time to work. I'm smelling baked goods. You know?
No, I definitely get it. I
Yeah.
do. I used to not be a person who listened to music when they write, but now I write. When I write, every character, every main character has like an album that I
Oh,
have to put
nice.
on to get into that
That is a
like
great
mentality.
idea.
That is a great idea.
And it's different for every. And sometimes at the beginning of a book, like it changes per book because some characters will like be in different planes of existence or
Uh huh.
places, and so like sometimes at the beginning of the book, the hardest part for me now is like getting the album that that's going to get me in their head. I just did
love
this
that.
yesterday where it took me like a day to just get the album right, and I was like, I don't know, this is not good. This is not good. The old one doesn't work.
Hmm.
So I
They've
can't
grown.
believe it, but we are just about at the end of
Oh,
our time
wow.
together. So I
Ah,
have one more question, which I think will kind of lead us into the end, which is if you could, Eggseed asked the follow up question about your first breakthrough, and he would like to know, or sorry, they would like to know, sort of breakthrough, what happened there, and then we can talk about sort of where we can find you online, your best
Okay.
piece of advice you have for either yourself when you were breaking in or others or
Hmm.
whoever you want to take the question, and then we will say goodbye.
All right. Breakthrough story. So this is kind of how I broke into the industry,
Sure,
or
yeah.
okay, yeah. So I entered a lot of contests when I was younger, and
okay.
I would say everything started with remember Tokyo Pop, that manga publisher of.
Yep.
So they had a contest called Rising Stars in Manga, which is aimed at Americans who wanted to create manga, and so I submitted a story to that, and they picked me as a runner up, and I got published in a little anthology. And that's sort of what started my whole career, is because I lived in Westchester, New York at the time, and that's happens to be where Archie Comics is based. They saw a little article in the newspaper, the little, local tiny newspaper, about my honorable mention in this anthology, and they contacted me directly saying, "Hey, we saw this article. Would you like to redo Sabrina the Teenage Witch?" And so it's kind of crazy, but yeah.
No
So
kidding.
yeah, that's exactly how it happened. So
You entered a bunch of contests.
mhm.
You almost won one, and
Yeah,
then you get a phone call from
yeah,
Archie Comics.
yeah. It was pretty
That
wild.
is
I didn't even
awesome.
know they were in Westchester. They were like, "Did you know we're based in Westchester too?" And I was like, "Oh." They're like, "We'd love to meet you. Come in and pitch us a new Sabrina." And I was like, "Oh, okay." Like, so yeah, so I would recommend definitely to anyone looking to break in contests. There's so many great contests out there, and just like publications are accepting submissions. Like, just keep trying, because eventually you might get lucky.
Thank you so much for pitching contests.
Yes.
I talk about contests until I'm blue in the face,
Yeah,
and
they're great. They're so great.
thank
Well,
you.
yeah, and anthologies also.
Oh yes,
Oh
Huge
yes,
for
definitely,
yeah.
anthologies because
definitely.
I'm always
Yeah,
finding new people through anthologies and
it's the
art
best.
styles and writers and stuff.
Absolutely.
All
Yes.
right. Well, how about we talk for a second? I have up here on the screen your TanyaDelRio.com website, but
Yep.
let's talk about like I'd love for you to pitch why we should pick up Warren the 13th. Like, what kind of person would really respond to that? Your best
Okay.
piece of advice, where we can find you, and then we'll say goodbye.
Okay. For people who want to read Warren, you probably love anything dark and spooky and mysterious. You love puzzles. You love weird characters. You love a little bit of humor, adventure. This book's got everything. But also, even if you don't even like reading that much, there's such beautiful illustrations throughout every book. There's just like big spreads of art. So there's a lot to see and experience with Warren series, and I think you'll really enjoy it, just because it's kind of a unique object in itself. It's not just a book; it's like a nice thing to own. So, and my best piece of advice would be, don't guilt yourself or punish yourself for not, I guess, not being as productive, especially right now. I feel like people feel this pressure to create right now when we're all kind of stuck at home because we have time. Be gentle with yourself. Take time you need to create, because I think when you force yourself to be creative, the results are never quite as good as they could be. So just give yourself space, nurture yourself, take care of yourself, and the creativity will flow. And then you can find me. I'm most active on Twitter, so at Tanya Del Rio at Twitter, but I'm also on Instagram at Tanya Del Rio Author, and on Facebook, Tanya Del Rio Author, and of course my website, tanyadelrio.com.
I love it. Thank you so
Yay.
much. And
Yeah.
now, pains me to say it because I've had such fun, but we're gonna have to say goodbye to you, Nick. Say goodbye,
It
Tanya.
was
Say
wonderful
Bye.
to
goodbye.
Thank
meet
you so
Everyone,
you.
much
say
for having
goodbye,
me. This has
and
been
Yay,
we'll see
fun.
you
Tanya.
on the interwebs.
It was
And
so
Yes.
great
I'm
chatting
gonna
with you
take you
guys.
off now.
All right.
We'll talk
Bye.
for a second, and
Bye.
then we will bring on Pat and Raven, who are so good. They're already here. They're already ready to rock and
Yay.
roll. But Nick, this has been great. This like I'm
Yes.
so happy with how this is going. Right.
Me too.
I hope you guys are really happy with how it's going. We are trying to get all of your questions answered So as you can see, we are mostly answering your questions. If we can, if me and Nick can find any way to get to wedge your question in, we're doing it, right, Nick?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I can talk to these people all day long, but honestly, I get tired of hearing my own voice. So I would much rather ask your questions than mine.
And
So
often
give me some good ones.
they're better than the ones that we have prepared. We have a whole thing prepared, and I was like, oh. And they're also much more targeted because we're making these general questions right before we've had the
Yeah,
interview. So
exactly.
you guys asking them really does help because it's much more targeted to what we just talked about. And so I do encourage you to keep asking them.
Yeah. And honestly, guys, we're doing this for you. So, we've come up with questions that we thought would be helpful for you. But please ask your own questions. That's obviously going to be the best way we can help you. And this is your opportunity. I mean, if you're watching this recorded, I'm sorry, you missed this opportunity. So, but those of you who are here in the live stream, this is your chance to ask these questions and actually get them answered. So,
Yes,
thanks,
and
guys.
that is another thing. Even at most writers' conferences, you won't have a chance to ask questions until the very end. So we're trying the
Yeah.
best we can to simulate the live experience and the live amount. And Nick, what was your favorite part of the morning?
Oh my gosh. I don't know. So I was listening to the very first session. I wasn't even on the session, and I was doing some other techie things, and um, I loved all the discussion about like how you even get into the mindset for writing and how you prepare yourself, and the dramatic differences between the nonfiction authors and the fiction authors, and the pantsers and the planners and plotters. And so I think one of my favorite parts about all this is being reminded again of how there are many answers to the questions that we have. There's a lot of different ways to solve the problems that we have, and there's not going to be any one answer or one solution that's going to fit everybody. And that's one reason why it's so important to to come to these things and to hear a variety of opinions and to ask your questions, like that bit where Ethan Ransom and Craig Miller, uh, there were some great questions about, hey, how do I do this? How do I solve this? And both of them were saying, there's not one. But the first thing to do is give up the idea that one particular recipe is going to solve every problem or is going to work for every story. And anyway, it was great. The emphasis on principles and calibrating our minds, calibrating our ears with good writing, so that we can recognize where our writing falls short and kind of be our own creative um, become our own creative gurus as we know ourselves better and better, and as we know our material better and better, and we start choosing the right tools for the right tasks and the right projects. And anyway, I loved it. Looking forward to more.
Me too.
But you're going to take this part.
I am going to take this part. And Nick, we need the next Zoom room links so that we can have. We're having two breakout sessions this hour. Is that right?
Yes, we're having Johnny Strider leading, and he just posted his writing sprint. And let's see. Um, Oh, nope. It's Johnny Strider at 2 o'clock. We're going to have an opportunity to meet with Sarah Ann Fox and ask her about screenwriting and narrative art. Um, and James Yu is going to be leading writing sprints and also doing writing coaching. Both of those begin at 2 o'clock. But right now, hey, if you want to put into practice the things that Tanya has just said and the things that you learned earlier in the morning, now's the time. Click on that link and join Johnny Strider in
So
that.
this is the link, guys. I'm going to put
Yep.
this in the comments as well. Try and put it in all of the destination comments.
Eli, our producer, is going to be copying and pasting as fast as his fingers can fly.
Yes, and so this I will keep on for a couple of seconds. My favorite part is just how much you learn at every writers conference. You could literally listen to Pat and Raven and all of these people in the exact same grouping. Uh, we could have Pat and Raven come on and talk about pacing, and it would be totally different than when we're going to talk about them now, which has kind of been the theme. It's kind of been the thing that we've been leading up to this whole day, it feels like, which is character and dialogue. We've been having these questions throughout the day about character and structure led back to character and pacing led back to character and mindset somewhat led back to character. And now Pat and Raven, they're just two of my all-time favorite writers.
Yay.
Honestly, like Raven, she writes this series called A Maskin's Blood, or it's not called, the book's called A Maskin's Blood. I'll ask her what the series is, and I read it. I mean, I buy a lot of books because I'm an author and I know authors, so like every book I have high hopes for, but not high expectations. And I read this book, and it blew me away from the first page. Everything she did with character and how she twisted it around, and how every time everything you expected was completely different than what happened, but still totally in character. And then the second book in the series, was from another character's perspective, and I was like, how could you do that? I hated her in the first book, and she made me love her by the second book. And then Pat Shand writes this series called Destiny New York, and it's one of my absolute favorite comics. He's also written Marvel books for Joe Books. He was once the exclusive contract with Zenescope, but his book Destiny New York is like one of my favorite things. I am for sure Team Logan, 100%. And so I'm going to
Choosing
bring them back on.
sides.
You can say hello, and then we will take it away. Nick will now be back at about 1:55. And if you kind of, hopefully we're getting kind of the rhythm of what we're doing, which is we're each taking an hour. We're doing the keynotes together, and so I'm going to now let Nick say hello and then goodbye, and then we'll start with character.
And as I'm saying hello, let me just say I just got the notifications from Deborah Eckerling's breakout session and Ethan Rantham's breakout session. I'm going to forward those emails to you, and those recordings are going to be in the can, ready for Monday. And both Deborah Eckerling and Ethan Ransom said, "Oh my gosh, my session was amazing. Wait until you see this recording." So I obviously haven't seen it yet, but I'll send it your way.
Excellent.
So, hi, Raven.
Hi, Pat.
Hey, Pat.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
I'm so glad you guys are here. So you're not going to see me anymore, but I'm going to be listening in as much as I can, and I'm really looking forward to hearing everything you have to say.
I'll miss you.
So, I am now here to talk to two of my favorite people and two of my favorite writers about a thing that I think they do better than almost anybody, as well as anybody I know, and better than most people I know, which is get you excited about character and to fall in love with these very flawed characters in very unique ways, with stories that don't go anywhere that you expect, but also feel completely real and whole as well. So thank you, Pat and Raven, for being here.
Happy to be here.
And I would like for you. I mean, I could gush about you guys for the next hour, but I don't think that the readers will, the people listening will be that excited about listening to me talk about how much I love your books. So let's talk with you guys. Tell me a little bit about your history and what you've been doing. Pat, we'll start with you, and then we'll go to Raven, and then we'll dig in on character.
Yeah. One, thanks for having me. This is awesome. And as far as my career, I started writing short stories. I've been writing my whole life pretty much, and I always pictured myself becoming a novelist. And then as I began to experience just life, I would, for example, watch TV and be like, oh, someone writes that. See a play, oh, someone writes that. So I began to want to write everything. You know, I wanted to write rides at parks. I wanted to write plays. And my first experience in writing professionally was theater. I was doing short plays in New York. And then from that point on, I began to break into the comics industry. I was writing freelance comics like Angel, Charmed, and some stuff for Zenoscope. And recently, I've been writing freelance novels. And on the creator-owned side, I've been producing graphic novels that I'll put on Kickstarter, like Destiny New York and Prison Witch, and those of late. Yeah.
Awesome. And they're all awesome. Raven, you're awesome too. How about you? What about you? Tell us a little bit about your history.
Well, I am a geeky, queer science fiction fantasy author from Seattle who just recently, soon to be published on the moon. And I don't know very many people who can say that. There is a project called Luna H Map that I think it's New Mexico is working on with NASA. They are sending up a rover named Luna to basically study what makes up the moon. And in that study, they've decided to include a little SD card on it full of messages and stories and things that would represent humanity. And so I was invited to write a story. And I have a story now that will be up on the moon in a little bit, and therefore all alien species to find.
Awesome. So you're an author, not then.
Yes.
Okay, so I do. We'll just one little pitch out to make sure you ask your questions. You guys have been asking questions about character all day, and these are the two people that can really answer your questions about character. But I've got plenty to ask as well. I think the most important question that I have is, how do you design a main character that people fall in love with? Or fall in hate with, either one, that they connect with on some emotional level that can drive an entire series forward.
I think for me, the main thing that I try to remember is that it's kind of cliche sounding, but we really are all heroes in our own story. And that includes your villains. That includes your antagonists. So when you're coming up with characters, you're trying to create somebody who is the bad guy in whatever you're creating. They're going to think they're the good guy. How does that look in their actions? How does that look in what they say? If you can remember to do that on the flip side of things, then when you're creating your protagonists, that may change how they react to that too. And so it's always about looking at a character from 360, making sure your characters aren't flat. If you're remembering that they think they're right, that helps you create the kind of character that people will understand and identify with, even if they're bad.
Yeah, I love that idea, and I think, Pat, you do that. You do that so well, where you like, good guys do really bad things, but you still identify with them, and bad guys do good things, or they flip. How do you think about that when you're designing a story?
It's the way I approach it is just I kind of examine how I feel at that moment, and what's the deepest thing I feel, and what is a way I can express that through a character. And with Logan from Destiny New York, who is the main character, I just sort of took where I was in my life personally and built that into a fictional character. And I sort of put her in a what if situation. So I created this fantasy world around her while feeding just my troubles, my emotions, my questions about life into this one character. And once I got that down, that main character, I built around her and started to just one aspect of her life that had a hole in it. For example, Gia. Gia is this sort of a lighter character in Destiny New York who brings humor, but also a bit of an edge that Logan doesn't have. I wanted just to build a cast that was balanced, with each character being different. And once I just started to write, I realized it's sort of like the characters, and this is kind of like it's not really practical advice, but it's more just how I feel. The characters, as you write around them and figure out their voice, they in a way inform you how to proceed, right? So when the character makes a choice, it is me thinking internally about it. But I've trained myself in writing characters for so long that it almost feels as if this is not what I have the character say, it's what the character says, and then I figure out a way to make that interesting in the plot. So it's really just I spend so much time thinking about them internally, just in bed, in the shower, just wondering what a character would think in this situation, that it's almost as if when actually writing, it's just picking the most interesting thing of the things that they could possibly do based on how I've envisioned the character, you know?
Well, I think both you and Raven make these characters who, when they come on screen or on the page, you think they're going to be one thing, or you think they're going to be these one notes. Like your book, especially Pat. Like there's a lot of people could make the gangster barista or the best friends or anything like that. These bit parts that are just like one dimensional. And Raven, the same thing in your series. So I'm wondering how you work against that. And Raven talked a little bit about making sure your characters are three dimensional. But I'd love if you have any tips about specifically like how to make sure that you're not writing one-dimensional characters, and you do things like you spun off multiple of these characters
Yeah.
who felt like they were just going to be one-note jokes, and now they're like three volumes into their own story.
Yeah. No, it's true. The character that you mentioned, the gangster as barista, she was this sort of jokey character in Volume 1, who she was a gangster who essentially wanted her mob boss to pay her direct deposit instead of cash, and that was just that one joke. And then in Volume 2, I thought she was funny, so I wanted to bring her back. So in every scene that I had her, my intention was, how can I continue her humor while also creating this level of depth in her that hadn't been there before. So there's this one scene where she's in this sort of gangster interaction where she's being punked by someone else. And the character that we've known so far up until that point would, in that situation, be tough. But I stuck with her after I would normally cut away. And I had this one area where she has a moment of weakness and cries. And then for the rest of the book, she's just funny and light and tough. But that moment, that one little breakaway moment that we wouldn't normally see, that plants a seed that I can then in later volumes develop and show why she was that way,
Yeah. How about you, Raven? What do you have to say about that?
Well, it's kind of interesting because you mentioned earlier you didn't remember the name of the series. It's the Boaheme series.
Yeah.
But A Maskin's Blood, originally Ida was not a character in it. And I needed a way for the main character, Adelaide, to know information about her past without it being an info dump. So I created that character with that sole intention. But as I was writing book 1, she came to life, Ida, in a different way than I anticipated. It's like Pat was talking about. She started telling me, no, I'm this kind of character and I want to go do this over here. And so as I developed her in that, now she's going to have her own spinoff because she's become a much larger living, breathing character. And part of the inspiration for that, I think one of the people in the chat mentioned, Angelo was asking, do writers pull from their inner demons themselves to write these characters? Part of the way that I can make a character three-dimensional is, I think, the fact that I try to make it relatable, and I do that through using my own experiences. So, no, I'm not an assassin like Adelaide. I have not killed somebody. But I have had a family pop out of nowhere that I didn't know existed, suddenly having sisters and a mother that I didn't know. And I didn't know how to deal with that, which is something that Adelaide faces. And so by using my own feelings and my own insecurities and the things that I went through trying to process this newfound family, I could channel that into that character. And so now when she's going through similar things, she's more relatable. She's a living, breathing being in the pages rather than just this kind of flat character. And I think that that's part of what a lot of authors do, even when you don't mean to, because I didn't set out to do that with Adelaide. But by the time I finished, I looked back and went, oh, crud, I think I just wrote some of my own story into that. oops, but we do that instinctively because we want characters to be real.
Absolutely. I have to ask you this question. There's so many questions that other people have, but they don't know the Bohem series as well as I do. Besides not knowing the series title, you did something I've literally never seen before. You took my worst hated character, my least liked character, the character that grated on me the entire first book, and she becomes the hero and the one you root for and the one you love more than even I loved Adelaide in the first book. She becomes my favorite character in the second book. Uh how did you have the cojones to do that? And how did you come about saying I have to continue, I'm continuing this series from and I'm gonna make you love this character that I'm assuming she was not that well liked in the first book, but how did you do that?
When I set out to write book one, I always wanted it to be a story about two sisters learning from each other. And you see these assassins in movies and in books that are badass and awesome, and they fight, and they don't often have vulnerabilities. So I wanted this really strong character to get torn down, and I wanted her to be able to learn something about what it means to be vulnerable and the strength that can come from vulnerability. And at the same time, I had this character that was a princess that represented this stereotype of whiny, everything handed to her, total privilege character that I hate. And yes, I hated writing some of those scenes, but I wanted her to be able to learn something from Adelaide about what it means to have to do something for yourself, what it means to stand on your own 2 feet. And so I literally wanted them to do this, to switch places. And so when I was writing that, I thought about what is it that makes Margaret annoying? What is it about her character that makes me cringe, that's going to make the reader cringe? Okay, if I were like a therapist or a teacher, I'm a former teacher, so I know something about this, but if I were a therapist, how would I help somebody with those insecurities and flaws overcome them? What changes would have to be made to that character to make them better people? And then I said, okay, now what do I need to do to this character to make that happen? What is it going to cost her as a character before she's willing to put the work in and make those changes? And so that's kind of what I did, is I approached it, kind of from a therapy standpoint of how do I change this character?
Absolutely. I love that. So I think we covered one of the questions a little bit about how do characters come to you? But I want to move to this other question, which I think is really interesting, from Ava Bosom, which is, how do you approach writing characters in terms of tropes? Because both of you are writing books that are that have tons of tropes in them, that they're definitely the genre that you say they are, but on the same time your characters also buck all of the genre trends at the same time. And how do you deal with keeping with the tropes and then subverting them as well? And this time I think let's start with Pat.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be 100% real. I kind of don't think about that. How I would avoid that is just I've seen so much media myself that I don't want to copy what others have done, so I'll work against that. But as far as embracing the fantasy tropes that I'm in, I more try to avoid just things that I've seen before, and I don't actively try to embrace those. Like for example, Destiny New York is I like to say it's 90% drama and 10% fantasy. So if for a full volume no fantasy tropes or magic comes up, that's okay, because we've seen that the world around them exists. So I did feel the pressure to build the world at first, but now that we're in there and that people are aware of the world and what it is, I don't feel the pressure to remind the audience that it is a fantasy. I kind of just I feel comfortable just living in that.
Absolutely. How about you, Raven?
Well, I think on one hand, when a reader picks up a book with a typical fantasy cover, they have certain expectations as to what's going to be inside. So like Pat said, you don't kind of have to remind them that it's fantasy because they already know that. They picked up the cover, they looked at it, they read the back potentially, and they know it's fantasy. I don't necessarily think about what tropes I want to include, but I certainly do think about the ones that I want to flip and the ones that I want to basically say, no, we're not going to fridge this character. Thank you very much. I'm a fan of bucking the system. It's why I didn't do well as a teacher, especially in the South, because I was always standing up for things that, they didn't want me to stand up for. And it's the same way with my writing. I feel like representation is important. And so I'm going to buck what people expect out of their characters so that I can tell the story that I want to tell and teach the lesson that I want to teach in terms of what those characters are doing and learning from it. And if that flips a trope upside down, then so be it.
I love that. Pat, I want to talk specifically about something I'm hoping that I don't think it ruins the book. It's a part of the book. You write this story, and the beginning of the story, you think it's going to be a love story between Lilith and Logan. You
Yeah.
think they're going to be these like star-crossed lovers who like end up together and like whatever Lilith does, that's kind of horrible because Lilith is not the greatest human being in the world. Like Logan is just going to be like this kind of waifish character who like kind of accepts it, and you're constantly gonna be like, why are you? But you make a really interesting decision in this fantasy romance story, which has like the main tenet is the romance in the beginning of the first volume, where and Logan starts off as this character who is very timid about the thing that she wants. You make this the choice you make is that she learns how to be strong for herself, and she goes off on her own, and she leaves Lilith holding the bag of like what's and I would love to know sort of how that character moment developed, where you knew that that Logan has grown strong enough or independent enough to survive outside of the relationship that you had been building for a long time.
Yeah, it's that one was kind of like a fun little game that I played in that when we meet Logan through her internal monologue, she mentions all the time that in the past she would at a split second make a big life altering decision, and that was part of who she was. So for 2 volumes, we just see her kind of like floundering through life and just being content and trying to find happiness in where she is. And then all of a sudden, at the end of volume 2, she, as she's said the whole time, makes one of those choices. And it kind of jars you because you've spent this time with her, right? Where she's just been kind of taking life as it is. But the whole time she has been telling you that she does this. And then all of a sudden, boom, she does. And it's interesting that you say that about Lilith too, because I had a talk with my editor that in the moment that Logan does make that choice and she leaves, I wanted to make sure that both characters were still respectable and likable despite what they've done to one another. And I was worried that Lilith was going to be kind of villainized. And my editor said, "Oh no, Logan is wrong." And I was like, "Oh no, but I wrote it that she's right." So just the idea that I could write that and have people read that and think the exact opposite of what I intended is what I wanted. I wanted each character to have that moment where they could have gone one way and they go the other, and the audience is left to kind of figure it out. So yeah.
So I just want to define something for people. We talked about tropes a little bit ago, and someone asked what is a trope. I would call it an expectation of a genre, like the thing that you expect to get when you are reading a fantasy or sci-fi or romance book. Sort of if you're writing, would you say that that's pretty accurate about what a trope is? Either of you can take that or define it yourself.
Besides an expectation, it's also almost a stereotype. It's a generalization. So think about something like Star Wars. You have the wise old man figure. You have the, young boy or young girl on a journey. I mean, some of that follows the hero's journey too, but all of those tropes are expectations or generalizations of characters and plot that we come to expect when we see something of that genre.
Absolutely. Okay, so I have three questions that kind of dovetail into each other, and I'm trying to figure out how to make this one question. B.S. Farrell asks, when writing a novel, how many characters should you create, and is it possible to have too many or too few characters? Then I think this can dovetail with how do you keep your characters distinct and memorable as you're growing out that cast. If not, we can tackle them each individually, but it seems like we could sort of mash that into one thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, in terms of how many, you should create as many characters or as few characters that is required for what the story is you're telling. You know, if you're talking about writing a story where a planet explodes and someone's trying to figure out who blew it up, you have everything from police officers and medical staff and all these random people running around in the background. Do you need all those? No. So you have to sit back and say, okay, if my story is that happens and it's a 13-year-old Nancy Drew type person trying to figure out who did it, how many people is it necessary for her to interact with for that to happen? That's how many. So there is no right or wrong answer on that. It's going to be whatever you need as the writer to tell whatever you're telling.
So you're basically saying that like you're seeing it through the protagonist's eyes or the multiple protagonists' eyes, and how whoever and the characters that they need to see to make the story complete is who you should be focused on creating. Is that right?
For the most part, yeah.
Pat, what do you think?
Yeah, what I'd add to that too is that for me it does depend on what media I'm in, because with a comic, like for example, I write the series Prison Witch with my wife. In each volume of that, we do have about 8 characters, but since we're only at 60 pages, only a few of them can really arc in each volume. Whereas with Destiny in New York, I have a cast of like 12 or 14 main characters. And in there, each of them can have, over that course of 200 pages, somewhat of an arc because, you know, you see them more, you have more time spent with them. But I will say that what I do is as I go along, I always assess my cast as I build because it's fun to add a new character when you're a bit into the story, just so you can kind of like shake up your cast. But what I worry is that a new character kind of makes an older one obsolete. So I do always think about my cast and be like, is this character still serving, or are they there because I love them? And if that's the only reason why, I should think of an emotional, story-driven exit for them. Because just because I enjoy writing them doesn't mean that they've earned their place to remain in that story, you know?
That's part of the reason that they have the phrase kill your darlings.
Yeah.
It can apply to a lot of things, but it often applies to characters. It often applies to the fact that, oh, hey, I've got this side character over here who's not really doing anything, and I have 2 more just like him. Well, can't I just put all of them together into one and do the same thing? Yeah. I should do that. Oh, man, I have to kill something I like? Well, you know, that's what happens.
Absolutely. And Pat does an interesting thing in Destiny New York where he will make Logan. Really, Logan. It started with Logan, and like whoever she touched could then become a character that had their own arc.
Yeah.
And then it became whoever Logan and Lilith touched. And then it became whoever Logan, Lilith, or the other main characters touched. So the sort of character branches all started with like the main character. Logan was who we saw the world through. And then Logan and Lilith became this relationship of who they were going to be shown to. And then it became Logan, Lilith, and the roommates, and then it kind of branched out from there. And I thought it was a very nice framework for how to develop out a story with a bigger cast.
Thank you. And yeah, that's something that I did actively kind of hurt my brain over because in volume 1, I would use Logan as a transition period. You know, she would we'd follow her. She'd go into the school, and then we could see what's going on with the school characters. But then volume 2 came along, and I was like, all right, so we know them now, right? We can kind of just go into them. And from that point on, it started to just, as you said, everyone that interacts with one of the characters who's already been established can now join that cast and be someone that we visit from time to time. And yeah, I had to rein myself in though, because it could get to the point where Logan could go to the store and just bring something up, and then that cashier is a main character. That's what I want to do, but the page limit.
But you literally did that. Like you literally
Oh, no,
did
yeah.
that with like gangster ass barista and the other character, the manager. It was literally a cashier becomes a main character. So
Yeah, sure.
do you guys so Nancy Chen asked two questions, and the first is do you know your characters already during the first draft, or do you crystallize them in revision?
Ooh, it's a good question. It seems like it'll be simple to answer, but it's kind of hard because kind of both. You have some characters that you have a good idea of going in at first, and you get to know them a bit more. But there are some characters who, I mean, both in novels and comics. With novels, it's the time that you spend writing them. In comics, sometimes the artist will draw a background character, and I'm like, that one. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's different with each character. It's like the same way that you make these friendships and meet people in different areas, and there's a certain pace to your friendship. It's the same with character to me.
Yeah. How about you, Raven?
I would agree. I think it's a bit of both. Like I mentioned earlier, Ida wasn't in the first draft of A Maskin's Blood. And as I finished it, I realized I needed this character. And even the second draft, she wasn't as fleshed out. And so it took a couple of rounds for me to get to know her enough to crystallize it in revision, as Nancy said. But some characters I knew from the get-go. Adelaide was somebody that this was her character, and I knew exactly where I was going with it.
Absolutely. For me, I'm trying not to add too much of my own commentary because I'm so interested in your two stories. But I do almost always, every time I start a new series, the characters who are in the beginning of the book are not the characters who are at the end of the book for the main characters. Their voice isn't distinct enough, and then somehow by the end of the writing that first draft, I go, oh. Yeah, okay, now I can go back and make it feel like it made sense all along, which is that famous Neil Gaiman quote, which is like the second draft is just making the first draft make sense, and like you were thinking you planned it all along. So let's see. The second question she asked is, how do you make each character distinct and memorable for a reader when there's a large cast? And how do you give them enough screen time, or sorry, book time, to make them really have a meaty part?
Well, if you make sure that you've not doubled up roles, like we were just talking about, when you have three characters that can just be one, that helps with making a character distinct, because then you don't have a bunch of voices that are all saying the same thing. The other way that you make characters distinct is both through understanding their backstory, understanding their motivations, and through just your dialogue as well, which is part of our focus. If your character is somebody who grew up in New Orleans and who's impoverished and doesn't have a lot of education, there is a certain dialect and way that mannerisms that they will talk that will distinguish them from other characters. There's going to be certain ways that they behave, certain habits and phrases, and just ways about them that fit with where they grew up and their socioeconomic levels. These are all parts of that. And so when you're building your character, you need to be thinking about all of that, and that's part of how you make them distinct.
Absolutely. What do you think, Pat?
No, I totally agree. It's as if the way that I like to think of the speech patterns of characters, because the thing is that I do sometimes when I first get the dialogue out, I'll have just sort of a marathon of writing, right? But then when I go back and hone each voice, I want to make sure that each line sort of has a different rhythm. Like say the character Meadow from Destiny New York has a very upbeat, fast, speedy motor mouth rhythm, where Logan has a sort of more pensive, rolling, smooth a speech pattern, and each character should sound distinct. Where if in a comic you didn't see who was speaking, you could still gather, oh, that would be a Logan line, that would be a Trinity line, and finding that voice will also sort of let you do these more in-depth character moments, because once you develop a speech pattern that your audience will kind of clip onto and say, oh, that's regular for Logan, when the character breaks that, it's going to create more of an emotional response, because you can tell that something has sort of broken what the character, how that character normally reacts. That this character is going to be angry now, is going to be sad now, and you can tell it from the subtlety of the way that you've broken that pattern. And yeah, it's the way that I do that is I try to just listen to people speak in real life and just watch what dialogue works in TV, in theater, and yeah, and learn that way and just apply it to characters just to make sure each one is very distinct.
There's a really good exercise for that if people are trying to write dialogue and characters that are distinct and they're struggling. That I think is just, it's an exercise everybody should practice. You can take a scene from a movie, go get the script and, give yourself a couple lines, pull out your dialogue tags. That's the he said, she said, pull out the descriptors to where all you have is just literally what they say, and try, this particular technique. So let's say we have a line where somebody goes, I never thought this would happen. If you have that line, think about how would you make this line sad without changing anything in the dialogue. So if we had, I never thought this would happen. She dabbed her eyes with a tissue. Oh, okay. Now I know how she said that. Or if it's, I never thought this would happen. She placed a hand delicately on her growing abdomen. Oh, that's a happy moment. So dialogue is not just what's spoken, it's also what's not spoken. It's our mannerisms, our movements, our body postures, our facial expressions, the tags, he shouted. So take a scene from a movie, pull out all that extra stuff, and then write it angry without changing a word of the dialogue. Write it sad, write it happy. Try a whole bunch of different range of emotions. That is a great practice for figuring out how to make your character sound different, because you're going to notice, oh, hey, my character, when he's mad, he always says, what you doing? So, now I need to say this phrase and he needs to express that what you're doing. So what does he do when he does that? He frowns, or it's going to make you focus in on what makes your characters unique and how they express themselves.
Absolutely. I love how you're talking about, well, I love how we're talking about dialogue, because I forgot that was the other half of this panel until just now. And one of the first question we got was, I get bogged down in dialogue. Help! From Rennie Fulton. And I love how you're talking about taking the dialogue in context of the scene and what's happening out of the in the world as to how you express it. I think comics especially does this really well, because you're looking at the face of somebody as they're saying the dialogue. So you almost have that natural, like, I think of Logan saying, when you're saying that, I'm thinking of like characters from Destiny New York, like saying it, like, but being sad and then being happy and then being angry and being excited. And it's only in the context of the art and what's happening for in your books that how to take it. Would you say is that what sort of we're talking about with dialogue, or how are we going to help Rennie out?
It's interesting, because I'm going to interrupt for a second, but when people watch movies, the medium has the bonus of the visual media, and so we get to see their facial expressions. And so I think in some ways it's not as hard for writers of movies, for screenwriters, to express how somebody's feeling, because we get that visual element. And in books, you don't have that. You have to create that. But I think that comics are the marriage of the two, and it's a perfect in between, because comics, you have to be very succinct in your writing. You don't get all those paragraphs to describe everything. It has to be both the art, the scene, and the small amount of text that does the work. I think that if anybody wants to be a writer, they should study comics. It's the best way to look at how to do dialogue.
Yeah, it's really that is how it is, and it's very interesting in that sort of like film, when the writer hands in that script to an artist, depending on how much of a how much control you have over what the artist does, whether it's a work for hire gig or if they co-own that. The artist might not necessarily, just like the actor might not, capture the emotion that you want. So sort of you have to build a puzzle of dialogue around what the artist has drawn sometimes, and get that emotion that you want when it isn't present on the page, and sort of figure out a way to make that make sense. What I would say to that person lost in dialogue, though, is do you remember that I forget what it's called, but it's like a talk show where someone comes in who has like a fear of pigeons, right? And then to break that fear, the host, like a sociopath, brings out a cage of pigeons, right? And they're like, grab this cage of pigeons. What I would say to that writer is, write a play. Just write, immerse yourself in what you feel that you can't do. Just write essentially a document that's just dialogue telling the entire story. And do that until you feel more comfortable with it, because my problem personally is plot. So I've tried to challenge myself to write a few more plot-driven stories that still have large character elements, but it's where I struggle. I struggle with plot, with mystery. So I try to break that problem within myself by actually just doing it, and that's what I would say to someone who struggles, is to just do it until you feel more comfortable with it, because it will come more naturally. Because if you are a writer, and if you have talent and skill that you hone in that area, this is one that you absolutely can as well.
Awesome. I actually I think that doing comics helped me enormously with dialogue, because how I would write the comic at the beginning was I would overwrite the crap out of the dialogue so that the artist would be able to like see what I wanted to do. Like they would like I wouldn't just say angry, like I would write out like a whole speech, and then I would get the dialogue, the page back, and I would be like, oh, he can just say one word now. He can say one word because like the expression that he is conveying is all there. Like it all came through in the art, and now I don't have to worry about the expository dialogue or the unnecessary stuff. It was that marriage, like Raven was talking about, between the visual and then the word. And when I started writing prose, that sort of helped me carry it over, of being like, okay, this is the scene, and now I just have to add the dialogue that is necessary between there, just like I would with comics.
Mm-hmm.
Hit a book interview people about his work. Okay, I'm just making sure that I don't have that I'm not looking at other questions, but there has been so many awesome questions so far in this hour. And if you have more, we've still got about 5 or 6 minutes to ask a couple of more questions. I'm trying to think of something else specifically about dialogue that I would like to ask, because we talked so much about character. Let me roll up to my prepared questions, which I did for just this this part. Oh, yes. I would like to talk about dialogue tags and like how you actually tag stuff. Because there's this, I have strong feelings about whether you should only say said up, and then we'll have a question of whether you only say said or you ask adjectives. So like, how do you draw out the emotion of the dialogue if you're trying to use dialogue sparingly? Are you an adverb person? Are you a like writing more prose kind of person, or how are you going about getting people to convey that tone that you're looking for?
Well, I'm not an adverb person, only because if it's he said silently, the word you're looking for is whispered.
Yeah.
So a lot of times when people, not all the time, but usually if you're using an adverb, it's because you have a weak verb. So look at your verb and see if there is a way you can make that condensed and fix it. There's not always, but 99% of the time there is. So most of the time I'm a said.
Yeah, I totally agree. And also, I think that in a scene, you will build the context around that. You have that said that exists in a larger scene, and it's the actual verb, but also that scene itself should help the reader figure out how it's being said. I don't generally use adverbs. I'll allow myself one here and there, but I try to picture a furious Stephen King in my head when I do. But yeah, I just feel that when a reader reads a bunch of adverbs, they're going to think that the writer's talking down to them, and that's going to kind of turn them off. So I think that just it's scary, but trust the reader. I'd say trust the reader and pull back as much as you can.
Well, if you've set the scene up well, it should both convey how something is said and who's saying it most of the time. Like most of the time, you don't even need the he said.
Yeah.
That's usually only if you have more than two people in a room. But if you have two people in a room, their voices should be distinct enough that you most of the time don't even need a tag.
Yep.
Absolutely. I love what you said, Pat, about an angry Stephen King. Now I'm picturing that every time I have to write an adverb, I have to defend it to Stephen King. And if I can't defend it, then I gotta cut it.
That's it. I'd say a big resource that I had that helped me elevate is Stephen King's On Writing. It's perfectly empathetically brutal.
Yes. Now I know your answer to this, at least on Pat's side, but I know we can get caught up in writing accents in dialogue and sort of falling back on the fact that, well, the accent's going to like tell them what this character is instead of having to actually do the dark character work. But I'm wondering how you integrate accents in dialogue. Do you write them at all, or like what are your feelings about writing strong accents in dialogue? Raven?
I have an answer. So the rule of thumb is to use them sparingly, because if you write an accent the way a lot of accents are, they can be difficult to read. So the reader starts to get clogged up on it and going, I don't know what this person's saying anymore. And it can actually make people get headaches. Because your brain's just not used to reading that. So once you've established that this character, has a Welsh accent or whatever, then you can say it normal, and we just, with occasional reminders, and we know that they have that accent. Sometimes you can break the rules, which I have done. I don't remember, Russell, if you've read Class M Exile, but my science fiction short, the main character is an alien who studies extinct humanity by watching bad Western TV shows. So he thinks that everybody talks with a really bad Texas drawl. So the whole book goes around with him talking like this. And because I'm from Texas, I can totally do that. It's a book where people either hate it or love it. If they know what the intent behind it is and that I'm studying prejudice, then they hear the accent in their head and they love it. Some people see that much dialogue with accent and go, oh God, no, this is too much for me. So you can do that, but it's sometimes a flip of a coin on whether that will be successful for you.
Yeah, I think it depends why the accent exists in the story. Like Russell, I think that when you said that my answer, you're picturing Trinity, right? Who has a very affected accent when she speaks. And Trinity isn't the only character from her region. We also have Joe Rowlands, who's from England, and he speaks with a much more subtle accent. But the reason that I went harder with Trinity is because of the joke. The bit with Trinity is that she is this poor girl who was moved all over the world. She lived in Ireland, in Scotland, in Germany, and in Queens. So she has the most ridiculous accent that you can imagine. So building that joke in while still keeping her an understandable and empathetic character, that it keeps her funny. But if she just had a standard Scottish accent, you'd see much less of me writing and leaning into that accent. But because it's part of one, her backstory, and two, the bit, that's why I kind of lean into her that way.
Yeah, and the Bit is like now a main character in her own like long running series, which has
Yeah,
run longer than most comics.
yeah.
So we are unbelievably out of time. We've only got a couple of minutes left, so I want to give you guys a chance to pitch your books and where we can find you. But then I want to do another thing, which is so first, I want you to tell people pick a book and tell them why they should read it. You know my choices for each of you because I absolutely think you should read both of these books. The Bohem trilogy and then Pat's Destiny New York. Really, though, anything from you guys. So like I'll pick a book, tell people like what kind of person would love it and why they should buy it. Then your best piece of advice that you could give to somebody who was either just starting out or you at a younger age or that you ever heard. Like, you could take it in a lot of ways. And then we will find out where we can find you online. Right now, we're streaming across what I hope is the right one, which has your websites on it. But if you have something else you want to tell them to find, then go for it. We will start with Pat.
Sure. I would say check out Destiny New York. It's what I've been talking about. It's my main graphic novel series. It's been running for 40 years now. We do at least one big volume per year of 200 pages or more. I have it right here. It's beautifully illustrated, and it's a book that you can invest in these characters for a long time and feel they grow with you, and you feel that long time payoff. It's the basic concept is what happens to a kid who is the subject of a prophecy when they complete that prophecy. How are they like in their 30s when they've been told their entire life that the best thing that they'll ever do is finished? And I'd say it's best for the people who are looking to find themselves between ages 25 to 40. And it's for the hopeless romantic. It's for the thirsty, and it's for the reader who loves a long-running, passionately written creator-owned comic.
That I've been told is going to go on for as long as Pat can fund it.
Yeah, man, that is pretty much the case. And yeah,
I'm gonna hold you to it. I'm gonna hold you to. If you're like, I don't want to write this thing anymore, I'm like, I'm sorry, man. You've got to keep going. You promised me.
Please do. I would love to write it for up to 11 volumes, but we'll see how the funding goes. But yeah, thank you.
And then where can we? And then your best piece of advice and where we can find you online.
Best piece of advice. What I would say is something that's difficult when you begin to write for a living is that what was once your escapist hobby becomes your job. And as much as you can idealize it, it will at some point feel like a job. So what you do to keep that fresh is to find little fun hobbies on the side, right? Still break away from your job, even though it is your passion, because we as writers, as much as we don't want to, we end up feeling this guilt when we're not writing, because we've aspired for so long to have this be what pays our bills, that once it finally is, when we're not writing, when we're actually living life or having fun outside of the written word, it feels as if we're wasting that time. I'd say find something fun that's not writing and do it while still maintaining your daily writing schedule. And you can find me at Pat Chan pretty much everywhere. My Tumblr is posted down below, and there is where I pretty much just answer questions that Charmed fans have from my run on Charmed. They're very, very passionate. But yeah, at Pat Chan pretty much everywhere.
Awesome. And how about you, Raven?
Well, I would recommend that if you are a fantasy fan, that you check out the Bohem series. Book one is A Maskin's Blood. And I tell people it's like the word Alaskan, like from Alaska, with an M, a Maskin. And this is a coming-of-age series that features a 19-year-old assassin, but it's really a story about family and sisters, and whether or not chosen families versus blood families are the ones that mean the most to us, and can we have both? And so it's really a story about family, is what I tell people. It's just not the story you think it is. And if you're more of a science fiction fan, I would say check out Class M Exile. I've got another science fiction book coming out later this year as well. So, you can keep your eyes on my website. I am going to soon have an episodic cat story on my website coming up as well. So if you're into cats, that would also be something to check out. My advice would be, honestly, read wide, watch wide, absorb yourself in media. Learn what it is about that movie or that TV show or that book that you like. What did the author or the writers do that made you go, oh, that's so cool? Study that. And not in your published works, but in just your practice. Practice emulating the things that you like. Learn how they do those tricks so that you can help yourself write the stories you want to tell. And then, as far as finding me, I'm pretty much Raven Oak in most places, but sometimes with underscores. And the easiest way to find me would basically go to my website at ravenoak.net, and all my social media links are on there, and that would be probably the easiest way.
Awesome. I really appreciate you both coming on, and now I'm going to bring Nick back on so he can say goodbye to you too,
Sure.
and then we can bring on the next panel. Hi, Nick.
Hey, glad to be here. Yay, Pat and Raven.
Hey.
I was listening. I had the loudspeakers on while I was in the kitchen and listening to you guys. I'm so glad to have heard everything that you shared. And Raven, I wrote down one of the things that you said. I'm going to bring that up with Phil and Kaya Foglio at the end. But tune in later.
Awesome. Well, now I could talk to you all day, but we're going to say goodbye. Everyone say goodbye to each other, and then we're going to
Thanks
let
for
Pat
coming, you
and
guys.
Raven go.
Thank
and
you.
I'm going to
Thank you
keep
so much.
Nick on. Okay, so bye and bye. And now people have been asking about the Zoom rooms. So in the next hour, these are where our 2 Zoom rooms going to be. I believe
Yes.
I got this right.
Yes, you did. So Sarah Ann Fox is she's a veteran screenwriter and script doctor, and so she's going to be talking about screenwriting and narrative fiction, which follows up really well with some of the things that we've been saying already. James Yu is there for you novelists and nonfiction writers also. So he's going to be leading some writing sprints, but he's also there to offer personalized coaching. I mean, I've seen so many questions in the comment stream, like really specific questions about craft and about like that specific project. Now's your time to go and see either Sarah Ann Fox or Ethan Ransom, or I've copied down both of those links, and drop into each of their groups and just see what's going on and ask your questions there. And they are standing by ready to help you.
I'm going to see if I can do this. Is that right? Can I put this in all of the... Oh, it looks like it's already going into all of the comments. I'm going to do it again just in case. So now we get to bring on the next part of this, which I think is really like the... So we talked about pacing, we talked about character, we talked about mindset, and I think the final kind of piece in the puzzle of how to construct a world-class book is the world building and the setting. Now, both of these happen to be fantasy authors and horror authors and genre authors, but even when you're talking about literary fiction, like, it's really world building and setting is equally important, don't you think, Nick?
Absolutely. It's huge, especially for those genres. Certain genres have certain things that you absolutely have to get right. Like if it's humor, it's got to be funny, and you can make all kinds of other mistakes and people will forgive you. But horror, especially things like horror and westerns and fantasy, the world building is one of those things that you absolutely have to get right. And you can get everything else right and blow the world building, and your horror novel, your fantasy novel is just not going to work.
Yes, and both RJ and Arthur are just wonderful at building worlds and settings and making you really fall in love with them. And I'm going to bring them both on now, and then I'm going to say goodbye. So I'm going to cut the first. I'm going to cut this, and now I'm going to bring on RJ. Hi, RJ.
Hello. I'm on a laptop, so if there's feedback, I'm going to actually be muting myself when I'm not talking.
Sounds good. And then Arthur.
Hello.
Hey, Arthur. Good to
Hi,
see
guys. I wish that I could do all the panels because I love you both so much, but I'm going to let Nick have some fun getting to know you guys a little bit more. I cannot stress enough for everyone that's watching. First of all, thank you for watching. But this is the chance to ask questions. This is really for you. And if you have questions about world building and setting, I can't think of two people that I would rather talk to than RJ and Arthur. So I'm going to now, with that, I'm going to go away and say bye and enjoy the next hour, everyone.
Thanks so much, Russell. I appreciate it. Okay, well, I'm so glad to actually be. I know we're not sitting down in person, but I feel like I'm sitting down in person with you guys for the first time after weeks of talking about you and talking briefly with you. And oh, hi, Kitty.
And she's my coworker today.
Oh, that's
I have
awesome.
another coworker who is hiding under the bed right now, but my husband's working from home today, so I am in the bedroom while
Right.
he's out in the room with the computer. So I'm on my
Yeah.
lap and winging it every day.
Well, you're doing fine.
All right, I don't
yeah.
have any pets to bring up. I'm sorry about that. I'll go grab my guinea pigs, but they'll squeal. Anyways.
No,
It's
no.
best not to do that.
Yeah, my cat is actually hiding in a shoebox right now, and the other cat is outdoors killing something. So
Your cat is a
that
literary critic, I assume.
yeah, hiding in a box and going and killing something. Exactly. Both my cats.
Yeah.
So no, actually, my cat that enjoys prowling around and killing things would love to get to know you guys and read your stories, because he believes that delivering death to someone's doorstep is the greatest gift of love that a cat can accomplish. So yeah, tell me, and everybody else who's listening, I wanted to have each of you just take a little bit of time to introduce yourself and tell us sort of where you're coming from, your perspective as an author, and what sorts of things you write. So can we start with RJ?
Absolutely. Okay, I write actually 3 primary genres. I write contemporary romance as Bernadette Franklin. I write paranormal romance as Susan Copperfield, and I write urban fantasy, epic fantasy, traditional fantasy, and soon to be starting space opera as RJ
Wow.
Umbrella. And if you're looking for me, that's how you find me, and then you can find everyone else from there.
Interesting. I'm going to follow up on a couple of things that you said there, but not yet because I want to hear Arthur.
Yeah, well, I've been writing as a living, actually, luckily enough, for the last 20 years. And I mostly write for the young adult, or younger readers, I should say, because I keep getting emails from people who are in their 70s and 80s going, I really like your books. Is it okay that I read them? So
As if they're limited.
I know, that's right. And I tend to write in fantasy, horror, science fiction. I have one book that is set in high school that's normal, and I have some historical novels too. So there's 25 novels now, so I have this kind of variety, but most of it I would depict as fantasy, science fiction, horror, which is what I love. So that's why I write it.
Okay, that's awesome. I'm a aspiring science fiction author myself, which is really funny because some of the books on the shelf behind me are actually written by my clients, but I'm a classic example of the cobbler who goes barefoot, but that's all right. So you guys are writing the kinds of things that I will write someday when I have the time.
Yeah,
but right now I'm
after we're
enjoying
done.
interviewing guys. Yeah, right. Yeah. Actually, I do have a writing sprint scheduled with some of my writing partners tonight, but that's all right. So RJ, before I get started on some of these questions that I have already prepared, and we'll also, of course, be taking questions from the comment stream. People are listening to us. I'm always fascinated when I hear people when I listen to authors who have chosen a lot of different pen names. I've heard very strong arguments why, well, one extreme person said that every author ought to have a pen name, and another extreme version where, why would you ever hide behind a pen name? And you're diluting your brand, especially by having so many pen names. So there's like two huge disputes here. One, whether you should have a pen name at all. You're in the middle?
I'm directly in the middle.
Interesting, but you have so many pen names.
Here's what happened. I was sitting there innocently brainstorming. There I am. Oh, I want to write this book. This sounds like fun. What if the United States became monarchies?
Okay. You mean each state?
Each
or
state
just the whole
is a monarchy. And basically what happened is there's a second civil war. The country divides. Some states form a conglomerate, excuse me. Like New York, for example, includes New York, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania.
As it already believes that it does. Yes, of course.
So these magic is introduced in the world. Power plays happen. The states split, and each one becomes its own monarchy. Montana tends to rule them all. So think of the One Ring. Montana is the One Ring. The most random state you can think of, but Montana is
no, not at all. Actually, the governor of Montana is a personal acquaintance of mine.
Oh, that's cool.
I went to college with him. Yeah, but anyway,
yeah,
not
going to
bring
now.
Up, well, of sort. I was actually really hoping that he would run for president, which he. Never mind. I'm not going to bring up politics. Never mind. Okay, sorry. Carrying on. So, tell me the name of this series. I'm writing this down. What's it called?
It's called The Royal States.
Awesome.
So, instead of United, they're royal. Susan Copperfield. If you look up Susan Copperfield, and yes, Copperfield like David Copperfield, the magician, because that's where I yoinked Copperfield from. I totally just went, yoink, I love David Copperfield. Here we go. So what happened was like, crap, there's 50 states. Well, I'm condensing them down to 20 something or 16 something. I don't remember how many condensed to, but I want to do at least one for each state. So at that point, I'm into a 20 plus book series. Right. And then it turns out some states are getting more than one book. It would not have been viable to keep it under the RJ Blaine umbrella. I have a lot of series under that umbrella right now. So if I were to introduce this whole new world, which is all interconnected standalones, I would have a branding disaster on my hands.
Okay. So this was a branding decision.
It was completely branding. And it's perfect because I operate all of my pen names under the Sneaky Kitty Critic. So there's no separation. I don't hide any of my pen names. When I do an announcement, all of my pen names tend to do the same announcement. So when RJ releases a book, Susan might come up and go, well, other me released a book. So for branding purposes, they're separate entities. Some people don't want to read about the royal states. They don't like the idea. They don't like the concept, whatever. They're not into paranormal romance. They want the grittier Witch and Wolf. They want the grittier Fox Witch World books, which are starting in November.
Which you also write.
Which I also write. So they want something different, but it's my same writing style. So they're getting the same type of writing, but they're getting it in a different flavor. So the people who like Pepsi go to RJ. The people who like go to Susan. The people who want Sprite go to Bernadette. So they hop over. What I was not expecting, however, was the sheer number of urban fantasy, don't like romance at all people, going to read Bernadette Franklin, which is contemporary romantic comedy fluff.
Do you think that's an artifact of the pandemic, or people are sitting at home?
I was like, "There's no way."
I want to read something happy.
I was way wrong, and so now I have this little Bernadette who is so off the wall compared to everything. World setting, everything so different. She shunts it off on the side, and now I have to really work with her because Urban fantasy people want more Bernadette.
Everybody loves her. Now I need to write more in the series.
That is exactly what happened. And
That's great. What a wonderful
But
problem.
the world building, honestly, the type of world building used in each of these different authors is different enough. It doesn't all fit together.
Right.
So as an author, I want to put likes with likes. I want readers to have a good experience under that pen name.
And so what you've done, because some of these pen names actually apply to, if I took my notes correctly, some of these pen names apply to the same or very similar genres. I mean, if you look at the larger genre, they're the same, but the world is different. So
Very.
it looks to me like what you've done is you've assigned a different pen name to each world. Is that right? More or less?
RJ has, I'm going to do a head count. She has the Fox Witch World, which releases in November, the Magical Romantic Comedy series, which has spin-off series, and that's the same world. The Requiem for the Rift King series, which is the same world as the Fall of Aerolith series. So I'm up to 4. And I have Jesse Alexander and Seeking the Zodiacs.
Okay.
But that's why I couldn't add that huge, all-encompassing world under that one pen name, which already had 6-7 worlds under it.
So you didn't necessarily put a different pen name to every story world, but you're when there is a big, a big hairy story world, it gets its own pen name. That's very interesting. Well, I'm glad that we're talking during this
books from the start, and I know I'm doing 10+ books. I immediately go and get a new pen name because at that point it becomes too unwieldy.
That's fascinating.
If I'm having multiple trilogies in the same world or multiple standalones, so it is very much world specific.
Okay. Do you feel like when you write if you know that this is something that you're writing is going to be a standalone book, do you give that one its own pen name just to sort of put it on a shelf somewhere? No, that's an R.J. Blaine book, probably.
This is a R.J. Blaine book, and R.J. McBride doing this numerous times.
Ah, I see. Okay. Well, I want to hear a little bit from Arthur Slade. Where do you stand on this whole pen name thing? Are you listening to her thinking she's crazy? Or do you have pen names?
I can hardly work with myself, so I don't know how she works with all these other writers. I mean, must be fighting all the time. No, it makes perfect sense to me. And if I was more organized, it also makes perfect sense for kind of this time period, because I started out in traditional publishing, and still half of my work is traditional publishing. So it wasn't as people weren't as concerned about genre, especially when I was writing for young adults. But now, when you're really so laser focused on Amazon, you know that the romance, readers will just read romance or have a very specific. If they associate your name with that style of writing, then they're going to buy all of it. And I'm totally with her. I wish I was as smart as her and had 2 or 3 different names instead of writing horror and fantasy. And I should have. Well, I want to write all those things, but put them under different names. So I'm totally on RJ's side, and all the other writers with RJ too.
Okay, so Art, if you were to, let's say you like this summer. Something happens and you're like, oh, okay, new series of 4 books with possible follow-ons if they're successful. And it's going to be something different from what I've normally done. Would you at this point decide, I'm going to try that new pen name thing? Or do you have so much momentum under Arthur Slade that you're just going to like that would it, like, do you feel like you've missed the train?
No, I don't. I mean, I could jump on the train at any time, really. And I think you're right. If I was writing something completely different than anything else I've written, then I would think about it. And also, just because I love to experiment with publishing, I would love to. In fact, I'm looking at writing a science fiction series, and I'm thinking in the back of my head, well, should I just change my name and just kind of test that out? Because just the way you get rewarded on Amazon for having the same name, the same series in the exactly right genre, it gets mixed up when it sees that Arthur Slade also, wrote a book set in high school in 1984. It goes, well, what's going on? How can this guy do all these things? So I would certainly think about it.
Okay. So I want to I want to actually get to a couple of other questions here, because actually all the stuff that we've said so far, none of this was on my prep sheet. This is just me. This is just
I'm
me
so
like,
sorry.
wow, that's so cool. No, no, no. This is great. This is exactly the kind of serendipitous stuff that we love.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So, and later on, I'm going to work in some questions from other people too. But first, here we are talking about setting and world building. I'm a writing coach. I've been a writing coach for 15 years now in fiction and nonfiction books, longer than that in the world of academics. But let's not let academia intrude on our fun here. So uh, so most authors, most aspiring authors, sort of beginning getting their feet wet, trying to sort of break in, trying to create their brand. Um, Many of them just don't really think about world building or settings. They just write naturally, and they assume that their settings will fall into place. It's like they sort of create their settings as they're writing a scene, and I point out it kind of feels like your characters are in a blank room. And so they create the setting almost in a scene by scene way, kind of like pantsing a novel, except however they may have, whether they're a pantser or a plotter, they're pantsing their settings, they're pantsing their world building. That seems awfully common to me, but is that, what kind of approach? I want to hear how each of you approaches world building when you're starting a new book or a new series. Do you just sort of you get the premise and you just sort of go with it, and you sort of polish up the world later to fit the plot? Or do you spend a lot of time, like earlier we were talking with people who said, oh my gosh, yeah, the characters, I spend a ton of time on the characters, and then I'll work on the plot and the story arc and the setting and things like that once I have the characters right. But I was just wondering, both of you write rich, deep, complex story worlds which go on for book after book, and become these. They feel like these real places where people can live in your stories. Did that just sort of come sort of piecemeal, or did you figure that out ahead of time, or how? Tell me about your process there, Art.
If I can go first, I do both, and
Interesting.
what the reason I do both is, for example, I have a fantasy novel that I think is a rich textured fantasy novel. It's called Crimson, and set in an alternate world where a queen is ruled for 1,000 years. And so I spent all that time. I did the map, and I wrote up the whole history of like 20 or 30 pages of all the things that had happened in that world, and kind of started to lay out the characters. And just, I did start the story by that point, but I had kind of this foundation. And the reason I did that, kind of when I think back, who knows, when you're writing, I can't say I'm always thinking about it, but later on I go, this must be why I did it, is I wanted that to be a rich, kind of slow developing world that was quite a bit different than ours. And so that's why I spent so much time building the world beforehand. But the series I'm working on right now is called Dragon Assassin. And by the way, it's an assassin riding a dragon, not a dragon riding an assassin, just to make that clear. But when I first conceived of it, I thought, I want nothing to slow this story down. I want it to be like Indiana Jones, where you're just racing through, this happens, things blow up, you go to the next scene. And so when it came to writing the fantasy, I actually did it piecemeal, and in the sense that I just roared that story ahead. It's kind of a pun, I guess, with dragons. Again, I apologize. And made it move, faster and faster, and added I added little details so that people would get kind of an idea of the fantasy world. And that's not kind of the typical or normal approach, but it's what I felt the story deserved and needed. And what I think made it come together is that I kind of do almost like a shorthand of fantasy. Like, for example, there's a kingdom in this world called Woden, which is like Odin, so it has Viking-like people. So that's kind of, when people will know that, they're kind of like Vikings, and that kind of sets the rest of that country up for them, and of course there's things I change. So that, what that did for me as the writer is I was just ripping through that story, and I don't know that I can do that every time. I like to slow down and make it all kind of work together. by the time I got done, then I had to go back and start fixing things and going, well, this doesn't really agree with that. And maybe I should draw the map for the other country I've been talking about and that sort of thing. So that's kind of the two different approaches that I've had recently.
Interesting. Okay. How about you, RJ? How do you go about approaching the world building?
This is complicated. I have
Yes.
a thing called aphantasia. I have a complete blind mind's eye. I can't visualize anything. I can't hear anything in my head. I have
Really?
no ability to recall what something tastes like. I have no memory of any senses in my actual head.
Interesting.
Writing interesting. World building is critical for me in the beginning processes of putting the book together because I need to know what the character's lifestyle is. I can't build a character unless I know how they're living. I can't know how they're living unless I have a world for them to stand upon. I write heavily character-driven stories, but because I do that, I have to have a solid foundation to work with. I was thinking, which series should I talk about for world building? I have to go with Seeking the Zodiacs. In Hypnos, when I started this series, I actually started the world building work on it a year and a half before I started writing or so. I wrote the first page just to get the feel for the character, and there was a lot of sitting there going, how am I going to do this? So what actually happened was about 3 years before I started writing actually Hypnos, I had started another series called Memento Mori, which is about, the photographers who take pictures of dead bodies as the Mori, the final picture of death.
Memento Mori means a reminder of death in Latin. Yes.
Yeah. I don't speak Latin. I think it's Latin.
Yeah, that's all right.
I saw the word and fell in love with the phrase. And I went, this just sounds beautiful. So I started looking it up, and the world building started from that. Those two words, Memento Mori. So critical world building thing is there are supernatural in the world, there are ghosts, and photographers put them to their final rest through taking the Memento Mori. So they're taking the Memento Mori of the ghosts. That is what started the entire world for the Seeking the Zodiac series. Just that little concept. And then, okay, so what brought magic into the world? Nuclear bombs. I decided, screw it, I'm going to nuke the planet, and there we go.
Okay.
Radiation became magic. So I had to go back and go, well, what happens if radiation becomes magic? What happens at Nagasaki and Hiroshima? What happens with the nuclear testing? How did they change society? Because the bombs may not kill you. You may be hit with the bomb, and then you're now a supernatural.
Interesting.
So how it worked was you either died, you became a survivor, or you're on the fringe and you're sick of radiation poisoning, but you have just enough magic to survive. So the various classes of magic are based off of if you're a dead zone survivor, which is you're a ground zero. Olivia in Hypnos is a dead zone survivor. She was at during World War III. She was in one of the cities that was nuked with the worst bomb that they dropped. It had a very low survival rate. But the people who did survive have the top strength of magics in the world. That was New York City, by the way. Totally flattened. New York was destroyed. Australia was wiped out, completely just wiped off the map. Because they said, well, we have to get rid of all these nukes. We can't afford to have nukes anymore. So the UN is the only entity that has nukes now. And they detonated the rest of them in Australia. They were like, where can we detonate all the bombs to get rid of them? Because we can't just keep them. We have to detonate them. So that's what they decided in Australia. And so there are
I have to say, all of our Australian watchers are shaking their heads and saying, "Yep, every time." Yep.
I kind of blew you up.
No, that's all right. Anyway, I mean, I can't speak for them. Sorry, all you Australian people watching our broadcast. We apologize. In this little story world, things don't go well for you. But carry
No.
on.
They did try to rescue as many Australians as possible before detonating the bombs, but they had to get rid of them in a hurry. So there's story reasons for why the governments decided to do that. So starting from about 10 years before Nagasaki and Hiroshima, I had to rewrite world history. I have
Interesting.
hundreds of pages of notes of how history was completely rewritten to get to the point where the story begins. Because when you have a situation where 2 cities are destroyed, but the people don't die, Japan suddenly has an army of powerful magical users. History changes. When history changes like that, you can't just plop in and go, okay, it's like the US, but a little different. It's completely different. Every element of an American's life, an Australian's life, because there are Australians in the series. Life is completely different on the other side of these events. So world building is so critical because the world building is how you determine your character's life, their lifestyle. Everything that makes a character is significant to the world they live in. If you don't have the right world that they live in, you can't actually have the right character.
Yeah.
Because the character is a product of their environment.
Yes. So that brings up a question from our listeners, from Karen Pepin. Did you run into sorry, wrong question. When it comes to world building, how deep do you go before you start to write the story? So RJ, just from what you've been saying, obviously you need to go really deeply. Like you need to write this story world, otherwise you can't write in the story world. But Arthur, how deep do you go before you start to write the story?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on the story. What's coming to mind right now is I have a series that's set in Victorian England. That's a steampunk series. And I knew it would be at least 4 books. The amount of research I did beforehand, and I always do a little bit of writing while I'm researching, was I find it kind of frightening now. Maybe I don't research as much as I used to, but I read every Dickens book I could. I wanted to really. Yeah, I wanted to capture how people wrote in that time. Of course, he was pretty popular, as I think.
Yes, he was.
But also, I specifically look for books. And I'm trying to remember the name of. There was a book that was like how people spoke back then, and it was all these interviews with people from the Victorian period, and not generals or things like that. Somebody went up in the street and interviewed, how people talked back then, and I kind of took all of that. And I just try to immerse myself in it so much that it just, it sounds gross, it kind of exudes out while I'm writing. It just comes kind of naturally. And of course, I end up writing far too much stuff when I'm doing that. And so the reason I did that is because I wanted that to be so rich. I wanted all the words to sound, entirely proper, like they were words that people would speak. And I also wanted to find all the little details of that time period and put them in there so that people would know that they were in an entirely different place. Even though it was Victorian England, they felt like they were really there. So in that case, I did, months really of reading beforehand before I felt comfortable creating the characters and getting their language out there. And it really depends on what I'm writing, but sometimes I will just dive right in that much.
So even though you don't RJ has to. Like she has to because of the aphantasia thing and everything. But you even though you're not suffering from that sort of thing, you still spend, it sounds like, hours, weeks, tons of time building these worlds. So for both of you guys, how do you know when you're done? And or do you not stop world building? Like, is world building a thing that carries on through the whole process? Or you're like, okay, starting a new series, now I shall build the world. And then I have the whole fully orbed world, and now I shall write a story within it. Does that look, RJ?
I have exceptions. When I start playing with fire, a magical romantic comedy with a body count, one of my friends was just having a really bad time in her life. I wanted to make her laugh. I think I gave myself 2 hours to put a world together before I started writing that book.
Interesting. So does that mean that you put 2 hours into it, you're like, okay, I can start writing now. But then as you were writing, did you find you had to stop and like do a little more world building and then write some more and then do a little more world building?
Well, what would happen is I took Earth mythologies, which I have already done substantial research on. So a lot of the nice thing about world building is when you research, you can apply that research to future books
Over and over again, sure.
So I'm at the point where I start series and I'm like, how much research do I actually need to do? What notes do I actually need? I've already learned all this stuff. I'm just benefiting and just checking out, okay, has anything changed in Croatia since I last researched their government structure 3 months ago? Google, check, okay, this is fine, I can use this. Okay, oh, that changed. I better reflect that into the writing because I want to be accurate.
Right.
In playing with fire, I decided I was going to throw every religion and mythology into the world. Boom.
Yeah.
Reality. Let's go.
Yeah.
So I had to look up Greek mythology. I had to look up Egyptian. I had to look up Native American. I have Viking. I have.
Yes, but you did all that beforehand. Did you also continue to do it as you were writing?
Every time I introduced a new species, I had.
I see what you're saying.
Down what
Okay.
I'm keeping. I have probably 200 pages of notes, and people are going, "How do you keep track of all this?" I'm like, I write it down as I had it, or I use common base lore. So in the book coming up, it's called Grave Humor. Releases
Grave Humor. I like it already.
Well, the warning label includes mythological puppies. What mythological puppies could possibly be associated with grave humor? Well, we have the black dogs of death. That is Aztec and Mesoamerican black dogs of death. I'm going to pronounce this wrong, but it's Zixodal, or however it's pronounced.
I can't help you with that.
If it's Latin, you could.
I can help you with the Latin and the Greek, but I can't help you with the.
But there's also black dog of death. Black dogs of death are actually in many different cultures, and they're common. So I went, well, I want to play with the black dogs of death, and the cover very obviously has a glowing black dog with yellow lights coming off of it. If that isn't a clue that it's involving the black dog of death somewhere in this book, I think I kind of spoiled that right on the cover. So, but
so I want to hear from RJ how his process goes. Like, so do you do the whole world building? And then, sorry, RJ, I just said that.
Okay.
I'm looking at the screen and I'm seeing people's names. I want to hear from Arthur.
Oh, that's
how you're. So do you do that all at the beginning, and then now it's fully orbed and complete, and now you write your story, or do you kind of keep building it as you go along?
I think when I think about going back to that Victorian series, that steampunk series, when I did all that massive research, it was really for the first book. I really had to set the world and get it all into place. And there was a point where I realized that I was just avoiding writing. I wasn't doing my actual work because, it is easier to research, and every teeny little detail that you find out about this Victorian time, nobody's ever heard it before. I got to write this down.
Guilty.
Yeah. And so there's a certain point where in my mind, and it's also time is ticking by because I get paid if I write faster, right? So time is ticking by. I'm going, okay, this is taking way too long. Okay, time to you know enough. It's time to write it. And so when it came to write the second, third, and fourth novels, I still had to do research because there were specific things that would, they were taking place in other countries and that sort of thing. But I didn't have to do anywhere near the amount of research I did for the first time. So I think for me, there's just a point where I realize, okay, I'm full. And it's time to I don't know what analogy I want. It's time to get to work. Basically, I know enough, and I better start creating now.
Yeah, Virginia Woolf had a wonderful way. Someone asked her, "Well, when are you going to write your next novel?" And she said, "When I am full of it, when I feel gravid, like it needs to be birthed. I'm going to wait until that point." So it kind of seems like there's that for each of you, RJ, whether you spend 2 hours before you start writing or 2 months or 2 years before you start writing. It seems like each of you finds there's sort of a boiling point or something that you hit, or a tipping point, or some sort of a point that you come to, and then you're like, okay, that's enough. Let me start writing. And it sounds like that comes at different times for different books. Was there a particular feeling that you associate with arriving at that, or um, I don't know. Maybe that's an impossible question to answer, but I mean, if you have an answer, throw it out, and if not, I'm going to.
I think it's when my wife yells at me. Then I know I've been reading too much stuff that I should really work.
That's an exterior measurable phenomenon. Yes.
That's right.
How about you, RJ?
I really just want to write. So when I'm doing the world building, I want to get through that world building as soon as possible. That's not the fun.
Oh, interesting.
I
Okay.
want to be writing the book,
Mhm.
but
Okay.
I want to rewrite the book because I screwed up my world building.
Ah, got it.
I hate rewriting a book. I hate it
Okay.
with bloody passion. I will do 100 hours of research to avoid rewriting the book.
Ah, so you really want to write it, but you really don't want to rewrite it.
Not when it loses the charm of that initial first draft, because there's
Yep.
always a sense of discovery. Even when
Yes.
I outline a book,
Yes.
the first draft, I try to make my last draft
Sure.
because
Interesting.
the charm is in that first draft. The more times I rewrite it, the
Yeah.
less people like it.
Yeah, you
Wow,
and Sean McLaughlin. Yeah, so RJ and Sean McLaughlin are very similar in that, because
Huh.
Sean was saying the same thing, that he really tries to make his first draft his last draft, but that means he prepares a lot ahead of time. And
That's
it's not
funny.
it's not that it's his last draft. It's not that he doesn't edit it. It's that he writes, and if I hope I have this right, he writes and revises as he goes along, and then once he's finished with it, then it's done, and he might look at it one more time just to make sure that the things in the beginning match up with the things at the end that he just changed. But after that, he just sends it to the editor. It's done. It needs editing, but it doesn't need revising. That's his goal anyway. That's his goal. I'm not saying he does it every time, but he's getting better at it.
I hate the first draft. I always like the
I
very
agree.
start of it.
I'm that guy. I'm the reviser. Putting the first draft out is like, it's like bleeding. I just ugh. But once it's out there, I'm an editor. I can edit it. You know, I love revising. Yes.
Can't what you have not written.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yes, exactly. Right. No, I've got to get it out there, and once it's out there, then I can relax. Even if it's just the worst piece of crap I've ever written.
That's right.
I'm like, okay, I can work with this. Now that it exists, I can do something with it. But before it exists, I'm like, whoa. So anyway, I am not. I wish that I were more like you, RJ. I wish I.
Literally, decades of practice just for doing that, because I learned early on when I started writing. I learned rewrites kill books for me.
Interesting.
Every time I've rewritten a book, it's been one of my worst books.
Interesting. Everything I've ever written that's been published, it's had to have. The more I revise it, the better it does.
Yeah.
If I can revise something 10 or 15 times before I edit it, then that's the one that gets published. It's weird.
For me, it's the exact opposite. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't rewrite the full book, but I do a lot of editing.
Okay.
I make sure the details are correct. I go back and I make sure things transition. It's not a lack of editing, but the core heart of that book stays the same.
Got it. Okay.
And I make sure, one of the things I do now is after I finish that draft, I send it straight to my editor.
Okay.
I'm blind. Well, I have no mind's eye. I can't do the visuals. I can't, like when I read, I have a totally different experience from somebody who does not have a Fantasia.
That's fascinating.
I'm there for words and the emotions, because that's all I get. I don't have any pictures. I can't describe. I can't imagine anything from a description.
Wow. That's fascinating.
Well, I'm writing for the emotion.
Yeah.
Because that's the only thing I can get out of a book.
Interesting.
Like amazing turns of words. I love it. One of my favorites, Through the Looking Glass. the line from I thought I'd never seen a unicorn before. Such beautiful monsters, et cetera, et cetera. And well, if you believe in me, I'll believe in you.
Mm.
That's evocative to me because of the words and the emotion, not because of the description surrounding it. And there are a lot of beautifully written descriptions, but for me, it's the emotion of that dialogue, of that.
That's fascinating.
Of a human and a unicorn meeting each other, and the unicorn saying, "Well, if you believe in me, I'll believe in you."
Yeah, you are a fascinating person, and I want to read your writing now. Okay, that's great. But we do have some. We have a couple of questions here that I want to catch up on because it's already almost 2:40. So Arthur, just looking at the fact that you write horror and science fiction, how do you? In what ways is world building for horror different from world building for science fiction? I'm not sure why this person is picking on. This is Ava Bosom is asking you this question.
Yeah, I think for me, the one thing about world building with horror, because so often the horror, at least that I'm writing, is set in the real world, right? What I want people to believe in that other world that is coming into it. And so for me, at least with my style of writing, it tends to be really detail oriented. For example, I have a horror novel that's set in the dirty 30s, so the 1930s in Canada, but that happened in the States too. And it's I just tried to get every single detail of what it was like to be in the Great Depression, and so that when people read it, they really feel like, yeah, this is what it was like back in this time. This is historically accurate. And just bit by bit, I started to work in the supernatural elements. So I wanted to believe that it was a real place, so that the supernatural becomes real for them too. That was really kind of my intention when I'm writing horror. And with science fiction is very much, and it's very much like writing fantasy in the sense that I'm still building the world, but it's almost like this copy of our world that has been moved over about three spaces, so that it's just slightly different. And I'm thinking specifically of a novel I'm working on right now that is set about 80 years in the future. So trying to imagine, and I know it's going to be in 80 years, the world's going to be, well, even more crazy.
However you want to imagine it, you've probably got a good shot at being right.
Yeah. But it's not going to be so, Star Trek, it's not going to be that far ahead in terms of technology. So those are the kind of things that I'm thinking of when I'm writing science fiction, just to make it, again, believable within that world I'm creating.
Fascinating. Okay, excellent. I hope that helps, Ava. And then also, are there tools or shortcuts that you use to speed up the world building process? Because, RJ, you have to, do you want to hurry through it? Arthur, world building for you sounds expensive. I subscribe to your newsletter, and so I see you going off to this country and going off to that country, and I'm like, well, I'm glad you can expense that stuff, but still.
I have a $15,000 bill from where I went to England.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So are there processes to speed up this world building? The research. Google. Ooh.
Google.
Okay.
Seriously? Wikipedia.
That's a one-word answer.
Your best because Wikipedia is full of inaccuracies, but it gets to the heart of the matter. So when I'm researching something like Australia, what I do is I scroll down to the bottom and look at the sites. The sightings are your best because you will click there, and that's where they're getting their information from. You can get a lot of good and accurate information from the sighting lists off of Wikipedia. And it takes 2 seconds to find out where Australia's Wikipedia page is, and then you just scroll down to the bottom and off you go. A lot of cases, like places like Australia or United States or Canada, if you look at their Wikipedia page, the basics of the culture is accurate.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
And when you're writing and world building, you're wanting the culture. You're not wanting...
And you want it to be believable. You want it to feel real. Yeah.
You want it to feel real. So what you do is you look... Okay, I'm going to pick on my Mad Rom-Com series again, because here I go. Okay. I have a lot of stuff that takes place in New York City. I have an affair with New York City, let me tell you. I've never been a New Yorker. I've been there plenty of times. I love New York City. I love
Although you do blow it up in your royal
I
states.
blow it up. All the time. But I love the culture. There's a microculture in New York, Manhattan, Long Island, Harlem, Queens, the Bronx. They all have their own little culture. And
Brooklyn.
you can get a glimpse of each of those cultures just by clicking on Wikipedia, go to the neighborhoods, and then
Interesting.
go to the real estate sites, go to the neighborhood overviews, go to maps.google, put your little man on, pick a street.
And then you can look around.
You look around. There's a huge culture there. It fascinates me. I have friends who live in New York, so I'm constantly asking them questions. I'm like, okay, well, I have a character who's going across the Whitestone Bridge. She needs to get from Queens to Manhattan. Am I going across the Whitestone and go and then down these streets? She's like, yeah, that's exactly how you do. I'm like, good, thanks. Google did not tell me. But
okay.
When I'm writing a book, it gets to the point where I'm drilling down, looking at traffic patterns because I want to know if it's rush hour. How are the locals doing it?
Yeah, and so you're just and of course
the traffic.
Yeah, and of course you're able to know like, oh well, in this iteration of New York, everybody's riding horses or carts pulled by dragons, but still, the fact that if you reproduce believable traffic patterns, someone who lives in New York is like, oh yeah, even though we're riding in carts pulled by dragons, it's always takes forever to get across that bridge, and it resonates with them, huh?
That's exactly what you're doing when you're wheel building. You want to resonate with the readers who have been there.
Excellent. Okay.
You want to give a feeling of the culture of what it is like to be there. I've traveled to 36 states in the United States. Every state has its own little mini culture. Every city has its own tone.
Yeah, yeah.
My writing works because I try to capture each little tone of the city. And I will spend 10 hours researching a city before I can write in it. Because unless I do that, I don't know jack shit about that culture.
Right. This is so interesting because this is such a contrast to some of the questions that I'm getting. Like Renee Fulton says, where do you even start to build a world without resorting to nuclear holocaust? she wants to start over, clean the slate and start over. But I've got another question.
Comment will work too.
Right. I've got another question here. We need to wrap it up in just a few more minutes. So I have another question here for Arthur. Arthur, do you have any like basic elements that you have to hit for world building before you feel that full feeling that we were talking about before? So this is from Saffron Starlet, and she wants to know, is there like maybe a checklist, like the politics, the flora, the fauna, the food, the language, or something?
I think at the very start, the thing that really gets me going in terms of world building is that way that it's the playtime of it. And actually, I got to show you because I was working on this today.
Sorry, your audio cut out for a little bit there. Say that again.
It's the playtime. Playing. Playtime. How that whole fun of creating something. Actually embarrassing because this is a map that I've drawn, and I'm a horrible map drawer. There's probably a better word than that. But this is what I was working on today. Oh, that's it. That must be Latin or something, right? But I what I get out of like making a map like that is it lets that side of my brain that is creating the world start to think about, well, okay, I'm drawing this little thing. Well, who lives here? What is the culture? What is it? And this map specifically, if you could see, each one of these little countries is actually run by a wizard. And so each country reflects the wizard or witch. And so I'm trying to, think of all the little culture. Where is the fun part of all this? How can I have fun creating this world? And as I'm doing that, I don't have a checklist so much as I try to find the little details that will really bring it to life. And that's one of the things when we were talking about Google, it's not just going to the place and looking at it on Google. It's whatever you're writing about, there's somebody else who's just as geeky as you, who has inside information. And I'll give you just a short example. I wrote a World War I book. It was all about, it had Australian troopers in it. And there is a website that has, collects hundreds and hundreds of letters from Australian troopers writing back to their families. And the details, the character, it was just amazing for me to read all that. And it just made that book real, which if I hadn't found those, the book maybe would have been, still felt real, but
Sure, it
that
would have
just
been
gave it that
okay.
detail. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why we're talking about all this world building and stuff. And oh, you know what? We only have like 2 more minutes left. But that's why we're talking about this world building stuff. And I'm sorry, I've let this whole hour go on without pointing out that there's actually a distinction between world building, where you are pulling together, like RJ, oh my gosh, like hundreds of pages of world history, right? So that you can get the context right and draw the characters out of that and draw the story out of that. But then setting is actually a little different, because when people talk about setting, they're talking about the part of all that world building that you did, which now actually winds up described on the page. And you're never going to put all of your world building, all of the details of your world building into the settings, no matter how many books you write. But so there's that tension right there. But so Traffic Jam has a question. Where do you find information specifically on that culture? Arthur, I think you actually just answered that question as you were talking about, and RJ too, like use Google, but look for those unique, special things, like the collection of letters that Australian soldiers had written home, to their families. So where do you find that stuff? Boy, uh, I help academics do research and things for their dissertations, and research should actually have its own separate track. Next time we do this kind of online writers conference, we may add research as a separate track. But I'm sorry, Traffic Jam, we can't get into that right now. Right now, we're going to welcome Russell Nolte to come back and join us and help us with the wrap up. Hey, Russell, glad you're back with us. Yay. So guys, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Russell.
Sorry, RJ, I thought you were saying something. You're just welcoming us. So I'm really glad to have spent this whole time with you. Uh-oh, I think Russell's been muted.
Yeah. Russell, you're muted.
I didn't mute you.
All right. Well, I was eating my lunch, so I was trying to not be disgusting while you guys were talking up here, just in case.
Keep bubbly. I've been drinking it. I have allergies.
Nice.
Well, let's all show our teacups now too.
Yes.
Oh, I love you.
Yes, and it holds a lot. Maybe I should actually hold it near the camera.
Awesome. There we go. Oh yeah, I love that kind of actually. Well, you know what? I'm not going to go into it. I know a guy named Niles Deneen.
It's world building.
Yeah. Well, I know a guy named Niles Deneen who makes exactly that kind of mug by hand.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, in Minnesota. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. So carry on, Russell. Help us get out of here, because I'm just going to keep talking.
Sure. So this is how we get out of here on the Online Writers Conference, as we've decided throughout the day, we're going to give you a chance to pitch one of your books, the kind of person who would love it, and where they would start if they only had one place to go in your world. And then we're going to ask you the best piece of advice that you've ever gotten about writing or building a career, or could be the best, what you wish you knew. You could go anywhere with it. And then where we can find you, and then we will say goodbye. And I think, I don't know, I think we'll start. I have a feeling that RJ talked more this time. So we're going to start with RJ and with Arthur. Give him the last word.
Yeah, I'm a chatterbox. I'm going to go up with my newest release, which is not quite my newest release, but upcoming release on May 12th. Grave Humor is coming out. It is the next installment of the magical romantic comedy with a body count series, and it has almost all of my favorite characters in the series, which is standalone, so you can just jump right into grave humor. And if you like the side characters you're coming, you can go find the first books they're introduced later. You're not losing anything. But this specific book has all of my favorite events in the series so far. It's just packed with stuff that makes you laugh. And right now, I think everybody needs a good laugh, and this book just makes me laugh.
And I could start with this one, right? I just want to order this one.
You can just dive in.
Okay.
The whole series, with the exception of one book, can be read standalone.
I will give you a pitch for
not standalone as a standalone and like it just fine. So there you go.
And I'll give a pitch to RJ's books too. I am not a huge fan of the super romancy books. RJ's books run this really great line between having enough romance where like you feel satisfied, but not so much romance that it's sappy the whole time. So they really are very nicely balanced. If you like magic, some romance, but you also want a lot of action and adventure.
I like action adventure a lot.
Yay.
Me too. Okay,
So-
RJ, best piece of advice.
Oh my goodness. You can't fix what you haven't written. Just write. Seriously. Get out there and write. You're going to need a few books before you know what you're doing. And after you have those few books, you're always going to be learning. Keep writing, but write with the intent of doing better every book.
Wonderful.
Once you've written the book, it's done. Move on. Do better next book. Always try to do better.
I love it. All right, and where can we find you? Right now, we have running across the bottom your main website, which is
The Sneaky Kitty Critic is my cat's website. Her
Yes.
name's Basil, and she did not make an appearance because me talking is terrifying, so she's under the bed. But yes, you can find out information on all my books at thesneakykittycritic.com. You can meet my cats who run the whole show. Mostly people go for the cats because I'm always posting new pictures. And really, they're not there for me. They're there for my cats. So
and the cats are very entertaining.
Very
All right, RJ, thank you so much. And now to you, Arthur, one book you get. And I'm interested to see what you have, because you have the Dragon Assassin series. You also have the Bite Me, the one with the beautiful covers, and the horror vampire series.
Yes,
and
Fang.
yeah, that's what I thought it was called, which is like super. It reminds me of like the old Christopher Pike covers a little bit. So you get one book. Go for it.
One book, though, Dragon Assassin, only because it's the one I'm writing right now, but also because if you like fast action adventure, little pinch of romance, and things just never stopping, it's fun. That's what I'm having. That's what I'm having when I'm writing the book. I'm hoping people who read it have the same experience. And it's kind of young. It's young adult, kind of older middle grade young adult, or 70, 80 years old, whoever wants to read it.
Awesome. And what's your best piece of advice?
It sounds painful, and I'm a headbanger, but keep banging your head against the wall, because no matter what's in front of you, whether it's to get published by a publisher or to get your book to sell a bit more on Amazon, or figuring out advertising, all those things you got to keep kind of banging, and eventually it clicks.
Both you and RJ said something really important, kind of like similar stuff, but I want to specifically point out that even once you start writing really good books, there's a lot that you can do to improve. I have been yelled at by RJ more times than I can care to count, because I'm like, I want to write this book. And she's like, it's not going to sell. I'm like, I don't care. And then it doesn't sell. And she's like, I told you it wouldn't sell. So it's not just getting better at writing books, but it's getting better at working to market, at things that whether agents or fans like. So it's not just the process of becoming a great writer, which is obviously like the first step of the journey, but it then becomes about making your books more and more enticing to agents or publishers, but really eventually readers, right? Okay, so last thing, Arthur,
Yay.
I'm gonna let you say tell us where we can find you, and then we'll say goodbye to Arthur and RJ.
Sure. I'm at arthurslade.com, and you can find you can find me there, and if you want to link to me on Facebook, Twitter, all those links are on arthurslade.com.
Absolutely awesome.
Excellent.
Okay, so we are going to say bye. Everyone say goodbye to Arthur and RJ.
Arthur,
Say goodbye to
RJ,
Nick because Nick
good
is
to
going
see
stay
you
around.
guys.
All right,
Have a-
guys.
Fascinating
Thank you.
people. I love those people.
Yeah, they
That's
are
awesome.
wonderful. So I'm so happy that this has been going so well, and now we still have a couple of minutes. We are waiting for the Foglios to show up, Kaja and Phil. And
I know exactly where they are. I just found them.
Is it in the other group? Is it in the other room?
They went to the after party. They're so eager to hang out with people. They went to the after party.
Gotcha.
But fortunately, my host at the after party is like, oh, the Folios are here. It's like an hour early.
Wonderful. Well, at least they're in the building. So
Yes.
we're just going to get a couple of minutes for them to come on. Now, it's funny. I'll tell you a funny story about Phil and Kaja.
Yeah.
While we're waiting for them, I actually have met them several times before. We've hung out at Worldcon and we hung out at Emerald City. But for some reason, I can never remember that they're associated with Girl Genius, despite the fact that I always see them at their booth with the big Girl Genius banners, and like their booths are enormous. They're like 10 by 20. There's stuff everywhere.
Yeah,
and so
got a lot of stuff.
and so Nick is texting me about like who we should have on as one of our headline guests, and I'm like, of course we should. And he's like, we should have Kaja, and I'm like, who? Okay, yeah. I mean, if you're excited about them, I'm excited about them. And then he texts me their bio because he doesn't know that I know them. And suddenly I'm like, oh yeah, I've given them books before. Yeah, they're great. And so I'm really, really excited to have them on. I know Nick in a little bit different way than me because Nick's I am a huge fan of Phil and Kaja as humans. And Nick is a huge fan of the work itself.
Of the work.
So
I've actually never met them. I mean, I've talked with Phil quite a bit on the phone recently, but yeah. So you've met them, and I've been following their work for 12 years, 15 years.
And I should mention, I'm not like it's not like I don't love Girl Genius. It's just like my knowledge of the Foglios comes from hanging out with the Foglios, and yours comes more from the being a fan of their work.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, and one of the nice things about the Folios is that they just do a great job of connecting with their fans. So it's okay, hold on. Actually, they're texting me right now. So
so now is a great time, guys, to get your questions queued up. If you don't know the Foglios, I'm going to go to their website. And we do have an after party for them where you can hang out with them after the convention wraps. But I'm going to go to Girl Genius, and we will look kind of at their site. And if you don't know
there we
the
go.
Foglios by name, you'll definitely know them by their work when I bring it up. You're going to go, oh yeah, duh. So they do this comic, Girl Genius.
Yes.
And it is awesome. It has won 3 Hugos, right, Nick?
Yeah. It's Hugos, and it's won other things too. There are awards for graphic novels and web comics, like a webtoon award or something. They've won that several years in a row. Yeah, award winning is sort of a plural adjective to describe them.
Yes. So that's
the very beginning of it.
This is their book, Girl Genius. It is co-created by the two of them, and now I'm kind of we're stalling at this point.
So they haven't shown up yet. They've got the link.
Well, We're going to give them a couple of minutes. We know where they are. They're in the building. But this is really, honestly, like a great time to get your questions queued up. They are wonderful about world building, about setting. We actually picked them to close because we thought they would be the perfect person to tie all of this together, because they built a wonderful steampunk world that feels rich and vibrant and unique, even though it falls back on all of the things you recognize from steampunk.
Yeah.
They create wonderful characters and dialogue that screams off the page. They have amazing structure and pacing. They've come up with an amazing idea. So pretty much anything that you have to offer them, you're going to be able to talk about. So any question that you've had throughout the day is going to be please queue it up and put it in the comments, and we are going to ask as many questions as we possibly can to Phil and Kaja in the next hour. And I see them coming on. I'm just giving them a second to get themselves situated, but they are now in the room.
Yay.
They are just not on the feed yet.
That's
and
okay.
I see them.
Yeah, and our producer Paul is manning the comments too, so feel free to start sending your comments and questions.
Absolutely.
These Phil and Kaya are people who they could have spoken at any one of these panels, like you were saying. I mean, that's one reason why they're the perfect people to anchor this. Is all the things that we've been talking about all day, like you just said. They can speak to all those things masterfully. As a matter of fact, one of the things I hope to talk to them about is a little bit about the writing the dialogue for a webcomic for 12 consecutive years, and having every single panel of that webcomic, the dialogue is excellent. Like every single panel ends with a cliffhanger or a revelation or something like that. It's just I am in awe.
Well,
and
I think that
soon
they are
we will
ready
be
to
with
go.
them.
So
Great.
we can ask those questions now. And honestly, any question that you have also, please put it in the chat, and we are away.
Excellent.
Good afternoon.
Yay! Woo!
Yay. You're
the
here.
Professor's polio. How exciting.
The snake oil salesman.
So we were just singing your praises for the last couple of minutes. So I hope everyone's really ramped up to talk to you. And I think first things first, I've introduced you before this started, but I'd love you guys to introduce yourself and Girl Genius and what you guys do.
I'm Kaya Folio. I'm one of the writers on Girl Genius. I'm off to a great start. Yes. Hello, everyone.
You do a lot of mixing of potions.
I do, yes. I'm Phil Folio. How do you do? I am a co-writer on Girl Genius, and I do the art.
And he draws all the pictures.
And Kaya does all the tech stuff.
And Cheyenne Wright does all the colors.
That's right.
I forgot Cheyenne.
Oh, as if we could. Yeah, it's Girl Genius for those of you who don't know, and shame on you.
What?
It's a webcomic that's been running for, I think this is our 20th year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
And
thanks for reminding me of that. Terrific. Yes, we started publishing the comic in very much the tail end of 1999. And we've been doing it ever since. In, 2005? We took it online as a webcomic. So it started out as a regular little
comic,
one of the flimsies, and then it
One of the so that leads into a question that I'm very much interested in, as somebody who is doing my first long-running series right now, hopefully long-running series, knock on wood. How do you guys keep the energy for it for 20 years? Like, how do you...
I have no idea.
Well, it really helps to do something that you really enjoy. You really want to...
I don't always enjoy putting in word balloons. I don't enjoy that at all.
And I think one of the things that makes it work is that we've got like a million different characters. So
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
yeah, we can always switch to a completely fresh take on something.
Remember, artists, when
And
you don't have a deadline, this is what happens.
and you're constantly creating new characters too. I mean, the world of Girl Genius. We just finished a whole session on world building, setting and world building, and we had a couple of amazing people who are masters at that. But there's one thing to be a master of it, and there's another thing to be like a master of it, living in the same world and developing it so long, and just like there are so many characters now. Like I was joking with my wife the other day, like at the climax of this book, they're going to have like not just a 2-page spread, but like one of those pin-up things that like folds out to like 56 inches because all of Agatha's allies from all the previous issues are all going to have to be like on stage, like fighting the bad guy at the end.
That's not.
That's not the plan, but
Okay.
Although
I
I
know.
said I'd love to have a poster with everybody in it.
I know.
So
That's
I
gonna be
love manga
huge.
and I love anime. And
I would buy that poster.
yeah, I love all the posters where you just get everybody who's ever shown their nose in the series in the poster. That's for
Yeah.
sure.
So it's funny that Girl Genius has been around for 20 years because I just figured it out. I have been following it for about 13 years, 12 or 13 years. And when I first found it, I thought, "Oh, this is cool." And it's very deceptive. It's very sneaky. You push the little arrow at the bottom and then and just one panel comes up. And you're like, "Oh, that's cool." And you push the arrow again and another panel comes up. And all of a sudden it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. And
Sorry.
yeah, no, it
I've had
took me.
people say that happens for weeks.
Oh, it does. It took me like at least 2 or 3 weeks to binge all that content. And that was 12 years ago. So anybody who is suffering at home in this pandemic and looking for something to like, it is not possible for you to finish binging the Girl Genius in the amount of months that we have left in this pandemic. So
Please tell your
anyway,
friends.
so the stamina thing is, I mean, what Russell's asking about stamina, I say all that to say, this is a real question.
Well, it's just our day-to-day life.
That could be an answer right there.
There are certainly times when we look at it and think, "You got to finish this thing," but I don't want to just rush it. I mean, I've seen stories where the magazine says, "Okay, end this sucker now,"
Or TV shows.
Well, where it's just like, okay, we have like one more installment to just end this, and I don't like that. So I'd rather finish it off in a way that feels satisfying and feels true. But that just means it's going to take a while. And
yeah. Well, at this point, it wouldn't be appropriate to rush to an end.
no,
True.
I mean, at this point, like the pacing that you've created is so huge. If you decided now to wrap it up, it would take you about a year.
Rocks fall, everyone
year.
dies.
We pretty much have the structure of the story, and I think this ties back to lots of characters. We know the structure, but the choreography, the day-to-day stuff,
getting them there.
We're in no rush. We're under no deadline.
Well, there's looming death. I mean,
yeah, well, sure.
You don't look that old.
No, well, there's.
I feel that old.
You allow the story to flow in its own way, and sometimes, boy, we'll just realize we have spent a month on this conversation with these 3 people in this closet. What the hell's going on here? Yeah.
Well,
Fascinating.
We have a question, and I think it's kind of it kind of ties into all of this stuff that we're talking about. It's like, what goes into building a world like Girl Genius? Like, what was the original world that you were trying to build when you first started, and then how did you grow it?
You got it.
Question from Alicia Crane. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, hi. I think I know that name.
Yes.
All right. So at the beginning, it was I like Mad Scientists. Everyone has their favorite movie monster, and mine is Frankenstein and his monster, and so it literally started with me drawing mad scientists and Phil saying, let's do a thing called Girl Genius. He came back, and what he started with was the title. He started with the name. Okay, Girl Genius. Well, she's a mad scientist, like those things you like. Okay.
Parenthetical note.
Yeah, I'm stumbling on this.
Yeah, parenthetical note. Up until that time, no one had ever used the phrase girl genius. It was always boy genius.
Not true. There were
Interesting
out there that we found out about later.
Oh.
We got the trademark.
Yeah, but you got the Earl, though. You got the Earl.
Just
That's
say
90% of the trademark right there.
because after we, well, better. All right, let's just get that out of
Carry on. Tell the story.
Right. So we start with Girl Genius, and she's a mad scientist. And at first, it was kind of a near future scenario, and that was cool and everything. But
just wasn't going anywhere.
There was a point where I said, I've been going through all of your old sketches, and I've been looking at all these drawings you've been doing, and you've got a lot of like cats in top hats with walking sticks, and we just went
dirigibles.
Are you?
No,
are
you're
we
good.
still here?
No, we can still see you.
Okay,
yeah,
we can't see you.
Oh, I don't know why. Well, your audio looks good.
All right. Okay. Phil, you just start talking because I'm gonna fix this.
So anyway, Kaya comes up and she shows me all of this Jules Verne type stuff, and she was like, what is this? And I said, well, this is the kind of stuff I like to draw, in my off time. And she was like, well, why don't we use this? And I said, nobody does this. And we just kind of like looked at each other and I was like, nobody does this.
Once again, we found out later that it was called steampunk and there was a whole bunch of it, but we didn't know that at the time.
We didn't know that.
So, and by the way, part of this story is that you guys actually began your own genre, or your own subgenre anyway.
I just didn't want to fight about whether it was steampunk or not, so I made up a new name for it.
Gaslamp.
But did you make up that name, Gaslamp Fantasy, in an interview on the spot, or were you writing copy?
I was writing something up, and I used it because I thought it was a term I'd read somewhere. And when I went to find the source, I discovered that I had completely misremembered what I had seen and made something up completely. But it worked, and I liked it, so I kept it.
Perfect.
Yep.
Awesome.
I had read, and I wish I could remember what it was, but it was a completely different phrase talking about pulps that was in the introduction to an H. Rider Haggard story. And like I said, when I went and looked it up, it was not Gaslamp. It was something completely different.
Yeah. Well, H. Rider Haggard is one of the most often misquoted and misattributed authors of the past. So
he was a piece of work in many ways, but I like many things about his work.
Yeah.
Well, and it's funny. A lot of people who make up something that they think is cool, they'll say, "Oh, like Rider Haggard said."
Yeah.
And I'm like, I am 90% sure you just made that up, and of course they did.
Stuff. I certainly haven't read it all.
Oh my God, he wrote like 30 books.
He was lovely and pulpy.
He was, and many of them are terrible.
Oh yeah. Don't tell anybody. People will stop attributing their good quotes to him if you tell them that he was terrible.
That would be terrible.
I could see that coming and writing an ostrich or something.
So I have a question for you guys about fan fiction. Well, first there's actually two questions here. The first one is, so you've created your own genre. Everybody's like, oh, Gaslamp Fantasy, that's a thing now. So that's a thing now. But the other thing is, you have this ongoing, very popular webcomic with a very detailed and varied story world. Now we're under the ocean with the great cetaceans and everything, right? And we started out in Castle Wolfenbach up in the giant dirigible or the fleet of dirigibles. So you've got this great story world. Fan fiction? Are you doing sort of I have not looked this up, so this is a genuine question. I just wanted to ask you guys first. Are you doing sort of the Eric Flint thing where you're like, yeah, fanfic, bring it on, and you're organizing it and doing anthologies of other people?
Okay, so fanfic. Fanfic is wonderful, and I think it's an amazing thing, and I think it's wonderful that it's getting so much more attention, and it's much more of an explosion now because I think we have the internet and we can share it, and that's wonderful.
Yeah,
We are not allowed
Wattpad.
to read Girl Genius fan fiction.
Right. No, I get it
It would
that you
make our
don't.
attorneys sad, and we hate it when our attorneys are sad. So we don't read it. But the fact that we hear that it's out there makes us really happy.
There are
Okay.
a couple of sites devoted to Girl Genius fanfic, or at least there were.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's at least two.
Archive of our own is not actually.
No,
just
that's
Girl-
not them.
It's not just Girl
I'm not
Genius.
talking about them. I'm not talking about them.
So, and by the way, speaking of that, that was the other part of the question is, are there a lot of other people writing in the Gaslamp fantasy genre?
Well, okay, so Gaslamp.
Because there's that one site that has you guys and others, and it's kind of Gaslampy, right?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm not
Oh yeah,
sure.
you're not allowed to go there. Never mind.
So I don't actually know what you're talking about, but it sounds cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So seriously, I don't think I could make a solid argument for Gaslamp Fantasy being anything other than steampunk, except, like I said, I don't feel like fighting with steampunk purists about whether what we do is or isn't. So
Well, it's
we're over
steampunk
here
with
doing
less
what we do,
steam.
and it is our
Yeah.
thing. And oh, believe me, the fights about what is and isn't steampunk.
Oh.
Let's just not do that right now.
Yeah. Never mind.
But so it's mostly just my little Captain America shield to hide behind and say, just leave me alone and let me do my thing. And so there's tons of stuff out there. If you like Girl Genius, there's so much other stuff that you would probably also like. And
I mean, there's a whole thing called Gaslamp Gathering too that sometimes exists when there's not a
Gaslight Gathering?
coronavirus.
Yeah, and that was not connected with us, but I've been there a few times, and it was a really fun convention.
Oh, yeah.
It was really good, and I kind of miss going to steampunk conventions because I haven't been to one in quite a while. We were supposed to be at Clockwork Alchemy this year, and then the plague happened, so we're not.
Man. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and
Great convention when they start up again. We
yeah,
recommend
it's
it.
really fun, and it's in conjunction with the Anime Con down there, which so I'm just like, two things that I love all smashed together. I'm so happy. I don't know what to do.
Well, that time will come again.
Certainly hope so. I'm going to be careful for a while, though.
Okay. So Russell, if you've got a question, you go ahead and jump in. But I've got a couple more. Oh wait, we have some from the stream here.
No, don't read those.
Oh, the stream.
Okay, I'm not going to bother.
Actually, we have one from William Schmidt.
Yeah.
Gil
Gil.
or Tarvik? Who's best for Agatha?
I'm Team Gilgamesh. Team Gilgamesh right here.
I don't think she owes either of them a thing.
I like Tarvik. Tarvik is a
I
wonderful,
like Tarvik
likable
too, but
guy.
I like writing Gil and Tarvik together. I like writing them yelling at each other. I don't think
Yes.
I would be fun without the other one there.
There's definitely a bromance going on there,
I
actually.
am so sad when the story makes them not be in the same room because then they can't be all like
They
glaring.
can't be snarky. Yeah.
Yep.
Snarky and jealous while they're saving each other's lives multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But I wanted to just ask more about since this is a conference. I mean, look, I'm happy to go the fan conference route, but since this is a conference for authors who want to tell stories really well, which you're obviously been doing.
Oh, I'm still reading books about that. I can't get enough books on how to tell stories well, and they all seem to disagree with each other.
Yeah. Well,
what have you pulled out from them that's worked for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, you take, every so often you're reading stuff and you're like, yes, well, no kidding. And then you find something where you say, oh no, that's an interesting way of looking at it. That's fun. So
yeah.
Mostly I like to look at the covers. There it is, a book I should read.
Yeah.
Yay.
Awesome. So I wanted to ask you guys what it's like to collaborate with a team, because the interesting thing that I've noticed about Girl Genius, because I follow you guys on the webcomic, so I haven't found a whole lot of other like social media or anything to follow you, and I read the webcomic, and you guys have those updates at the bottom. I feel happy. So, but just looking at that alone, I've watched your team over the last 12 years change in different ways. Colorists have changed, and looking at the back issues, the colorists have changed, and I'm not real clear on what other parts of the team there are, but it seems like there's been some change. There's been some churn. You guys are the two people who've stayed the same through this whole thing. What is it like to collaborate with a team, especially a changing team, and still maintain a singular voice?
Well, mostly it's us as I mean, we're the creators and we're the owners of the property, and then we hire freelancers, and that's everyone else has been a freelancer. Cheyenne Wright, who is our color artist and a fantastic artist, he does work for
a lot of gaming companies.
A lot of game stuff. Excuse me, including Savage Worlds. He's our longest running collaborator. Everybody else has been, on a case-by-case basis. We'll hire folks to come in and do some work for us, and then they'll get busy or we'll move on. When we went to Cheyenne actually used to work in our basement back when we had our own web store that we sold things through, and that so every week we were sending out packages. Cheyenne was the guy packing those packages, and he would sit there when he was doing the computer part of things, and he would practice his voice acting, which was awesome. I could hear him all over the house. He's really good. But he was practicing coloring through the whole thing. And he just hit a point where we were like, well, we should hire you. This is great. So, excuse me. So we moved on to having Cheyenne do the color work, and he's fantastic.
That's great.
He's also really right at the other end of the phone. I mean, presumably anybody would be, but we've known him for so long that we can just be like, hey,
yeah, Cheyenne, help me out.
The hair needs to be more blue.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, and everybody else, we've got Chris Sorensen, who is our helper, who looks at our email and helps us with that, because email, and so what's happening, Phil, is your screensaver is jumping in every time the computer is unattended for a certain amount of time. It's driving me crazy, but
we can see you fine.
Okay,
it's not
right,
interesting to
I can see the universe, so it's terrific. I think that's a Titan.
No, it's the sun.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know, whatever.
I know we don't see it much, but there.
Anyway, so Chris Sorensen is the guy helping us with our email right now. We've had a lot of other people helping us with our email over the years. As far as packing and shipping things, when we do Kickstarter fulfillment, that is usually my mom or Chris again, or like Alice Bentley, who's an old friend of ours who comes in and helps. Carol Monahan has been, again, an old friend. So what I'm saying is we pull all our friends and family in to help out when we have need of it. Right now, because of the virus and I'm staying at home, because among other things, I am immune compromised. Yay! I am fulfilling the latest Kickstarter, so I have been packing thousands of books into thousands of little cartons and shipping them out, and that's been exciting.
Gives her something to do.
It actually has given me a lot better handle on the whole process. So
yeah. That's fascinating. And now I know that a lot of your regular stuff, you're shipping that through Topatico, right?
Yeah, Topatico.
They're hilarious.
Bring the pad. Well, you bring the mouse over, and
we just have. So we're actually. Oh yeah, there you go. You can just wiggle it. We actually just have you guys on the big screen because no one wants to watch us. So but I mean, people have been watching me and Russell, all day long. Wait, I'm sorry, lost my train of thought.
So how
Chris
far
Sorensen?
Ahead, how far ahead do you guys plot your comics, or how far ahead?
Well, we know the whole. We know the general large story.
Yeah,
we know the big it ends here. It starts here, it ends here. Here are the beats, the places they go. Like we said, as far as getting them here and there, sometimes we're doing that like the night before. Like, well, we've just introduced this character who said this thing to someone, and the story requires them to do this other thing, but surely they're going to respond to what just happened. You can't just ignore that.
Exactly.
So we'll end up with another page of someone responding to something that happened in the previous page because it just feels natural. Like you need them to. sometimes it feels really weird to have characters just ignore things so that you can move the story along.
Yeah.
So we don't, because like I said, hey everybody, deadlines are your friend. They keep you on track. We don't have one. Look what happened.
Oh no. But you do have deadlines though. Like every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, you come out with a new character. I mean, a new panel.
Series by this month.
Yeah.
It's just
Do you have any idea how far along in the story you are? Like what
we're
percentage-wise you are?
pretty close.
I'd say 5 years maybe.
I think.
Yeah.
I don't know about time-wise. I know that they're they're in England right now, which we never thought we'd get to.
Never.
And then they've got a couple of other places to go, and then
They're undersea right now.
Yeah, they are.
They're in the Great Cetaceans. They're
Yeah.
inside a cetacean.
They're inside a giant whale thing. Yes.
Yes. Let's see.
It seemed like the thing to do at the time.
Oh, I love it. Yet another story world.
Yeah, we pretty much. I'm trying to think if there's anything. I mean, there's the Island of the Rat Queen.
Don't
Okay.
that. Yeah.
But I'm trying to think what comes after.
Well, later. We'll do
All
that.
right.
We'll
So
do
that- but you're.
actual work.
I get the feeling that you're approaching the third act. You're well through the second act, right? Like it feels like the climax is not super close, but it's approaching.
I guess that's true. If I had to think of it in terms of 3 acts, I don't know what I have no idea how I would fit it into that. I think we passed the 27th act a while ago, and
Okay, then I think I'm wrong.
well, no, I just don't. I don't think I've heard that talked about before, but I don't really.
You know what? Never mind.
Sorry,
You're in the exciting middle.
we're kind of like sneaking up on some answers. Let's put it that way. We've been throwing out a lot of questions and a lot of things that the characters are wondering about, and we're kind of hitting the point where they're going to start finding things out.
Did you
and I
know
feel
what
like
the
we already
answers?
have. So I guess in that sense, that would be a third act kind of thing, like you said.
Or end of
It's-
the second act too.
They're definitely in the place where they're like starting to pull threads together. Like all of the problems have been laid out, and they're saying, "Okay, we need to deal with this because we've got these issues going on."
Well, I mean, we know who the other is.
Yes,
You know,
that was-
we that was a huge thing. We waited forever for that. That feels like it might have been the midpoint revelation, but I'm not sure.
y'all would have known a lot before that.
You know, it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm using terms from certain kinds of story structures that you have absolutely no no one needs to be held to these exactly. But
I've never quite figured that out yet, though. I've heard a little, I've read a little bit about that. Like I say, I read some of these books, and I'm like, okay, they're talking about it in structures like that, and I don't know where we fit on that.
I think what's going to happen is we're going to finish it, and then people will jump in and analyze it.
That sounds great.
oh yes,
Other people
There
you
that
go.
aren't me.
That's
oh yes.
Well, when you came up with, you said you were getting the answers to all of these questions. Did you know the questions you were going to ask as you were asking them, or did you kind of know some of them and then more came out and more came out, and now you have to like rein it back in?
Most of it. Some of it. Sometimes things come up, and we're like, oh,
Yeah.
oh, that's why. This is that kind of
choreography thing.
that kind of writer moment where you go, oh, that's why this thing happened. Obviously, it was because it was leading to this other thing that we just thought of. But you know, sometimes what's happened in the story logically informs what continues to happen in the story. That sounds so stupid, but
No, not at all. It's something that I wish more authors were thinking about, how things have to be logically connected to one another. There has to be an unbroken chain of cause and effect.
But do you feel kind of constrained by do you feel constrained, liberated, or somewhere in the middle by the fact that you have so much stuff that you have to keep inside your brain and like keep continuity with? As you move forward, do you feel like a bigger pressure to keep continuity or not?
I think it's important.
Very.
And yes, there are some things where it's like some things, especially things that have shown up in the novels, where Phil had more hands on the novels than I did, and so there are things that he put in the novels where I'm like, I know that wasn't in the comic, but we have to kind of keep that in mind, and so yeah, there is more of that, and there's more to pay attention to.
Do you have series Bibles, or do you have like a master document that
We
shows
had
you
an
where it
old
is?
one that we made for WizKids back when we had a deal with WizKids, which we don't anymore. But we made this whole big old story Bible for them. But that was about 3 to 5 years into the series, and it's woefully incomplete now. And
Everything is incomplete. I've been working on a cast list, just a random document. It's over 20,000 words at this point, and ignores
I'm not surprised.
5 years.
I used to have a cast list online. We did just finish. We just turned in the GURPS Girl Genius World book, which is in some ways not super in depth, but in a lot of ways, we tried to cover everything. We didn't actually get to the Great Cetaceans because the Great Cetaceans showed up right after we turned in the GURPS thing, and we didn't really expect them to have as much of a part in this as they are. So
I figure the GURPS book goes up through, Agatha
Queen.
arriving in Britain.
In Londinium?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So
we meet
over
Queen Albia. Okay.
Yeah. But it's pretty good for a world book.
So what do you guys do to make sure you're still in continuity now? Is it all in your heads, or do you have beta readers who do it?
Personally, I reread everything at least once a year.
I have a pretty good continuity in my head, things that I'll remember. Like sometimes I'll have to go back and I'll have to check what exactly someone said. Like how exactly did they express this idea, because I want to be really careful not to have the same character say something that contradicts something that they said before. But I tend to be pretty good at having like a little alarm in the back of my head, like this doesn't feel right. You better go check that and be really, really sure. And then sometimes there will be things on the storyboards that are really, really specific. And then when I do because I do the dialogue, when I do the dialogue, I will vague it up like crazy. And a lot of times it's because I will say it more the way the character would say it as opposed to the way a narrator would say it. But sometimes it's also that I'm being vague because I don't want to get caught in those things. Like I try to avoid actual numbers. I try, instead of saying 50 years, I try to say decades.
No, I think that's a great world building trick. I use a similar one where like once you leave an area, no one from that area that was involved in the process outside of the main characters knows anything about what happened and so they start talking about in vague terms, and I'm like, but they could be wrong. Like they could be wrong. They weren't there. So who knows what they actually said? And that actually works pretty well for me to stay in continuity without having to have a massive series Bible, though I do have a massive series Bible as well.
That's really nice, and I wish I'd kept the one we had up. But really what it is it feels like it's all washing over us, and there's just no time to stop and put it together.
Yep. I think of it as making sure our kids have a job.
They are so busy with their own stuff, they're not going to be interested in doing anything with our work.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, when you said our kids, I thought you meant the cast members of Agatha.
Oh gosh, no. Those are our characters. We actually have children.
We do. We're not that busy.
So, what about character? Like how do you think about the character journey as you're plotting it throughout the course of it, or are you much more just like doing it on the fly? Like do you think about, like, I know you have the plot sort of where it's going to be, but do you think of Agatha's journey and the other characters' journey as well as you're like before you're writing it, as you're plotting it out?
Yeah, I think we do. We talk about we do a lot of talking about how they feel about things and how the way they feel about things would affect the way they behave and the things that they would say and the choices they would make. And we're very much aware that they need to grow and change, and they need to have things. If they're the same people they were at the beginning of the story, we're doing something wrong. As for the actual like Joseph Campbell hero's journey, we're not really looking at that as a model. I think that's the sort of thing that if you're doing it right, you can you can look at that later and see where those beats happen, but we're not using it as a template or anything. But we are definitely aware of the need for characters to learn and grow and change and have. There needs to be a point to it.
You do. If you're going to write the same character, who never changes for 20 years, you should just do newspaper comic strips.
Yeah.
Some grow and change too, but those are the good ones.
Those are the good ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we have another question. So the follow-up to that is, how do you create the characters for Girl Genius? Were they completely made up or based on people you know?
Mostly they're made up. A few of them were like, I'm going to put you in my comic. Ha ha.
Yeah. There's like there's like 3 or 4 of them.
Like Master Payne, the circus master. He's a good friend of ours.
And his wife.
And I was getting there. I was starting with Payne, so yeah, Payne and Marie are good friends of ours, and they're our children's godparents. And Payne is a magician, and we put them in because we thought it would be funny.
And was it?
Yeah,
yes.
Well, we thought it was. And for instance, the insidious Dr. Monahan that we have only seen in shadowy places in the story so far, but we will see more of her. She's, in name at least, based on Carol Monahan, who's again an old friend of ours. And Carol used to draw these really cute rat cartoons. They were little rats doing various things, working in a lab or making tea or frying eggs, and they were terrific. And she used to put them in art shows at conventions up here, and they were really popular and they were really cool. And so we thought it would be hilarious in the old. So there's a card game. Did we mention the card game? The Girl Genius The Works card game came out right around the time that we brought out the first part of the comics, and that came out from Cheap Ass Games. And Carol is one of the owners of Cheap Ass Games, and so. So one of the cards, three of the cards in that original set from for the Girl Genius The Works card game was Dr. Monahan, Dr. Monahan's giant rats, and Dr. Monahan's insidious rat stretching device. And those were all just like jokes, waving at Carol from across the aisle because she drew those rats, and we thought it was funny. And now we get to this point in the story and we need a particular kind of villain. And wow, Dr. Monahan was in the works, so let's use her. Will she actually act and look like Carol? Yeah, probably not that much, but that's where it came from. So, yeah.
But, The Works, when did that come out? 2000?
It was 2000. It was right around the time that we brought out the first.
There were
the Secret Blueprints, which was sort of a preview of the Girl Genius story and was a little bit of a world book. It had drawings of the characters and little blurbs about who they were. That came out in 99, and then the first actual comic came out in 2000.
Yeah. But there are characters that were in the Works card game that did not show up for like 12 years.
And on that note, I can hear you.
Okay, so just following that up about the characters, one of the most charming things about the world of Girl Genius are the names of the characters, and some of them are just clearly just syllables like Zitha, but others are pretty sophisticated, like Euphrosynia.
Oh, Euphrosynia.
Sorry, Euphrosynia. Sorry.
Okay. Caveat, I have no idea how that name is pronounced. I found it in a book about early electrical experiments in the Enlightenment period, and I thought it was hilarious.
Wow.
So we used it.
There is a kind of, Socratic dialogue between Euphrosynia and her equally named brother Clemethius, who wound up being her dad.
Yeah. Oh gosh, what is that? The book is An Entertainment for Angels, and it's around here in this. It is in this very room somewhere. Although goodness knows I'm not.
Yeah.
But it is about Enlightenment experiments. And
so how do you come up with those names? That one you found in a certain a text.
We got a lot of them. We got some really good names out of the credits for the Dungeons and Dragons movie back in the day.
Really?
We had it on I think probably on VHS back then. I'm not sure.
Probably.
But we were just pausing the credits for the D&D movie.
It was shot in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, we got all three of the main Jaeger names from there. We were just writing down names as fast as we could.
Yep.
That's great.
Yeah, let's see. We walk through old graveyards sometimes, and there's some good ones there.
And sometimes we just make things up.
Sometimes we make things up.
Sure. So obviously, the part of the story that's set in Europa would have all these Eastern European names and the Greek names and all the cool stuff, but then the names change as they go to other places. Like in Londinium, everyone had English names.
Yeah.
Like cartoon English names. Sorry, everybody.
Well, yeah, no, fun English names, tropey English names,
Sure.
and now we're in the Great Cetacean, and so they had to have names. All those little creatures who live inside the Great Cetaceans, they have to have names. Where did you go to get those names? You're like, I want names that sound like what, seafood? I mean, where would you go for that?
Yeah. Some of them were just sort of made up.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what their names are now.
There's Askaroth or
you can never remember the
cetacean's name.
Yeah, those were just sort of attempts at our own pseudo Lovecraftian deep one sound.
Okay, yeah. So, but they all have a certain. The thing is that all the names from different places, they all have a certain resonance. It's not like, I mean, I'm a book editor, and so I see stories where it feels like the names have been like picked out of a random name generator, like a really random name generator. Yeah. And like with random is the key part there, not name generator, right? And but yours, like so now I get it, that you were thinking to yourself, maybe kind of Lovecraftian, and then you made up a bunch of Lovecraftian names. So it seems like you just, yeah. It seems like you just must be very widely read, and you just think.
Yes, we're so widely read. We're very intelligent, you know.
Well, I will say that, like, as a person who edits a book called Cthulhu is Hard to Spell, that the overlap of steampunk fandom and Lovecraft fandom is much. There's much more overlap than I expected before I started that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a lot of
they seem to go together to me, but I think I've been marinating in this for a while.
A lot of Lovecraft stuff, it was originally marketed, or at least everyone thought of it as science fiction. I mean, he's got aliens from Pluto and stuff like that.
Pulpy. It was just more pulpy goodness side by side with Doc Savage and Conan and all that stuff.
Right.
And,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Pulpy goodness, the way that Edgar Allan Poe might write pulpy goodness.
Or Edgar Rice Burroughs.
Ah, yes.
So I have to ask you a question.
Yeah, they can't help them.
So as a comic creator who does Kickstarter and does pretty well on Kickstarter, I have to ask you, like, you guys have the most incredible success with Kickstarter and like bringing your fans together.
People are so nice.
Like, have you gleaned anything about like what is it that like brings them to this, like a magnet to you? I know Nick was saying you don't do a lot of mailing list stuff.
We are really bad at social media.
We don't do any.
Well, I mean, I try. I have been poking at social media for decades, and I'm just bad at it. I'm bad at updating. I'm bad at remembering to do anything.
And yet you've been able to find this, like, still people keep like coming back to this story, even though the traditional idea is like have social media, have a mailing list that goes every week, and like do all this stuff. But even without that, you guys have this connection.
And you've built the audience. Like there must be some way. Like this doesn't happen accidentally. So there's some way that you're connecting and building your audience over time.
I have no idea. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that Phil here was doing work in the games industry and in comics for years before we started doing Girl Genius. So he already had a following from the print world, and that has to count for something. I know it counted for something. Otherwise, I think there's a lot of word of mouth. I think people
a couple of things. First of all, especially when it comes to a webcomic, we update on time every week. People have said they could set their calendars by us.
By on time, you mean usually on the right day?
Yes, but that's
on the right day, that counts.
That
or within
really
a couple
counts.
of hours of when when my goal is.
Yeah, but every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday we are there. I think tone has a lot to do with it. We try and keep things pretty light, and anybody who looks at the news knows, all right, things are rough. Who needs that? This is escapism, and we keep it escapism. Yeah. And at this point, I'm starting to get people coming up to us at conventions who are like, my grandfather used to read me Girl Genius. And I'm like, oh my God, yeah, they probably did.
Well, you make a good point, though. You make a good point about how you guys may not do social media or mailing lists, but you certainly did show up online, and you do show up at conventions throughout the year. I know that's how we've met multiple times before and talked. And I exchanged books. I gave books to you back like at Worldcon a couple of years ago. So you guys are consistent. You guys do have consistent outreach to your audience. Is that? I don't want to get too much in the weeds about like how things have changed for conventions, but are you thinking about differently how you're reaching out to your audience now that there might be a year or two without conventions?
Yes. It is all I am thinking about. So right now, oh boy, here I go.
Take it away.
Phil's been having to listen to this a lot, actually. So I'm working on getting this last Kickstarter that we did the Kickstarter a year ago, and I'm only now finishing up shipping all the books, and I'm really sorry about that, everybody. It just took a long time this time. I always think things are going to take a lot less time than they do. So I'm getting the paper things out, the books and the stickers and all of those things. And I don't have all of the metal things, the pointy things, the pins and the medals, because the virus happened and all of our factories shut down. So I'm waiting on the last of those, and I'll ship those when they get here. But the minute the last of those books goes out, I'm looking at print-on-demand sites for art prints. I'm looking at getting a couple of things that we haven't had time. There's so much that we haven't had time to do, like getting Buck Godot, Zap Gun for Hire, which is Phil's science fiction comic.
I love that comic, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. It's awesome, and I need to. It's really close to being printable. It needs the last of the. Frankly, the spelling, the editing needs to be tweaked, and it's so good, but unfortunately it's a series that's never actually made us a lot of money. So figuring out how to pay for a run of that is going to be dicey, but I can put it right up on Drive-Thru Comics and have it up for people to read right there. Now, I used to have it for free on the website, and then we had the website redesigned, and that broke the Buck Godot comic. and this is terrible, but it was broken for about a year before somebody mentioned to me that it was broken, because I didn't know.
Yep. That's because we had all read it already.
It took about a year for somebody to say, hey, you used to have Buck Godot and What's New for free on your website, and now it's not, those links aren't working anymore. And I was like, what? And it turned out the first place I heard it was actually from my kid, who wanted to show one of his friends at school one of the What's New comics. Oh. And he went to look it up and was like, did you know those links are broken? No. Because the engine that powers the updates on the Girl Genius comics got changed, and those changes were made in the documents that affect the Girl Genius comic, but they weren't made in the documents that affect the Buck Godot and What's New comics, and I don't know enough about cascading style sheets to fix it. So, So yay, maybe I'll have time to work with CSS this time too. Anyway, the point is that yes, we're going to be staying home for a long time. So I have Crohn's disease, which means that every 8 weeks I go in and I get this horrible chemo infusion that makes my immune system stop attacking me, which means that I am especially susceptible to the pretty much every disease that goes around to every convention ever, which is usually not that big a deal because I come home and I'm sick for a while and it's fine. But in this case, it could kill you, so I'd rather not. So I'm looking at other ways to get our work out there and to get the word out that, hey, there's this free thing that you can read. Traditionally, we don't have a lot of merch for people to buy. So if you like the comic, you're pretty much reading the comic and buying the comic. But I would like to do some other things. For a while, we had these cute little stuffed
The Mimics.
I don't. Yeah. Well, no. Well, Mimics would be awesome. We had the little wasp eaters that were really cute. We're all sold out of them now, but those are, as I understand it, so those were a licensed thing, and as I understand it, they're expensive to make, so that would be its own Kickstarter. But gosh, they're cute, and I don't see one around here. I was going to wave it at the screen. What? Not the last one.
Not the last one.
Good.
That's what I had.
Well, there's.
I've seen them.
Okay.
Anyway.
So I'm sorry. It seems like you guys had. I'm just sort of recapping a little bit. It seems like the way that you've built this audience is just over years and years and years of showing up reliably. You've been showing up reliably at conventions. You've been showing up reliably on your publication dates online. And because of that, because you've had a reliable online presence and a reliable convention presence, when one of those things was taken away from you, you still have the other thing. And you still have a place to go, a place to work.
Yes.
I have to admit, so the other thing that's really weird about this is because I'm still shipping books for this last Kickstarter, and I have like one more big shipment to send out and then I'm done. I haven't been able to do the next Kickstarter, which ideally we would have done 2 months ago. So financially we're a little, things aren't great because we're a little overdue to run a Kickstarter. So when I get those books out, I think I'm just going to apologize to everyone who doesn't have their medals yet and just run the next Kickstarter.
Yeah.
Are we in sync now?
Yeah,
and,
I think so.
And, I'll just tell them why.
Yeah.
But
one of the things that we have tried to do when it comes to finances is we don't rely on one thing anywhere. Sure. We go with many small streams model. So
except most of them are pretty small. The Kickstarter right now is the big one. The idea is to try to bulk up some of those other things. We have T-shirts through Off-World Designs. We have PDFs through Drive-Through Comics. But anyway, what I was saying about the next Kickstarter, though, is, to be honest, I'm really worried about it. I mean, this is going to be an interesting test because trying to run a Kickstarter in the middle of all of this.
Yeah. Well, Russell can speak to that. He just finished one in the middle of all this.
I did just finish one, $30,000.
Oh, congratulations!
It went pretty well. But
I just said $30,000.
Oh.
So yeah.
I think Kickstarter is probably going to do pretty well because shipping is still something that everybody understands is going to continue happening even when there's a serious pandemic lockdown. Shipping still happens.
Sure.
I mean, it's risky for you guys, but for me as a Kickstarter backer, if you guys are coming out with another bound volume, I can be like, okay, I'm not going to see them at a conference or a convention. I'm going to buy this one on Kickstarter. I just my gut instinct and also Russell's recent experience says that Kickstarter is not going to have the legs knocked out from under it the way that things like book festivals had.
That's encouraging to hear because I've been really worried about it. It's one of the major monkeys on my back at the moment.
I do think that it's going to depend on how competent the money situation is that the government is supposed to be overseeing. Because there's a lot of.
Find out, won't we?
We will.
I think we're gonna find out this month. And on that happy note, I'm gonna bring this back to everybody because it's just about time to end our time together. And but not all of our time together because we will be going into an after party with you right now, and the link is right on the screen.
So how does that work?
So remember that place that you were before you came here, where you were in the Zoom room?
Yeah, actually, they weren't in a Zoom room. They were in a different StreamYard studio. They were in my trial studio.
I
So
can come out of this and go back to the email you sent me that had the link.
yeah, or I can just text it to you right now.
Yes, so I'm going to put that in the stream here in the nice pretty stream, and so we can to all of the streams where you can go and you can chat for longer for the next however long the folios want to be around for to talk with them. But I would love to, because this is the because after this. I'm going to end the stream, and this is the last thing that people are going to see for today. So I would like to, before we leave, for you to just pitch Girl Genius, because there's probably people on this stream who haven't been, and why they should like what it's about, why they should like it. Then your best piece of writing advice that you've gotten over the years or given over the years, where we can find you online, and then we will say goodbye.
Okay, well,
oh, this is an old one.
It is an old one.
I was going to grab a...
Girl Genius is our webcomic. It's also a series of novels. We call it Adventure, Romance, and Mad Science. It's the adventures of our hero, Agatha Heterodyne, as she is basically trying to find a place in the world where people won't either try to kill her or control her.
So get this. I always forget to bring copies of the book to convention panels, too.
Yes.
And I've also forgotten to bring one here. But here's one of our graphic novels. It's volume 9, because it's what I could lay hands on quickly. And we actually have, how many of these now? 18. We just did the Kickstarter for the 18th, and we will be doing the Kickstarter for the 19th very soon.
So you're not saying you have 18 copies left. You're saying you have 18 volumes.
Yes, there are 18 volumes. Now, we did try to build in a good jumping on point at around book 14. So it looks like too much. Start with book 14, and you can pick it up from there. That's our save point.
Is that where if you go to the website, it says start here? Is that where the start here now is basically?
No, the start here takes you to the very beginning, but
of the webcomic, yeah.
Yeah. Well, of the whole business, but yeah. And then this is the novel that just came out.
Woohoo!
So this is the fourth one. Yes.
Yes, fourth one from Nightshade Books.
Yes.
It's available from Powell's. It's available from Amazon. It's available from Barnes & Noble.
And any other bookstores that are still shipping.
There you go.
So,
wonderful. I love it. And then best piece of advice that you've given, gotten, or would give to a younger person. You could take it any way you want.
Well, I know mine. My best piece of advice came from James Ernest over at Cheap Ass Games, who a long time ago told me, well, just make what you like. Make the thing you want, and there will be other people who also want that. And even if there aren't, at least you have something that you like.
Yep. Best bit of advice I ever got was, you want to write? Well, then write. Put something down.
Fair enough.
Anything is better than nothing, and it's always easier to edit, once you've got something. But you can't edit nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I like a nice outline.
Even an outline is something on paper that you can edit, though.
There you go. Yeah, sure.
And then is the best place for them to go, where's the best place for them to go to find the comic? It's the best website.
Girlgeniusonline.com.
Yeah. Wonderful. And now we're going to go into the after party. So we're hoping that the person who is moderating the after party is over there right now. And then
cover that one.
And then I'm gonna take Phil and Kaya off. I'm gonna leave Nick on so that we can have our little wrap up, and then we will see you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early, starting at 8:45.
Okay.
Not you guys, not the two of you.
Oh, I was going to say.
You see like the hunted look comes into our eyes.
No. I was talking to the other people. But say goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Yay.
All right, so we did half of it. We're half done.
Okay.
We've reached the halfway point, and Nick, what was your favorite part of the day?
Oh my gosh, that's so hard to say.
What is the thing? What are some of the things you learned today? What was the biggest surprise of the day, or the biggest takeaway of the day?
Oh my gosh. Well, it was so interesting to me um, how many people just totally agreed that uh, hold on a minute. I need to admit some people here. I think the most interesting thing to me, uh, woo boy, I'm clicking away. There we go. Um, was how many people agree with me that the most important thing is to get the writing out, and then you can start editing it. Get the writing out, and then you could start um, working with it and making it better. But the most important thing is to get the writing out there and to expect that you're going to have to revise it. It it's I mean, Sean McLaughlin and people like him are an exception to this because they are just really, really good at getting out such a good first draft that they don't need to do very much revision, hardly at all, and uh, they can just go almost straight to editing. And you, Russell, are similar in this way. But I think I and many other people, we it's been very affirming to hear that, get that rough draft out there, and then you're going to have to revise the heck out of it.
Oh, I have
And
to revise the heck out of my drafts. I
oh,
just can do.
okay.
I used to have to do 8, then I could do 5, and now I can get it done in 3. But I've written dozens of novels now and projects, so like it's the process of like cutting out specific drafts, but still like the garbage draft is the first draft where I like vomit everything onto the page. The first draft is where I beef everything up. You can expect me to add 10 to 15,000 words in a first draft. Just because I'm literally just laying down the bare bones in the first draft. Then the second draft, I'm doing more with dialogue, making sure the dialogue works and like the specifics work, and then I'm really honing in the third draft for like proofreading. And so I've added 20 to 30,000 words between those 3 drafts. In the general bones structure of the outline is the same between 1, 2, and 3, but the books are vastly different. I just had a book that came in at 47,000 words, 45,000 words actually, after the vomit draft, and it ended up at 62,000 words after it was all said and done. So there's certainly a ton of work to be done, even for me, after that first draft. Okay, so let's talk about tomorrow for all the people that are left. Sound good? I know Nick is getting everyone into the after party, and the link is still right here. It's just bit.ly/OWC folio. So tomorrow we have a bonus hour for you in the morning. So we are starting at 9 tomorrow, not 10, with a keynote conversation with Joe Beal and Ellie Blue from Microcosm Publishing. They are going to talk specifically about what they look for in a pitch, what it's like to work with an author as a publisher, what it's like to what a hit feels like, because they have books that have sold hundreds of thousands of copies, and others that sell, like what goes into like making a hit, and et cetera, et cetera. So that starts at 9. It's our bonus hour tomorrow. 10, we are talking with Barbara Dillon and Leah Letterman on revision and editing. Leah is my personal editor. She's edited dozens of books for me at this point. She's the reason why I can actually do 3 drafts instead of 5 or 7, because I trust her so much. And I've worked with Barbara as well. She runs Fanbase Press as the managing editor, and that is a press site. She also oversees all of their editorial for their graphic novels. And then 11 o'clock, submitting and publishing with Helga Scheer and Elise Capron. Helga is an editor, and Elise is an agent. So they're going to be talking about submitting your book and getting it ready for publishing, et cetera, et cetera. At 12, my good friend Jonah Saul, who sold millions of thriller books in his Sarah Roberts series, is going to be our keynote. we are going to talk with him about building an audience and revision and the different and how he went from self-publishing to traditional publishing and the difference. And maybe we'll even talk about living in Greece. Who knows? After that, we're going to go move into the final sort of section of our convention with marketing and the pitch at 1 p.m. Pacific time with Derek Murphy, my friend from Creative Indie, who helps authors build and market their books. Sherry Fink, who is an amazing marketing person. She is a children's book author. She co-runs the Whimsical World with her husband Derek, and then Desiree Duffy is a publicist who runs Black Chateau Enterprises. And so they're going to talk about how to market and pitch your books, whether self-publishing or traditional publishing, because either way, you're going to have to market. And then we're going to finish up our panels with the pitfalls of publishing with Agent Whitney Davis and my good friend Neo Edmond, who is a hybrid author who has worked on the Power Rangers series for Saban, written novels and scripts with people like Marv Wolfman and a whole lot more. And then we're going to finish tomorrow with our keynote with Jody Lynn Nye. I want to apologize because earlier today, I sent an email by accident instead of tomorrow that said we're doing the interview with Jody Lynn Nye. That will be tomorrow. So please come back for that as well and the rest of our amazing panels. Our breakouts start tomorrow at noon, where Pamela Burlinson from Beta Books is going to talk about beta reading. And Paul Levine is going to be listening to your pitch. Paul's pitches will go from 12 to 1 and 2 to 3. And then we're going to have writing sprints at between 1 and 3 with James Yu. Nick, pretty exciting about tomorrow, right?
I'm so excited. I'm sorry, I was saying something and I was muted, but yeah, Paul Levine is actually going to have 2 separate hours when he's doing pitches. But Paul has also said that he is not time sensitive, and you'll never hear Paul say that, but he said, yeah, if there are enough people who want to take a turn and pitch things and talk to me about their work in the first hour, if it keeps going an hour and a half, an hour and 45 minutes, 2 hours, he said, we'll just keep going. So he's got those 2 separate hours with a break in the middle. But he said, look, he doesn't want to turn anybody away because he's run out of time. So if you haven't had a chance yet to pitch your work to him and the top of the hour is coming up, don't worry, he's willing to stay there for the entire 3 hours if we have 3 hours worth of people who want to pitch to him, which I think it's just a great, for Paul Levine to do that. It's just very generous to us and to you guys who are watching. And guys, take advantage of this. Take advantage of this.
At least try a pitch. He will be very honest.
He will be honest.
I have instructed Nick to instruct Paul to not be at his most brutal, which is quite a bit more brutal than even I am willing to bear. But give it a shot. See, at least it'll give you an idea of like what it's like to do that and the nerves that you will that you will see. And I am so excited to have done this with you today, Nick. I'm always worried when these things start, but I think it ended quite well. I hope to see you all in the Studio Folio after party. And if you missed anything today, you will get an email on Monday with a link to this, to where you can listen to this whole main room stream, and catch anything that you missed, take notes, and even if you ask comments on that, I will get the comments and hopefully I can respond to you. One last thing, I just want us to both give a chance to pitch our respective companies. I run a company called The Complete Creative, which is here running across the bottom. TheCreative.com is a training academy for creatives. We deal mostly with authors, but other creatives as well, authors and artists who do comics or novels, mostly create products. And I have a podcast called The Complete Creative, which Nick listens to. I know for a fact he's one of the very few people who've ever left me a review, and it was very nice. where we interview creators about how they built and sustain their creative careers. We've actually had interviews with many of the people from today. We had interviews, for instance, with Deborah Holland. She talked about burnout, anxiety, and depression. We had Sean come on and talk very specifically about about productivity. And
that was an amazing podcast. Everybody should listen to that podcast.
Yes, I agree. And we've had Barbara Dillon on from Tomorrow and many others. So I do hope you take a chance to listen to that, read our epic blog posts, and reach out at Russell at Wannabe Press. That's 2 S's, 2 L's, and wannabepress.com. And let me know what you thought of this broadcast day. Nick, how about you?
Excellent. So I am Nick Nelson from Wordsmith Writing Coaches. Wordsmith Writing Coaches is actually a team of independent contractors. I have coaches. I've got a screenwriting coach. I have academic coaches in probably half a dozen different disciplines and more than that too. So Wordsmith Writing Coaches has there's two sides to our business. One side of it is for you guys, for authors, for poets. Our client, one of our clients, is publishing his second volume of poetry collection, coming up. I believe the end of this month. I don't know. I'll have to ask him when exactly it's shipping. But our clients have published children's books. Our clients have published memoirs, historical fiction, all kinds of interesting things. So I do a lot of the book editing myself, but I have a lot of other editors that I can turn to if it's a genre that I'm not super strong in. Or so basically, what we do is we offer a free initial consultation. Come and talk to me. I will interview you about yourself, about your book, about your goals for publishing, and I will help you come up with a customized path to get you from wherever you are now, no matter where you are in the writing process, to where you want to go with that. And it's going to be different for every person. Every project is a little bit different. Even if you've successfully published other books and you're publishing another book now, this path might need to be a little bit different. If your old methods are not working anymore, come and see me. And this consultation where I give you the roadmap, that part is free. You never have to come back to me again. And in that, I will tell you where exactly Wordsmith Writing Coaches can come and help you in that process. So we also have artists, cover designers. We have interior book designers who are part of our team. So we can take you from soup to nuts if you want to hire us, and you can take the plan and go and do your own thing. We also help people to find traditional publishing deals and agents and things like that. So there's a lot of that book coaching and publication coaching. We do all of that.
Well, and you have actually seen a lot of it, some of it today, because a lot of what you've seen in the breakout rooms, the writing sprints and such, are things that Wordsmith Writing Coaches does, correct?
Yeah,
Nick?
those were Wordsmith Writing Coaches who were leading the breakout sessions. I mean, Deborah Eckerling had her own breakout session. Pamela Burleson is going to have hers. Paul Levine's going to have hers. But the other things that we were talking about, those were all Wordsmith Writing Coaches. Part of the Wordsmith Writing Coaches team. So Sarah Ann Fox is on the Wordsmith Writing Coaches team. James Yu is a Wordsmith Writing Coach. Johnny Strider, all those, Alicia Crane, all those people who are helping out doing all these things. Yeah, they're all part of Wordsmith Writing Coaches. So if you were in those groups and you like those people, that's us. Of course, there's another half of our business, which is all academic stuff. We work with doctoral students and grad students. Enough said. If you are that and you need help, come talk to me. That's the other half of my website.
Wonderful. And I would be remiss. Oh, sorry. You want to say one
Oh,
more
yes.
thing?
So I am starting a YouTube channel, and 11 of you have already signed up for my YouTube channel, which is amazing because it's a YouTube channel that basically doesn't have any content yet.
Right.
But we have great plans for it in the future. So
Awesome. And Josephine asks, are we getting links for breakout sessions as well? You must attend the main room to get a link to the breakout session. That is the only place you will get it is in the main room. We want to encourage you to come to this main room first and check it out. At the end of every hour, we will give breakout session rooms to the next hour, and they will
this
be
is a
linked in the
security issue
comments.
too. Yeah, we
Yes.
are not
So
publishing these links anywhere on a social media site or on a website or anything because we don't want them to be skimmed, and we don't want trolls dropping in on us. So you got to be in
yes.
the web. You got to be watching the broadcast, or you won't see them.
Absolutely. And it encourages you to be here. One last thing for me, I'll be remiss if I didn't say I am also a USA Today bestselling author. I mostly write fantasy. If you like mythology and monsters, I recommend you check out my God's Verse universe. It is all about all the gods being real and most of them being dicks. And you can pick up the first book and Demons Followed Behind Her for 99 cents on any platform. If you want to learn more about writing, I have I think very good book called How to Become a Successful Author, which goes through soup to nuts everything you need to learn. It's actually a great compliment to Nick's writing coaches. It
It
sort of
is.
gives you the guide, and then Nick's coaches can give you the implementation steps as well. So I
Yeah.
have two books: a nonfiction, how to build your creative career, and how to become a successful author. Both of which can be found on any platform.
Is it okay if I say something about Sell Your Soul?
It's now called How to Build Your Creative Career. But
Sorry.
yes,
How to Build Your Creative Career, I have to say, is that is a book that I have been recommending to my clients and actually selling off of my bookshelf in my office for several years now. It's and even if Russell wasn't here, my clients will testify to the fact that I will tell them this is the best single book for understanding how to market your book, whether you're doing it on your own or whether you are seeking traditional publication, or if you are being traditionally published, you still ought to read this book because there's a lot that your publisher is not going to do for you, or there's things that you could do that could supercharge your sales that your publisher, it's not that they're lazy, it's that they're just not in a position to do it. The only person who can do it is you. And
awesome.
this is the best book that I know of. And I've read a lot of books about marketing your book because I don't write about that stuff. I'm not an expert on that. And I was looking for an expert that I could recommend. And so your book, How to Build Your Creative Career, that is my go-to book, which actually is one of the reasons why Russell and I are doing this together right now.
Awesome. And there is a new book, How to Become a Successful Author, which is even
Yes.
more fine-tuned to authorship. And with that being said, I hope to see you all in the after party. Me and Nick are going to take a couple of minutes and do some wrap up, and then we will be over there to hang out with you guys in the folios. Bye.
Excellent. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much.